Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. March 3, 2005, Yuzhou City. This year was a cold winter. Just after the new year, in front of the Shanghai Electronics Manufacturing Factory in the western suburbs of Yuzhou City, the leaves of the sycamore trees on both sides of the road had long fallen off, and the bare trunks looked very bleak and cold. Standing at the factory gate was a thin boy with a slightly pale face and delicate eyebrows. He looked up through the sparse branches at the gloomy sky. The leaden clouds were very low and seemed to be pressing on his head. At an intersection on his left-hand side, there was a hawker selling sugarcane. A tweeter was hung on the hawker's three-wheeled car, and he kept repeating a sentence, "Super sweet rock sugarcane, like a man, sweet first and then scum." The loud voice was quite irritating. The boy's name was Sheng Huainan, and he had just come out of the Sha District Detention Center. Yes, Sheng Huainan, to be precise, his soul belonged to Zhou Weiming, a man from another time and space in 2023. Some time ago, he had just traveled to this world while in the detention center. He wore a new pair of navy blue suit pants and a pair of beautiful flagmo leather shoes, which looked very classy and rich in texture. But he wore a simple leather jacket on his upper body. The left cuff of the leather jacket had a slightly rough edge, showing its owner's love for it. Occasionally, he would run his finger across the right pocket of the leather jacket. This was a habit brought to him by his previous life. He liked to put a bottle of acetylopram oxalate tablets in his pocket to treat his anxiety caused by super memory. "Uncle, is the situation of Shanghai Electronics Factory so bad now?" The head office transfused more than 5 million yuan to the electronics factory, all of which were recorded as liabilities. In addition, there are more than 3 million yuan in arrears and more than 4 million yuan in accounts receivable. It is not far from being insolvent. Sheng Huainan frowned, knocked on the financial statements on the table, and looked at the thin middle-aged man and said. He spoke a little slowly and hard. Having a factory at the beginning was a good start for him, but it was not so wonderful when the factory reached the point of insolvency. "Mr. Shang, you can just call me Lao Mo. This factory has always been running at a loss, relying on the blood transfusion from the head office and OEM for some small electronic brands to barely make ends meet, but now..." Uncle couldn't help but touch his receding hairline and smiled bitterly. Uncle's name is Mo. He is the general manager of this electronics factory and he is also an old man in Changsha. He started as an ordinary apprentice and worked his way up to the position of general manager. He is quite experienced in this industry. However, he had a higher opinion of the kid in front of him. Although this financial statement is rather rough and not as detailed as that of a listed company, it is not easy for people without certain financial experience to understand it in a short period of time. This kid has no experience in finance. If the factory is as wealthy as the rumors say, perhaps there is a slim chance that Changsha can survive. This thought flashed through Mo's mind. In fact, the situation of Shanghai Electronics Factory is worse than what Sheng Huainan said. It is a subsidiary of Tongchuan Group founded by his father Sheng Ziren. However, because Tongchuan Group's main business is mainly in the production and sales of motorcycles and the operation of Yuzhou football team, it has never paid much attention to Shanghai Electronics Factory. After a few years, the business volume is pitifully small, and the production line is basically in a semi-shutdown state. For the sake of Sheng Ziren's face, the more than 3 million foreign debts owed have not yet been asked for. Now, in Mo's view, Shanghai Electronics Factory is about to separate from Tongchuan Group. This Shanghai Electronics Factory is the separation fee for the young master of the Sheng family, and all the equity and liabilities are packaged together for him. However, giving the separation fee to a garbage factory on the verge of bankruptcy, what Mr. Sheng did was a bit strange. He still went to personally handle the equity transfer. As an old man of Tongchuan, he also knew what Sheng Huainan did. It would be fine if this kid was used to being wild before, but this time he actually went after a married woman. He actually wanted to marry her. The key point is that this married woman is the woman of Mr. Sheng's friend, who is 10 years older than Sheng Huainan. This matter directly angered Sheng Ziren. He threw the Shanghai Electronics factory to Sheng Huainan like garbage, letting him fend for himself, saying that this was the last asset for Sheng Huainan. If Sheng Huainan cannot save this electronics factory on the verge of bankruptcy, then the position of his unwelcome youngest son in Tongchuan Group will inevitably be rapidly marginalized, and he will become an unnecessary person in the Sheng family. It will be difficult for him to make a comeback in the future. While Mo was daydreaming, Sheng Huainan also had all kinds of feelings in his heart. Hey, big brother who I haven't met, life is short, why the hell are you taking shortcuts? Although he had hypermnesia in his previous life that helped him remember some things, it did not bring him a leap in class. He had been mediocre for more than 30 years and was just an ordinary worker. Now God has given him such an opportunity to start over, and there is also a factory where he can have room to play, then he must have a breakthrough point. He picked up the tea on the table that cost 3 yuan a pound, took a big sip, and walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, the workers around him smiled timidly and greeted him, and Sheng Huainan nodded expressionlessly in response. In his previous life, he was just a member of the lower and middle class of society. He lived a mediocre life, and every day was a simple repetition. Although he is now just the owner of a broken factory, he has the ability to control the fate of others, which makes him feel a little strangely intoxicated. This is the taste of power. Moreover, this era is not the future era with super-industrial capacity and the ability to provide enough jobs. Although the Shanghai Electronics factory does not pay high wages to workers, the comprehensive income is about 800 yuan a month, and Sheng Zuren has a good reputation and usually pays wages on time every month. At this point in time, it is a very good choice to find a stable job and earn more than 800 yuan a month in Yuzhou, a central and western city. Therefore, although the Shanghai Electronics factory is now in a state of semi-operation and semi-stop production, these skilled workers have basically not lost a large number of people, which is the most valuable asset of Sheng Huainan in this factory. After coming out of the office with Mo, Sheng Huainan inspected the workshop. Boss Sheng, our group of brothers, I dare not say beautiful words, but the work can definitely be done beautifully. Mo introduced the situation of these workers while walking. Sheng Huainan nodded secretly in his heart. He knew from the neat movements of these workers that this group of people was very simple and motivated. The enthusiasm and working status of these workers were still very good. They were just like some other small factories of this era, but they lacked a little breakthrough point. A few hours later, Sheng Huainan sat in the office and thought about the first product he was going to make. The others were all fake. Only by getting money could he really break through. First of all, it must be in line with the technological capabilities of this era. Shanghai Electronics is just a small factory and can only do simple OEM. Shanghai can't do anything too high-tech. Secondly, although Sheng Huainan had seen some high-tech drawings in his previous life, he had serious sequelae of hypermemory after all, and was very prone to extreme anxiety. Therefore, the drawings he remembered were not complete, so they needed to be matched well. Finally, this thing must be in line with the market and become a hit, otherwise, Shanghai will die directly. This is a chance for him to be reborn again, and he can't miss it. He quietly looked at the north wind outside the window blowing into the window, and the notebook that was casually placed on the desk was suddenly turned to the title page. Sheng Huainan suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if something deep in his soul was touched. He looked over curiously, and there was a sentence scribbled by the predecessor of this body: I have a tiger in my heart, and I smell the roses. Although the predecessor of this body was tall and handsome, he was Sheng Zuren's illegitimate son. The strong emotions and unwillingness of being frustrated still lingered in Sheng Huainan's heart. Human beings, you always like to be hard on yourself. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, running east to the sea. My prison cannot be in vain. A man should climb the highest mountain, drink the strongest wine, drive the best car, sleep with the most beautiful girl, and fight the most ruthless person in order to live a meaningful life. The original soul of this body, do you think our dream can be realized? After a while, Sheng Huainan couldn't help but mutter to himself. A few hours later, Sheng Huainan was still sitting quietly in the office studying the first product that Shanghai Electronics was going to launch. Although Shanghai Electronics looked very dangerous now, there was no run on the debt. Due to the reputation of Tongchuan Group, the current customers were still willing to cooperate with him. However, since his cheap father in this world had kicked him to this place, it was naturally impossible to give him unlimited blood transfusions. According to his impression of Tongchuan in his previous life, he had seen the news that Shanghai Electronics was sold off in 2005. In other words, it was conservatively estimated that he only had half a year to turn the tide. After half a year, Tongchuan Group would start to collect debts and ask for the loan back. If there was no improvement in half a year, Shanghai Electronics would be finished. Hey! What's going on? What kind of woman is not fun? You have to have another person's mistress. Are you a thief lover? Shang Huainan blinked his eyes, and there was already deep fatigue in his eyes. He was just an ordinary wage earner in his previous life. In addition to a clear memory, hyperthymesia also brought him a very serious anxiety disorder. When he was doing things, he often recalled a similar incident that happened in the past. Then his brain began to collapse, he gasped, and kept saying to himself, even whispering, I'm sorry, I was wrong, don't say it, and other words for several minutes. Now, even in the late winter, sweat has dripped from his forehead and onto the notebook on the table. In the past few hours, his brain was overloaded to analyze some scientific and technological drawings in his mind, analyzing the executable plans. These drawings were just fun to see when he went to the library to kill time in his spare time, and they were scanned into his mind like a scanner. Now he never thought that he could not go back. Unfortunately, he did not scan most of the drawings on the market into his mind. It is now 2005, and a large part of China's electronic industry base is still in the stage of 3 imports and 1 supplement. Shanghai Electronics is the same, and it is still in the simple OEM stage. It has no own brand, no own technology, and no own sales channel. It is a typical 3-no factory, belonging to the lowest end of the global manufacturing system, earning the lowest profit. This also makes it possible to think of why Shanghai Electronics has so much debt. Very low price, even close to cost price to grab orders, and then whether the money is returned or not, a large amount of accounts receivable has become paper wealth. After a long time of collection, it becomes a bad debt, which directly caused the current situation of Shanghai Electronics. Shanghai Electronics Foundation is too weak, and it is impossible to complete the assembly of complex machines like mobile phones. I don't have the money to invest now. Shang Huainan pushed away the dazzling A6 paper in front of him, took out a small blue pill and swallowed it with the cold tea, wiped the sweat on his forehead with a tissue beside him, closed his eyes and lay down hard. At this moment, the computer next to the computer desk suddenly popped up a small advertisement for some reason. There was a very tempting beauty on it, and there was also a very big copywriting. The most high-end online casino in Asia is online, download it and play it. Shang Huainan cursed, thinking about which idiot had downloaded small movies on his computer from a certain pomegranate, 10 a certain 4, and this computer can be used at will. The management of the electronics factory seems to be. But suddenly, he was stunned again. Soon, Shang Huainan showed a touch of excitement on his face. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? I was too careless about this world. How could I go big at the beginning? It's not a good thing to be greedy for big things. He should have taken the Xiaomi route from the beginning, a low-cost thing, but not low-end, and repackaged it with the thinking of the internet in the future, making a low-cost and high-cost effective thing to open up the situation. Copying the homework of smart people is very important. In 2005, although the manufacturing industry in China has begun to roll, the posture and degree of rolling are not enough, and there is still a long way to go. In this era, many things are very expensive. When buying a home appliance or electrical appliance, most people deal with it in a big way. If he comes up with a good quality and cheap thing with the thinking of the future, and then sells it at the cost price, it will definitely sell like hotcakes. What to do? He already has a preliminary idea. He quickly searched the internet. In this era, there is news that the Pingwa team has not yet developed a device to record walking distance and speed for use with iPod Nano. This confirms Shang Huainan's idea. In his clear memory, in 2009, Fitbit, which started out as a pedometer, launched the Fitbit Tracker Health Tracker. The tracker can be clipped on clothes to track the user's steps, walking distance, calorie consumption, exercise intensity, and sleep status. In other words, the prototype of the smartwatch will not be available until 2009. He has seen the core part of this health tracker in the library, the design of the smart chip. He only needs to give this design to the manufacturing foundry to make it, and he can bring this smartwatch that will take 3 to 5 years to come to the market. Moreover, he can also use some of China's highly cost-effective components to achieve price reduction and achieve a dimensionality reduction attack on the market. If the screen does not have AMOLED, then use a black and white screen display. If it cannot be touched, then change it to a simple button type. Except for the most expensive health tracker that uses a 018 chip to support it, other sensors, baseplates and other components do not pursue performance, and only ordinary models are used. In addition, those flashy or difficult functions that are still difficult to implement now, such as NFC, waterproof mode, closed-loop operating system, ESAM, combined with the phone's call mode, can be cut off, and good steel is used on the blade. That is, the simple shell with piano lacquer grade, which is popular in later generations, and the minimalist button layout, show the cool appearance. 5 years later, Xiaomi made the Xiaomi mobile phone that shocked the world and directly reshuffled the mobile phone industry. What did it rely on? It was the extreme cost control, the extreme functional design, and the extreme beautiful appearance. He is now standing on the shoulders of giants to make this smart watch. Not to mention becoming a big hit. It is not a big problem to become a small hit. After thinking for a moment, Sheng Huainan directly picked up the pencil in his hand and drew each part, except for the chip structure diagram. This painting took 3 hours. When he finished the last general layout drawing, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. "Mr. Shang, are you not off work yet?" This is Lao Mo, who had already left work but was worried that Sheng Huainan was alone in the office, saw the drawings piled on the desk. At first, he didn't take it seriously. Then, as he looked at the drawings one by one, including the functional introduction written on them, he studied them carefully. His face changed from curiosity to solemnity, and then from solemnity to shock. "Mr. Shang, is this your idea?" He opened his mouth wide and looked at Sheng Huainan in shock, and even changed the way he addressed him unconsciously. "Mr. Shang, is this your idea?" He opened his mouth wide and looked at Sheng Huainan in shock, unconsciously changing even the name. Sheng Huainan smiled but did not answer, picked up the teacup beside him, exhaled, gently blew the tea leaves on the surface, and looked at Mo with a smile. In one night, all the detailed technical drawings of a product were drawn, and the design was so great. In Mo's opinion, this was an unheard of thing. "This is more than," Sheng Huainan pretended. He carefully picked up the drawing and studied it for a while. Not to mention the details inside, just talk about the appearance, simple and atmospheric. Although it is a pencil sketch, it can be seen that there is a trend beyond fashion. A large display screen, there is a mechanical watch-style spiral button on the upper right and a small button on the bottom. That's it? He didn't adapt to this minimalist style for a while, and always felt that this little thing was missing something. However, after watching it repeatedly, he used a man's sixth sense to feel that this thing could be popular. "Mr. Shang, what you are talking about here is tracking the user's steps, walking distance, calorie consumption, exercise intensity, and sleep status. According to my understanding of the electronics industry, no chip can do this, right?" Mo unconsciously became more respectful. In his opinion, no dude can do this. Even if this function cannot be implemented, it should be more than enough to make a good-looking watch. Shanghai Electronics can actually make something with its own brand? This is a very successful breakthrough for Shanghai Electronics Factory, which lacks RD capabilities and aesthetic awareness. This thing needs the help of auxiliary chips to be realized. You have found several small chip factories for this thing in the past few days. We need to find a chip manufacturing factory to tape out, and we also need to apply for relevant patents. Lao Mo, I have a task for you. You need to make a quotation for these parts one gave you. You need 3 grades of high, medium and low. I will work overtime tomorrow morning. Oh, no, I will work overtime tonight to make a quotation. Mo agreed excitedly. Shanghai Electronics has been in need of a product for a long time. To be more precise, it has been in need of something that can be converted into cash for a long time, because it needs this thing to save its life. Sheng Huainan nodded slightly without noticing. "Don't worry, carefully and solidly build a good product portfolio. This thing is very important for our future development." As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Lao Mo is obviously his father's man. He will have a lot of moves in the future. The initial idea is that he doesn't want to keep Lao Mo around for too long, and the right thing to do is to send him away casually. However, he didn't find a suitable person for a while, plus the half-baked situation of Shanghai Electronics Factory, and Mo's performance was quite tactful, so he just endured it and let him stay without too much problem. Observe first. Let this group of old people in Shanghai use it like this for now. Anyway, there is no big secret at the beginning. Now Shanghai Electronics is in my hands, and the equity has been handed over, and there is no big change. Sheng Huainan thought it was better to make achievements first. Mo saw Sheng Huainan's face, and suddenly his uneasy heart could not help but let go. He has been in Shanghai for a long time and is quite attached to this place, so even though he said he had separated from Tongchuang at that time, he still wanted to stay. This man is not as simple as the information he got on the surface. Who said he is a? Who said he can only eat dry meals? He will not be an ordinary person in the future. This thought suddenly flashed through Mo's mind. Also, with the materials and drawings, can our factory make this smartwatch? Sheng Huainan asked. Mo looked at the drawings in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Everything else is ready-made. We started out as an EOM, and we made cheap electronic watches 2 years ago. Here the main thing is that the core chip can be realized and we can make it. There is no big problem with other things." "Okay. I feel relieved with your words. I'll see how you perform. Sheng Huainan patted Mo's shoulder, then picked up his leather jacket and walked out of the office. What Sheng Huainan didn't know was that the newly painted bus stop next to the Shanghai Electronics Factory stood alone on the side of the road. An old-fashioned but luxurious car was parked opposite. Under the cover of night, it was separated from Sheng Huainan by the asphalt road, as if they were two completely unrelated existences. From Sheng Huainan's perspective, he couldn't see the logo of the old-fashioned car. The lines of the car body were tough and looked very old, but the slender body showed that it had an extraordinary and prominent status when it was manufactured. If the car window hadn't been opened a crack, wisps of smoke floated out, and the car was like a low-key old noble, curled up in the street alone and no one cared. Mr. Shang, are you sure you want to do this? If you throw Shanghai Electronics directly to Huainan, his self-confidence will be easily crushed. A middle-aged man with a resolute face said in a deep voice to the gray-haired man sitting next to him. The gray-haired man sat there quietly, smoking and puffing on the cigarette in his hand. Under the dim light, the gray hair and the amazing temperament exuding from his eyes made him look very unique and charismatic. This person is Shang Ziran. In this society, it is not easy to make money. If it is not difficult, what do we entrepreneurs do? Since Sheng Huainan is a member of the Shang family, he must undertake the tasks assigned to him by the Shang family. Shang Ziran quietly twisted the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray pile like a small mountain beside him, and said lightly, "It's so late and he's still working. It seems that Huainan is still very fulfilled today." The middle-aged man did not answer, but smiled and pointed to Sheng Huainan, who was already sitting in the cockpit in front. Everything in the world is written on the face. You need to lie with your face, but your eyes are the traitors of your heart. If anyone can truly hide his true feelings, the society will definitely give him a generous reward. Shang Ziran smiled and said meaningfully, "From what happened to Miss Liu, it seems that Huainan can't hide his true feelings." The middle-aged man shook his head with a look of pity. There is a common principle between being a human and playing Go. There is a sequence. You must move A first, then move B and C. If you move B, then A and C will not exist at all. So, don't think too much about some things. This is really like chess in life, and life is like chess. Yutong, let's drive back. I have a meeting tomorrow morning. Shang Ziran closed his eyes and waved his hand. The middle-aged man nodded with a complicated look and gave instructions to the driver in front. It's a pity that Huainan is that woman's child, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this today, and Mr. Shang wouldn't look down on him so much. What a pity! The middle-aged man thought silently in his heart as he watched Sheng Huainan's car gradually going away. After Mo contacted more than a dozen suppliers for each component, he finally found a perfect offer and gave it to Sheng Huainan. After Mo contacted more than 10 suppliers for each component, he finally found a perfect quote and gave it to Sheng Huainan. Plan A uses suppliers with better quality. Mo basically selected some well-known large enterprise suppliers in the industry, especially for the core chips. He even found the better UMC in the industry to quote. The cost of a smartwatch is about 500 yuan. The lowest price plan C not only uses small companies, but also plans to find domestic chip factories in China to manufacture the chips. The cost of a smartwatch is only a few dozen yuan, and the tax and other messy expenses are about 300 yuan. Shang Huainan looked at the quote and couldn't help but sigh that his Shanghai Electronics, as a small factory, has no bargaining power. In the future, this thing, a relatively good smartwatch with a color screen, has more powerful functions, and the price is only 200 yuan, which is good, and there is also an external speaker. Now the cost of the black and white screen alone is about 300 yuan, which is simply robbing money. Mr. Shang, I think we should take the middle ground. Plan B has a cost of 400 yuan and sells it at a wholesale price of 500 yuan. The wholesaler can sell it for about 600 to 700 yuan. It should sell well. Mo asked cautiously. There are still hundreds of thousands of funds in the account. In addition, the partners can supply them first and pay them later. They can play at once, but there is only one chance. He dare not help Sheng Huainan to make the decision. No. Use the cheapest plan. Only 600 to 700 ghosts will buy our products. At the same time, the wholesale price is directly reduced to 300 yuan. We only want 10% profit, and we require wholesalers. We will be ruthless from the beginning. The suggested retail price is 350 yuan. We will make 10,000 smart watches this time, but you have to remember that only 3,000 will be given to the supplier. No matter what the supplier asks, the rest will not be shipped. Sheng Huainan put the cup in his hand heavily on the table and said firmly, 10,000. Mo was shocked by the initial stocking quantity and was directly unable to do it. There are two reasons. First, in 2005, the electronics factories did not make much money, but they did not have a single-digit profit margin like later generations. Now, if they transform into their own products, the profit is only 10%, which is really not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. If the channel dealers continue to hold back the goods, it is estimated that they will not even be able to cover the capital cost, and they will not be able to play in the future. Second, in his mind, this kind of gadget is different from TV sets and large color TVs. It is a pure niche market. This thing can sell 10,000 a year, which is a small hit. This single product can make a profit of 500,000 a year if it follows his plan. 1 million is probably the money for a house in a second-tier city in the future. But in Yuzhou in 2005, the living expenses of an ordinary college graduate were only 300 yuan a month. In this era, a manufacturing factory that can make a stable annual profit of 500,000 is considered very good. There are many factories like Shanghai Electronics Factory that lose money every year and struggle on the line of life and death. This guy, the quantity is 10,000 at the beginning, which is the posture of annual sales exceeding 100,000. If the goods are pressed, they will be pressed for millions, and if they are unsaleable, they will die directly. Forget it, this factory belongs to others, they can do whatever they want. Mo thought about it and complained in his heart. Sheng Zuren simply handed over the property rights and left the place to Sheng Huainan without asking. Although he had a hard life before, he was able to keep the factory going after all. If Sheng Huainan suddenly died, he would have to go out and look for a job again. In addition, Yuzhou's economy was underdeveloped, and related industries might not be suitable. After everything was ready, Sheng Huainan asked Mo to register a trademark, Shanghai Electronics. For this product, Sheng Huainan even sold the car that Sheng Zuren gave him, and barely raised enough money to stock the goods. This time he could only succeed, not fail. However, in the following months, when the samples were made, the situation was not as optimistic as Sheng Huainan imagined. Mo found some channel dealers who felt that this product was quite attractive, but they were also skeptical. This group of people would not let go until they saw the benefits. After their investigation, they felt that Shanghai Electronics was a small electronics factory after all, and the quality assurance of the products and the later service of this kind of products were all problems. Although 300 yuan is not much, it is not a small amount. The mainstream products sold on the market now are mostly priced at dozens of yuan, and there are also many low-quality products priced at 10 yuan or so. However, these products do not have many functions, and most of them are just for checking the time and date. However, the price is cheap. Therefore, if Mo's opinion is implemented, it is estimated that it will really become a niche product. It is really too difficult. Only 13 channel dealers came to get the goods, and most of them were small regional partners in the southwest area. They took more than 2,000 smartwatches in total. Sheng Huainan frowned and asked, "I'm sorry, President Shang, these partners are only trying to get the goods for the sake of our parent company. It's a trial cooperation, and as for outside the southwest region, the radiation range is even weaker," Mo said apologetically. In the past, they were engaged in B2B, business-to-business business connection, business, and they did not dig deep into channel dealers. Now they are turning to B2C, and they can find some, and they also see Sheng Zuren's face. In fact, Sheng Huainan had a complete business operation plan before making this smartwatch. Considering that this thing is just a small gadget, there is no high threshold, and it will not be popular for a long time. At most, it will be half a year, and there will be a large number of imitations and competing products on the market, so there will not be much profit space, and it can only make a quick money. Unless it is like Xiaomi in the future, it will have continuous profits and the ability to attract fans. This is the second step of Shanghai Electronics. Moreover, there is no video live broadcast in this era, and online payment channels such as Taobao cannot quickly ferment online information, so he can only sell offline, and he needs to build a sales network from scratch. I don't know how long it will take to reach the scale of selling tens of thousands of smartwatches a month. Therefore, from now to the end of the year, the revenue that can be generated by the smartwatch product in his hands is estimated to peak at 1 million. 1 million is indeed a lot, but for the smartwatch industry chain, the value of the industry chain is only in the tens of millions. The so-called industry chain is the value it creates, which must support the entire profit chain. Production and development, testing and maintenance, channel distribution, terminal sales, every link must make money. Not to mention that Sheng Huainan alone has no ability to build a channel network that sells tens of thousands of smartwatches a month. Even if there is a ready-made network in front of him, the profit will be even negative if the profit is spread out. If you sell 300,000 or 400,000 a month, you can't afford it. The operation of the business is very realistic. However, it's too miserable now. The price is so low, and the channel dealers have so little stock. How long will it take to ferment? Okay, more than 2,000 watches, let's start the second sales plan now. Sheng Huainan touched his nose helplessly, and said firmly that he was determined to make some achievements. What sales plan? Mo asked curiously. In this era, the most common thing was to put advertisements in newspapers, and there were no various marketing strategies in later generations. He didn't know what other methods could be used to promote sales besides giving concessions to distributors. What exactly is this second sales plan? The first step is to find more than 10 part-time college students in Jinzhou and Yuzhou to serve as water army. After our products are launched on the market, we will conduct a round of online promotion for our products. We will offer 100 smartwatches for free online lottery. At the same time, we will set up a website belonging to Shangsha Electronics. The winners will be announced on our official website. At the same time, for this activity, we will find part-time college students to advertise on the active BBS of universities in Jinzhou and Yuzhou, two core cities in the southwest, Baidu Tieba and other popular gathering places for major schools, and conduct saturated information bombardment. Sheng Huainan said while Mo looked at him with more and more solemn eyes. It's incredible, it's incredible. What online lottery activities, what water army, what saturated information bombardment, he has never heard of it. Could it be that after Sheng Huainan entered the detention center, there was some master in there who gave him advice and made him change his mind? Sheng Huainan didn't think too much. He continued to think, the second step is that our channel dealers should make a centralized recommendation for this product on June 10th. We need to convert the product's popularity into actual consumption power. You need to do this work seriously, Lao Mo. The third step is to organize the people below and apply for our patent. Hurry up and set a threshold for the copycats. Sheng Huainan's thinking is clear and quick. His speaking speed is getting faster and faster. In the end, Mo had to take out a pen and paper to take notes while listening to keep up with his pace. He only did this when he was a newcomer. In this era, no one can understand what earth-shaking changes the internet will bring to this society. In the eyes of most people, the internet is at most an electronic version of paper media for browsing web pages. And the online free lottery is even more gimmicky. Most of the students are poor. Try your luck. What if you succeed in getting a watch? Will you be lucky enough to become a lucky fish? The speed of online communication is extremely fast. The actual use effect of my smartwatch is a dimensionality reduction attack on the current beggar's version of the watch. Not only is the function and speed powerful, but also the user experience level is considered. The comprehensive use effect is bound to far exceed similar products. In this way, there are 100 lucky people who become opinion leaders. They are scattered in every corner of the two major cities of Yuzhou and Jinzhou, and they can generate word-of-mouth effects in a short time. It is easy to use and affordable. There is no reason to be rejected by users. In this way, under this wave of potential energy, it will greatly impact the narrow market of smartwatches, and temporarily gain a blue ocean space in this not-so-red ocean market, making its own products explode instantly. Sheng Huainan's method is very damaging. He started with the idea of completely impacting the market first, and directly cut off the income of other smartwatches, just like when 360 antivirus was free and praised countless antivirus software companies. Once other smartwatch manufacturers are devastated, they will definitely not sit and wait for death. There are only two choices before them: immediately develop a watch product that is more powerful than Shangsha Electronics, or directly copy it, use high operation, lower product prices, and knock you down. However, Sheng Huainan didn't consider this at all. What he wanted was to get the first quick money as soon as possible, so that he could use it as capital to withdraw directly and make more potential products. Whether it is launching an upgraded product to maintain profits, or authorizing OEM to let other manufacturers share this narrow market, there is a lot of room for development. Everything depends on how much impact this smartwatch can bring to the market after it goes online. On the streets of Yuzhou, China. After the beginning of June, waves of hot air moved northward, and Yuzhou gradually became hot. In an inconspicuous electronics store in Guanyin Pedestrian Street, a clerk named Qin Pingan was boredly looking at the few customers in front of him at the cashier. He liked this kind of day the most. The sun was very strong that day, and the regional manager above would not come down for surprise inspections. He bought a bottle of 82-year-old Sprite. Oh no, the 82-year-old Sprite was expired. He still liked to drink 5-year-old Sprite, hiding in a corner playing with his mobile phone, fishing, and blowing the cold air conditioner, Baschenbeiner. The day will pass quickly. This life is so comfortable. At this time, a boy, who looked about 20 years old, walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he asked directly if there was an electronic watch of a niche brand called Shangsha, which was a new product that had just arrived last night. Chen Pingon took the goods for him, and the boy hurried away after paying. In 2005, online e-commerce was not very developed in China. People did not trust virtual commerce, let alone buying physical products. But in the offline market, it was a different story. The computer malls that sprang up everywhere were like this. However, the market at that time did not respond very quickly to hot-selling products. It was really strange. People who came to the store, probably among the 7 or 8 people, 2 or 3 of them went straight to this niche electronic watch brand called Shangsha. Chen Pingon couldn't help but mutter to himself. In his impression, this niche brand was quite unfamiliar. He just seemed to have heard of it vaguely in some news. It was not a miscellaneous brand, but it was similar to a miscellaneous brand. However, judging from the sales situation in this short half-day, the sales volume of this small brand was very abnormal. You know, in 2005, the electronic stores in China were still dominated by Nokia machines. The era of smartphones had not yet arrived. They mainly relied on selling some mobile phones, Walkmans, and desktop computers. Electronic watches were a niche among niches, and they only sold about 10 yuan a month at most. The key is that it is not worth much. Things worth dozens of yuan. How much is the sales volume? Then, before his surprise could ferment, an accident occurred. When another person bought a Shangsha smartwatch, he found that this brand of watch was out of stock. This is a very rare thing. You should know that before a product is put on the shelves, the channel dealer will definitely make a rough estimate of the sales performance after the listing, giving about 15 to 30 days of sales, which is the so-called pressure volume. Under normal circumstances, when a product is first listed, there will be no such strange phenomenon as out of stock. If it is out of stock, there is only one possibility, that is, the production and channel parties have greatly underestimated the market performance of the product, which will lead to insufficient production, insufficient distribution, and insufficient stock. For example, in another time and space, BYD's phenomenal sales performance in 22 years. When he wanted to call the regional manager immediately to stock up, someone else came to buy the Shangsha smartwatch. After hearing that the last stock was sold out, Chen Pingon directly sold him the sample on the counter and asked him to buy other products in a bundle. The total price was 500 yuan. Unexpectedly, the consumer agreed directly. What the hell, electronic products can be sold in bundles. What the hell is this thing? Why is it selling so well? This smart electronic watch called Shangsha is sold out all at once. He was wondering if he had seen it wrong, or if there was something wrong with his worldview. He did a simple count and found that he had sold more than 30 Shangsha electronic watches in just half a day. This result was very good even in the peak sales season of electronic products in March and April. Manager Go. Chen Pingon, who could no longer slack off, had just received several groups of customers and hurriedly called the regional manager. Chuanxi Road, JZ City. A boy with a childish face stood in line in front of an electronics store with hesitation. He rubbed his tired eyes and looked back, only to see a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was estimated that there were 200 or 300 people behind. He looked forward again and saw 11 people waiting in front of him. There are still so many people queuing at 5 in the morning. This Shangsha smartwatch is too popular. He rubbed his eyes again. Today he got up at 4 o'clock to line up to buy a watch as a birthday gift for his beloved girl. Unexpectedly, so many people came to line up before 9 o'clock. It's really too cruel, just an electronic watch, what's the big deal? Hey! I've been pursuing Yuan for more than half a year, and she hasn't accepted my pursuit. It's really annoying. I hope she will like this Shangsha electronic watch, which is the hottest recently. The boy's name is Chen Shuyuan. He rubbed his tired eyes again and sighed. Chen Shuyuan is a junior student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. He made a great decision to come here to buy this electronic watch. This thing is too popular. Now the price of this thing has increased. He heard that it has increased from the initial 300 yuan to 400 yuan, and there are still many people who want to grab it. Profiteers, I will probably have to eat steamed buns for the rest of this month. Forget it, for my little goddess, I will grit my teeth and make it through. Although he should understand more in the future, he still likes this kind of pure love now. Now the electronics store is not open yet, but the sun is getting more and more poisonous. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a look at the broken watch on his hand that cost more than 10 yuan from the second-hand market, drank a sip of boiled water in the kettle he carried with him, and waited quietly for the electronics store to open. Looking at the group of well-dressed young people queuing behind him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Although his family is not poor and he is a child from a county town, his living expenses are still very tight. This time he also gritted his teeth and wanted to buy a birthday gift for his girlfriend. Although his girlfriend kept scolding him for being a bumpkin and not even willing to buy her a gift, but he had no choice. Whether it was a mobile phone or a computer, these things were too expensive. He had been racking his brains for a while and looked online for a long time, but he still couldn't find the gift he liked. Other things were really expensive. Giving flowers was too vulgar. Giving jewelry was too. Everything costs 996 yuan, which is still too expensive. 996 yuan, in the eyes of others, is for a good meal, or Krypton gold in the legendary game, or for a trip out. But for Chen Shuyuan, this 996 yuan is the hard-earned money of more than a month of hard work. It is enough for him to eat in the cafeteria for 3 months. Just when he was hesitant and was about to bite the bullet and get on the car to buy a mobile phone worth nearly 1,000 yuan to give to his girlfriend, he suddenly saw the name Xingsha watch on his school BBS. A female student from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China miraculously won the Xingsha electronic watch and showed off its functions on the BBS, such as running to track the user's steps, walking distance, calorie consumption, exercise intensity and sleep status, etc. In this era when smartphones are not popular, it sounds so fashionable and trendy. Shang Huainan still underestimated the appeal of technology products to young people. Even if the price has increased now, it is only 400 yuan. Due to the small inventory of channel dealers and Shang Huainan's intentional or unintentional hunger marketing, this product has become more and more popular, and finally scalpers have been born in the secondary market. According to Chen Shuyuan, the price of Xingsha watches on the black market has risen to 500 yuan, and there is a trend of continued rise. This is not an electronic consumer product, it is simply a financial product. This is why, today, the largest electronics store in Jinzhou, which only sells 100 Xingsha smartwatches, still has a large group of people queuing up. What if there are more goods today? While Chen Shuyuan was thinking about it, the door of the electronics store opened, and the people in the queue squeezed in involuntarily. Don't squeeze, hold the number plate in your hand, we will come in to buy things according to the number plate called later. Everyone remember, Xingsha smartwatch, each person can only buy one. A salesperson skillfully handed out the number plate in her hand. Obviously she had done this several times. After Chen Shuyuan took the number 12 in his hand, he also dispersed to the side like the people in front of him, and the momentum of rushing forward just now also dissipated. For this electronics store, Xingsha smartwatches have now become the first choice for attracting customers in the store. Most people will feel that they have lost money after queuing for several hours, and they have to buy enough things to feel that they have made enough money. How can watches satisfy this? Otherwise, buy some other products by the way. In this way, according to the statistics of their own store manager, their sales this month have directly increased by more than 50%. You know, even if they hold the store anniversary celebration, there is no such monthly increase. This Xingsha smartwatch is not just an ordinary watch, it is simply their god of wealth. Now in Jinzhou City, whoever has Xingsha watches has performance. Some channel merchants who have taken less goods are also buzzing in their heads. They didn't expect this thing to suddenly become a hit. However, when they turned around and ordered from Xingsha Electronics again, the rules for taking goods at this time were completely different from the first time. Want to take goods? Sure. Pay the balance of the first time first. This condition, the channel merchant touched his nose and could only agree helplessly. In addition, the full amount must be paid first, and then queue up according to the order of payment. Moreover, merchants who took more goods in the past also enjoy priority. For a time, Xingsha Electronics became famous in the electronic channel merchant circle. This guy, all the electronic manufacturers in China, including those big manufacturers of China Coal Union, are not as awesome as you. You dare to ask the channel dealers to pay first and then deliver the goods. Do you think you are Lao Gan Ma? However, whether it is the channel dealers in the southwest region, or the channel dealers whose reputation has spread to the surrounding areas, or even other regions, they all follow the rules of the game to get the goods. There is no way, this product is so fragrant, just treat you as Lao Gan Daddy. I have to finish the party. I made an appointment with tears. On the other side, after waiting for another half an hour, Chen Shuyuan bought a bright orange Xingsha smartwatch and left the electronics store with a smile. Although he was in the store, he wanted to buy some other practical electronic products based on the lively atmosphere. However, his strength did not allow it, so he could only grit his teeth and walk out of the electronics store. What a beautiful watch, very unique design, very technological. Is this a product designed by Chinese people? It doesn't look like it. It feels like the United States can't make such a thing now. Yuan will definitely like it when she sees it. Shen Shu Yuan touched the physical product and felt that it was really great to be able to make such a thing at this price. He studied electronic information engineering, so he was very familiar with electronic products. This product, whether in terms of function or design, was beyond his expectations. He thought it was a genius idea. Shang Huainan slept until noon as usual. However, he had not been sleeping well during this period. Yesterday, he only slept for less than 6 hours because he was thinking about the sales of smartwatches. When he woke up, he hurriedly ate some dry bread slices and a bottle of yogurt left in the refrigerator yesterday. Shang Huainan was ready to call Mo to find out about the sales of Shangsha smartwatches. However, as soon as he walked into the living room, the phone rang. It was Mo. Like Shang Huainan, he did not sleep well. Although this product was not designed and developed by him, and he did not know much about brand promotion strategies, he had an advantage, that is, he was stubborn. He felt from Shang Huainan what the water army meant, felt the trap design of asking and answering questions, felt the magical and subtle power, the gimmicky marketing method, and the provocative language was simply magical. Therefore, he still completed the work that Shang Huainan ordered in a solid manner. Last night, the sales volume of the first phase was counted, and all 10,000 smartwatches have been sold out. Mo seemed to have not slept well last night, and his voice was a little hoarse with excitement. Yeah. Shang Huainan nodded calmly. This is as it should be. It's only 10,000 copies. He made such a small amount just for hunger marketing. Unless his product can't make any splash in the market, it's reasonable to sell out. What he is looking forward to now is the next number. How many channels have ordered? Mo was silent for a while, and continued, now there are 17 provinces and cities, a total of 59 channels have initiated cooperation invitations with us, and the total order has reached 210,000 smartwatch orders, which can be paid in advance. Deep in his heart, he was shocked and afraid of Shang Huainan, the former dandy. A simple product directly turned the electronics factory around. This magical ability is not even possessed by Mr. Shang. Will he think I'm Mr. Shang's man? Will he try to replace me in the future? He was a little scared in his excitement, and he was thinking wildly on the other side of the phone. This is an astonishing number. Calculated at 350 yuan, this order alone has a sales volume of nearly 75 million, and it is directly received in cash. The novel marketing gimmicks coupled with cool technology products can really burst out a powerful cohesion in this era of scarcity. A small electronic product can get 75 million orders in the early stage of the product. This is not just an order. Cash means that the factory has tens of millions of working capital at any time. It is derived from a stronger R&D capability, more abundant production expansion capability, and the trust of financing units and downstream channel dealers in themselves. You must know that the manufacturing industry is very particular about the scale effect. Strong manufacturing companies such as Foxconn can even dominate the industrial policy of a city. If the order is only 10,000 units, then the profit per unit may be less than 10%, and even if the volume cannot be sold, it is very easy to suffer losses due to the pressure of funds. But after the volume reaches the order of 200,000, the profit can reach more than 20%, and with this posture, they raise the price a little. Isn't it too much? 210,000 yuan? That's too much. In addition to the previous distributors, we only need 17 distributors in total. Each distributor needs to pay us 500,000 yuan as a deposit to ensure that they don't mix goods and don't raise prices arbitrarily. The current market is too chaotic because of the shortage of goods, and this group of distributors has also played a role in fueling the situation. Shang Huainan was silent for a moment and said shockingly, "What? A deposit of 500,000 yuan? This?" Mo was a little confused after hearing this. Now many distributors from other places have found him through connections, hoping to get some spot goods. Now he suddenly only wants a general agent, so wouldn't all these people be offended? Now the price of smartwatches in the hands of scalpers has risen to 600 yuan each, which is far more than the original price, and it is hard to find a watch. For Shangsha, it is not necessarily a good thing. On the one hand, this is a hot pursuit and follow-up for this small brand. On the other hand, this is actually very dangerous. Manufacturers are kidnapped by channel dealers, and the cross-selling behavior is extremely serious. If this continues, after this gust of wind passes, the brand of Shangsha Electronics will be ruined. These channel dealers are obedient now because they want to make money with you. You are in a business dilemma. Will they still be obedient like now, and even pay cash directly and wait for the goods? Shang Huainan did not focus on the immediate interests. Taking advantage of this unexpected east wind, the most critical thing to do now is to integrate the channel team of Shangsha Electronics and prepare for future products, not just the 20 million in cash. Is 500,000 a lot of deposit? Not much. Even if the 500,000 is not recovered, it is a very cost-effective thing for channel dealers to monopolize the smartwatch business in a province, even if there is only this gust of wind. If you don't pay, it means you don't want to pay the name, then you are not on this boat. Want to enjoy the benefits without taking risks? Is this possible? After all, Mo has been in the factory for many years, and he is actually clear about these ways. When he thought about Shang Huainan's strategy of using 4 ounces to get 1,000 pounds, his face couldn't help but change slightly. Great, great. Treating distributors as pawns is quite like what old Mr. Shang did back then. Can he be reborn like this after going to jail? The more Mo thought about it, the more he felt that Shang Huainan was a potential boss. He thought back to when old Mr. Shang was an apprentice repairing motorcycles, and finally took one step at a time. If he planted a seed randomly, it would have the opportunity to grow into a towering tree and create the current Tongchuan Group. What? Can't it be executed? Shang Huainan switched the landline to hands-free mode and cleaned up on the side. In his previous life, he always had the habit of cleaning up the housework twice a week. He liked to put things neatly in order. Ordinary housekeeping basically couldn't meet his requirements, so he would usually take time out to do it himself. No. I'll talk to the distributors. I'll sort out a list first, and then you, Mr. Shang, will personally choose the final candidate. Mo replied hurriedly. At this time, if Shang Huainan suspected that he was not active in his work, that would be terrible. At the same time, in a small workshop-style factory far outside Pengcheng, South Guangdong, 7 or 8 young people were sweating profusely. These people are the entire team of Sanha Electronics. They are a small electronic manufacturer specializing in knockoff products, and they also have relatively good knockoff R&D capabilities. Although they are a knockoff team, they now occupy a large market share in the electronic watch segment, which is not valued by major electronic manufacturers. They have been in this field for a long time and have indeed made a lot of profit. The income settled in June exceeded 1 million. Originally, they decided to take advantage of the summer vacation boom in July to hit 2 million in revenue, and have begun to reorganize their own sales team, preparing to bypass provincial agents and directly route in retail terminals. But just when they were in high spirits, last night, a developer accidentally saw a post about Shangsha smartwatches in Pengcheng University. At first, the developer held a sneer and casually browsed the post about the introduction of Shangsha smartwatches. As a result, after a simple browse, he immediately felt like he fell into an ice cave, and his scalp was cold to the soles of his feet. Then, the whole team was stunned by this smartwatch that suddenly appeared. At the beginning, Sanha Electronics was also a disruptor. It used extremely low prices to catch its competitors off guard, just like a scoundrel, reducing profits to an extremely low level, and at the same time using Hui Qiangbai's powerful supply chain system to transport products across the country. Unexpectedly, someone is now using a similar method to disrupt the situation again. The most terrible thing is that the functions of this smartwatch are too powerful, far exceeding their own copycat watches, and not only the functions, but also the appearance is very strong, giving a feeling of being beyond this era. Bullying, this is impossible. The person in charge of Sanha Electronics is named Sun Peng, and his mobile phone has not stopped ringing since this morning. Either it is a return call or a delay in delivery. His heart is bleeding. Numb. Their Sanha Electronics has extremely low profits, and has always relied on high sales to maintain the factory's turnover. Now there is a sudden return wave, how can he not be anxious? Sun Peng wanted to refuse, but he couldn't refuse, because his current marketing model is very unhealthy. He said don't count at all. In this era where channels are king. If you anger the channel dealers, they're done. Although the channel dealers who ask for returns are somewhat unreasonable, Sanha Electronics doesn't dare to play like Shangsha Electronics. After all, their products have no core competitiveness. They rely on the strong promotion of the sinking market to drive strong sales growth. However, the consumption capacity of this niche market is limited. When Shangsha smartwatches are hot, other electronic watch manufacturers, not just Sanha, will be affected. Consumers know that the current scalper speculation is temporary. This thing is not a house. The houses in the same area will be gone after they are sold out. This thing can be produced continuously. If it is too expensive now, I will wait for you to drop the price to 100 yuan before buying it. It's not expensive. But under the dominance of this idea, manufacturers like Sanha are miserable. In comparison, their products are not competitive at all. Why do you play with Shanghai Electronics? Even if you want a copy, more than half a year has passed. The entire market has been emptied by Shanghai. There is actually not much point in copying. Picking up some leftovers is actually not very meaningful. After answering the phone for more than an hour, Sun Peng's face turned green. The other partners in the factory also looked dejected. These are all old team members who have been together to make a living, but to be honest, their skills are very average. They can tell how big the gap is between themselves and the other party by just looking at the Shanghai smartwatch. It's like the special effects team of a big online drama, seeing the special effects of The Wandering Earth. They have self-knowledge. Boss, what should we do? In this gorilla-like team, Sun Peng plays the role of the boss. All the channel resources are in his hands, and everyone has to rely on him to make money. Sun Peng looked very unhappy. The channel dealer is very stubborn and insists on returning the goods and refunding the money. It seems that we will not get the money back for July. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we accept this money, then our work last year would be in vain. They calculated the sales volume. Apart from the money paid to distributors, there are also layers of profits from sales. Their factory only makes a little money and it seems that they will not get it back. At this time, a technician blurted out, Tencent Pengcheng Network has launched an information about Shanghai Electronics. Sun Peng immediately crushed the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, rubbed his messy hair, and trotted all the way. A miracle product in the history of Chinese electronics, the monthly sales of Shanghai smartwatches exceed 150,000. 150,000. Sun Peng swallowed his saliva weakly. The competitor is too strong. His legs were a little weak. Electronic smartwatches are Shanghai Electronics' popular products. Their sales so far are only over 300,000. And this is the performance that they have spent more than a year to achieve, and this is under the premise that they have monopolized most of the market share. Now Shanghai smartwatches have only been on the market for a month and the volume has directly reached half of their total sales. What does this mean? This shows that some non-basic users, such as Chen Shuyuan giving gifts to his girlfriend, have been tapped, and even some business white-collar workers are proud to wear a Shanghai watch, which means that the coverage of this product is very amazing. Seeing that everyone was very depressed, a young technician said to comfort them, this price is too low. Sooner or later, they will raise the price to the price of high-end products. By then, the number of low-end users will definitely decrease sharply. Another technician next to him looked at him and said, so what if the number of low-end users decreases sharply? As long as they set the price at no more than 400 yuan, they can still all our users away. The cost-effectiveness of this product is too high. It's not that customers can't pay a few hundred yuan more. Then let's lower the price. The person who spoke was a marketing staff. What if the other party also lowers the price? Sun Peng said coldly, their volume is so large. Now the unit price of accessories supplied by Huiqiangbai supply chain to their manufacturers can be lower than our current price. As long as they maintain this sales volume, they will have an annual reduction, product price reduction, meaning how much it will be reduced in a year. The whole market is theirs. How can you go on stage and play with them? The people on the side were speechless. Yes, the other party started directly with a big move, using the cost-effectiveness of the product to directly hit your self-confidence, and they are still afraid of playing a price war with you? What a joke! This buying craze started in the southwest region, mainly with students as the core, and then spread quickly. Smartwatches, which are inconspicuous low-priced products in the eyes of large manufacturers, are spreading rapidly through the tap water effect with college students as the transmission point. In 2006, when universities were just beginning to expand, college students were not as common as in later generations. Which college student didn't have one or two classmates from all over the world? It was a flamboyant age. With a toy that was ahead of its time, it was not too much to show off to your friends. Cool appearance. Unheard of user experience. Only 400 yuan. This is too cost-effective. People who bought it were frantically recommending it to their classmates and friends. One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, and later, even every university and every office building had 10% of people who bought this smartwatch. This kind of fanaticism, like a brain-dead fan, even reached an irrational level at its peak. You have it and I don't. How embarrassed I am if this gets out. Doesn't it mean that I haven't kept up with the trend? Bye. A few days later, on the other side, the Shanghai Electronics factory has started a 3-shift full-load operation mode. Every worker has a happy smile on his face. The working mode of the manufacturing industry is different from that of ordinary office workers. They generally adopt a piecework model. In other words, the longer their overtime hours and the more workpieces they produce, the higher their wages. For example, some time ago, the electronics factory had a capacity utilization rate of less than 50%, and the workers could only live a miserable life. I got a good job this month. The new President Shang increased our piecework pay, 1 yuan per piece. Last month, our salary was almost 1,600 yuan. Yeah, Lao, you are so fierce. You have to work 15 hours to get this salary. You are risking your life. I have a child and a wife, and there are 4 mouths in the house waiting for me to feed. How can I not work hard? For someone like me, Lao Hai, Yuzhou dialect, father, is in poor health and cannot travel far. I can only find a job in Yuzhou. This salary is still good. I have worked in Manhwa. The salary of a job like yours is higher than that of most factories in Manhwa. It is really good. Really? That's comfortable. Shang Huainan heard the workers chatting from a distance, and Mo, who was standing aside, heard, but when he arrived, his face was red. Sun Gang, his workers dared to gossip at work. I will deduct his performance this month. Mo said angrily. Although the products are selling well, it is more important to pay attention to product quality control at this time. They will be fined for speaking in disregard of the factory rules. Shang Huainan glanced at Mo, said nothing, and just shrugged. He is the boss, so he will not focus on these trivial matters and make mistakes that Zhuge Liang often makes. He has 2 core indicators for evaluating Mo. One is the quality control of core products, and the other is the sales volume of products. As long as there is a problem with one, he will hold Mo accountable. For other small things, even if Mo occasionally covets a little money, as long as it is not too much, he will turn a blind eye. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If you don't give your people a little sweetness, who will work for you? Of course, he will not pretend to be a saint and deliberately let the 2 workers who violated the discipline just now go. The rules of the game are the rules of the game. Everyone comes out to make money. No matter what your situation is, it is reasonable for you to be punished if you violate it. How is our general distributor system established? Is there a general agent in each province? Shang Huainan and Mo finished their inspection and returned to the office. He picked up a cup of tea and asked, "Now, except for the 3 provinces in the northwest such as Qinghai, other regions have their own general distributors. I have set the rules for the entire distributor team according to your requirements. They are all very strong and can basically go down to every county and city in their own province. The entire framework system has been built." Mo smiled proudly after he finished speaking. Building a distributor team is a very, very difficult thing. Don't think that if the products you sell are good, the distributors will cooperate with you and lick your knees. That's a dream. This requires a long period of establishment and running in. Now that this goal has been achieved with a single product, it seems like a dream to Shang Huainan. Very good, Lao Mo, you did a great job this time. Shang Huainan smiled rarely and patted Mo on the shoulder. Logically speaking, Shang Huainan is a few years younger than Mo, and as a junior, he shouldn't be so arrogant. However, after a period of adjustment, both Mo and Shang Huainan took this matter for granted. The sales volume of 100,000 watches is only a few thousand. When our production capacity is increased, won't we be able to sell more than 200,000 smartwatches a month? Mo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help looking at Shang Huainan with some heat. This Xingsha smartwatch has produced such a strong crushing effect after a small trial, making Mo a first-class guest of honor in Yuzhou's electronics industry. If it continues, it will be great. At the current wholesale price given to distributors, due to the cost reduction brought by large-scale production, Xingsha Electronics has a profit of about 40 yuan per piece, which means that with the sales volume of 10 watches, there will be a profit of 4 million in a month. 4 million! In Mo's view, it is an astronomical figure, which means that the electronics factory can quickly turn losses into profits, and after paying off the debts, it can also set aside part of the funds for industrial upgrading and equipment renewal. This was never thought of in the past. Shang Huainan shook his head and said, "This business will not last long. It can only prosper for 2 or 3 years at most, or even shorter, only 1 or 2 years. Why? Mo was a little confused. You've heard a story, right? A Jew went to America to work in the financial industry, and one after another there will be a group of Jews who will become bosses in various industries. An Indian went to America to work as a senior executive in a large company, and one after another there will be a group of Indians who will occupy most of the positions in the company as workers, and a Chinese went to America to open a barbershop, and one after another there will be a group of Chinese who will open barbershops in America." Shang Huainan took a sip of water. He continued, "What does this show? It shows that the Chinese are the easiest and best at turning something into a bargain. If we stop moving forward, then this thing will inevitably drag down our electronics factory. Mo really understood it now, and nodded repeatedly. Then what are we going to do in the future? Sheng Huainan said, we can't do it for a long time, but we can do it for 2 years. After 2 years, this product may be everywhere, or a large factory will personally come out to suppress this product. It is not wise to involve our energy here. The best way to handle this product is to wait half a year and find someone to take over. We can get the money and then make other products with greater potential. Mo couldn't help but look at Sheng Huainan in shock. The first product was so successful, but he was willing to transfer it directly at its peak. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can do. Huainan, here, today is the weekly family banquet. It's a rare coincidence that the whole family is gathered together. Your family hasn't had a formal dinner together like this for many years. The next morning, Sheng Huainan appeared in front of the single-family villa wearing a pair of jeans and a simple light blue shirt. Speaking on the side was Lu Yutong, the administrative assistant of his cheap father Sheng Ziren, a middle-aged man with a tolerant face. He seemed to have completely forgotten the dirty things Sheng Huainan had done, just as if it had never happened, standing respectfully in front of the door with a smile on his face. Sheng Huainan touched his nose awkwardly. In his memory, his predecessor had never participated in this so-called family banquet, let alone coincidence. Living in this small chaebol family, not keen on money and power, and not wanting to get close to the power center Sheng Ziren, is it possible? The only possibility is that he used to be the marginalized person who was insignificant in the family. Today, being suddenly invited to attend this family banquet is a rather interesting thing. Yes, Dad is busy with work, so we should get together more often when we have time. Sheng Huainan looked around at the unfamiliar environment and said lightly, Sheng Ziren's villa is a self-built private mansion less than 15 minutes away from Guanyin Pedestrian Street. Of course, this is not comparable to the self-built houses in the countryside. As one of the most prominent entrepreneurs in Yuzhou, Sheng Ziren took hundreds of acres of land near the lake from the Yuzhou government at a low price, which is about the same size as a university campus. In the core area of northern Yuzhou, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an emperor. Next to the exaggerated gate, which is about 8 meters high, the high walls stand tall and the eaves are high. It is a very rare Song-style building complex on the market, reflecting the owner's superb aesthetic vision. There are more than a dozen security guards wearing black suits and black sunglasses standing guard at the door. Apart from other things, the sense of ceremony at the door is definitely a good thing. When guests come, the success rate of doing business can be raised several levels out of thin air. Lu Yutong glanced at Sheng Huainan in surprise. In his impression, Sheng Huainan was a childish guy who was easily excited. Sheng Ziren rarely met him, usually they would meet him privately outside, and they would often end up arguing. Like today, he thought Sheng Huainan would say something sour, saying that they only thought of him after their electronics factory was done, but he didn't expect him to speak softly. Sure enough, father and son are father and son, and old Shang always knows something. He walked into the mansion with Lu Yutong and came to a restaurant of nearly 60 square meters. There was a middle-aged couple in formal clothes and a young woman in fashionable clothes surrounding an old woman, asking about their well-being. On the surface, they were quite harmonious. They only glanced at Sheng Huainan casually when he entered the door. Except for a little surprise, everyone's eyes were extremely arrogant. Later, they treated him as heir and didn't even look at Sheng Huainan. In their opinion, this person didn't seem to be a threat at all, nor did he have any value. These people are Sheng Ziren's eldest son and his wife, eldest daughter and current first wife. He has lived in Yuzhou for so long in the future, so he naturally knows the famous Tongchuang real estate. I'm going to stab you. Why are you pretending? You didn't expect that more than 10 years later, Tongchuan Group would go bankrupt because of the failure of its strategy in the automotive industry and the uncertainty of its investment rhythm in the real estate industry. Although it will be better than being a beggar in the future, it will be like an ordinary person at most. Sheng Huainan had read an article about the ups and downs of Tongchuan Group in his previous life, so he naturally knew the subsequent ending of Tongchuan Group. He made malicious speculations with an expressionless face. I saw him build a red building, I saw him entertain guests, and I saw his building collapse. Sheng Ziren struggled for most of his life, from an ordinary motorcycle repair factory to the boss of a large group company. He was an inspirational example of a wind rising from the end of a green ripple, but his company could not survive for more than 2 generations. This fate trajectory makes people sigh. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to conquer the world, and it is even more difficult to keep the world. No one can stay at the top forever. Even if you can be prepared for danger in times of peace, you are surrounded by young people who are as ambitious, passionate, and eager as you. They study your strengths and weaknesses under a microscope and use you as a target. You say you can protect the world. Is it difficult? Shang Ziren is such a lone hero. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from the front door, and I saw an old man with gray hair wearing a neat and elegant suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his hair combed meticulously, and a slightly hunched figure. The first impression he gave was that of an ordinary old man, but his eyes looked like an eagle looking at a tiger and a wolf, giving people a cold temperament that would not tolerate any questioning or refutation. The person who came was the founder and chairman of Tongchuan Group, Shang Ziren. The service staff of the mansion on the side all stood still and bowed slightly as if they were facing a great enemy. Shang Ziren walked like the wind, with his hands behind his back. Several people who were extremely arrogant at the table just now greeted him with flattering smiles, and stood up to say hello. It can be seen that even if they are family members, they are afraid of the head of this family. From their slightly flattering eyes, the fear that is hidden deep in their bones cannot be hidden. Ziren, I've prepared your favorite dishes for you. They are all fresh seafood flown in from the Maldives today. I wonder if you like them. Shang Ziren's wife Lin Xiaohong smiled and took the suit jacket from Shang Ziren's hand, and gathered her hair to make her movements look more natural. Although Shang Huainan had the impression that the predecessor of this body had met Shang Ziren several times, he was still a little shocked when he saw the real person now. This old man's temperament was really not covered. 4 words emerged in his mind: domineering. Just looking at the temperament of this look, in ancient times, he was at least a generation of heroes. From a farmer's son, he started from scratch and developed into a regional chaebol ranked in the top 5 in Yuzhou with assets worth billions. He holds a certain right to speak and political influence in this region. How can he be a simple person? He also stood up silently, without the casual demeanor when he first entered the door, and nodded to Shang Ziren with the other Shang family members. It's rare that the whole family is here. Today Huaibei also returned to Yuzhou from the imperial capital for vacation. This is also the first time for Huainan to attend a family dinner. Everyone, please take a seat. Shang Ziren smiled. He sat down first, and then other family members glanced at Shang Huainan, who was sitting in the corner, and sat down one after another. The Shang family didn't have the habit of not talking while eating. After everyone sat down, they sat together and chatted with Shang Ziren. Shang Ziren sat down and took a sip of red wine. Shang Huaibei on the side said, "Dad, my work in Southeast Asia has become more formal recently. I have sorted out the government relations in Southeast Asia. Now Tongchuan Motorcycle can smoothly enter the large market of Vietnam." After saying that, he glanced at Shang Huainan on the side. He knew this brother, but he had never shown particularly strong competitiveness before. It was only recently that he had a wave of potential. Today, his father suddenly asked him to come to the family dinner, which made him suddenly nervous. "I heard that you bypassed Ruan Fui and went directly to Li Yuan." Shang Ziren took a sip of wine expressionlessly. "Ruan Fui has been talking in official language. I don't know when we can reach an agreement on cooperation. Maybe in the end, we can't reach an agreement at all." Shang Huaibei explained hurriedly on the side. "Asshole, how dare you make a decision in private? Don't you know that Nguyen Phuoc is the current boss of Vietnam? If you don't meet their interests, you will bypass him and find Li Yuan. Let's see how Nguyen Phuoc will trip up our business in the future." Shang Ziren suddenly jumped up and slammed the table and shouted at Shang Huaibei. The people at the scene were silent, and everyone else was silently eating the food on the table. "Do you think you are very smart? You, how old are you, but you are still so reckless? The motorcycle expansion strategy in Southeast Asia is the core strategy of our entire group. I gave you such an important task, but you made a mistake and you are complacent without knowing it. Huaibei, to be honest, I am very disappointed in you." Shang Huaibei was so scared that he didn't eat his meal at this time. He sat aside and was pale with fear. Shang Huainan looked at him and shook his head in his heart. In the outside world's impression, Shang Huaibei has always given people a kind image. In the later period, he also steered the broken ship of Tongchuan for a period of time, but he didn't expect that he would perform so poorly in front of Shang Ziren. According to his memory, Tongchuan Motorcycles made a stumbling progress in the Southeast Asian market, but the results were not very good. After providing low-priced and low-quality products for several years, Tongchuan Group quickly withdrew from the Southeast Asian market for unknown reasons. He did not get any inside information at the time, but now he knows this. More or less, it was related to what Shang Huaibei was doing now. However, Shang Huainan did not stop, but sat quietly at the table and watched them chatting. "Dad, there was news from Antai Real Estate Company, but they are hesitating. They have certain advantages in the construction and research and development of ordinary houses. Now they are just temporarily in trouble and have no plans to withdraw from the real estate industry. The woman sitting next to him was Shang Ziren's youngest daughter Shang Huaiqian, and she quickly answered, Huaishi, whether anti-real estate can be successfully acquired is the key to our own real estate industry in China. Regardless of whether anti-real estate is willing to give us its real estate team, whether we can successfully acquire anti in the next step, I will integrate this business into a company, and we will set up a real estate company that belongs to us in a few months. Yutong will serve as the president of this real estate, and you will be Yutong's deputy. 6-month probation period, annual salary of 300,000. After the probation period, if you meet my expectations, I will give you 5% incentive equity in Tongchuang Real Estate. After 2 years, I will give you another 5% equity if you can accept it. Accompany me to Yuanyang to look at the land in the next 2 days, and integrate and sort out the business of this new company first. Shang Ziren said casually while eating Arctic scallops slowly. How could Shang Huaishi not know the support in it? Even her brother Huaibei looked at her with sour eyes. Shang Ziren's words were a bit earth-shattering. Real estate business is an emerging industry that the whole of China is salivating over in this era. Basically everyone wants to get involved in this industry. Those with less capital can simply and crudely buy and speculate in real estate. In the future, a house will be equivalent to the profit of a listed company. They can directly play the ST Star operation to perfection. Do you think they are kidding? Those with more capital have more ways to play. They can invest in funds, conduct mergers and equity investments through large funds, or acquire residential or commercial land in the region at low cost through industrial aggregation, and earn high profits. There are more ways to operate in the gray space at the local level and the gray space at the financial group level. It can be said that those who are engaged in industry can use factories as a gimmick and use real estate to assist in making huge profits through collusion with local industries. Conventional methods achieve internal general ledger positive returns, feed back the shortcomings of insufficient manufacturing profits. You guys, don't always talk about work at the dinner table, this is so vulgar, eat food. Shang Huaibei and Shang Huaiqian's mothering happily picked up food for Shang Ziren. She was very dissatisfied with Shang Ziren bringing Shang Huainan in. If you put him outside, I can turn a blind eye and pretend not to know, but you Shang Ziren brought him in to attend the dinner in a dignified manner. Have you ever thought about giving me face? What does this mean? However, now that Shang Huaiqian can enter the newly formed real estate company, it makes her happy. The old man's heart is still with his family. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became lively again from the solemnity just now. For some reason, Shang Huaiqian suddenly smiled at Shang Huainan opposite. Why don't I know this young man sitting here very well, President Yutong? If you don't introduce him, it's your problem. The other Shang family members present laughed in different forms. Have I offended you? You are talking so much nonsense just for a meal. Shang Huainan had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. Now is the critical period for the next development plan of Shangsha Electronics. Before Shangsha can really gain a foothold, he still needs to pull the banner of Tongchuang, so he thought of coming here to deal with it today. But he didn't expect that his cheap sister would be so shameless. Yes, this is my negligence. This is Shang Huainan, and this is Shang Huaibei who is in charge of the motorcycle Southeast Asian business and Shang Huaiqian who is temporarily managing Anshin Food Company. Since Shang Ziren didn't explain, Lu Yutong just briefly introduced their respective simple situations. He knew that this group of people understood everything. They just looked at each other casually, and didn't have the idea of greeting each other. Shang Huaibei and the others were disdainful, and Shang Huainan didn't care. In fact, some of the rules of the rich are so simple and direct, focusing on core interests and demands, and there is not much human touch to talk about, not to mention the delicate relationship now. Now that Shang Ziren didn't speak, there was no need for others to do some simple superficial work. Huainan, Shangsha Electronics has been doing well recently. After about 5 minutes of silence at the table, Shang Ziren's voice came from the main seat. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the end seat at the long table. Suddenly, everyone looked at Shang Huainan. Shang Ziren has always given people a stern impression. In addition, he is a serious person who is strict with himself and others, so his family is a little afraid of him. Not to mention being praised by him, it's good enough not to be scolded by him. Today, Shang Huainan, as a marginal person, not only participated in the dinner, but was also praised rarely. The people around him couldn't believe their ears. This group of people didn't know much about the marginal Shangsha Electronics, so they were naturally very surprised. What's wrong with Shang Ziren? Is his brain convulsed? Shangsha Electronics was originally in a very poor operating condition. Unexpectedly, the monthly sales of Changsha smartwatches exceeded more than 100,000. I heard that the monthly sales reached 20 million. This is a beautiful turnaround, Shang Ziren said slowly. The people on the side couldn't help but be shocked. Changsha Electronics was a casual creation of Shang Ziren. He originally wanted to try the electronic information industry, but it has been losing money for several consecutive years. Last year, he was thinking about selling it. Unexpectedly, Shang Huainan could still come up with something out of this hellish start. This made Shang Huaibei and Shang Huaiqian, who had already looked down on Shang Huainan's low birth, couldn't help but change their expressions. Not bad. Shang Huainan smiled and nodded. You have a lot of opinions about me. Shang Ziren retracted his smile and glanced at him. How could that be? Dad. Shang Huainan unexpectedly stopped eating. Lying depends on your face, but the eyes are the windows to the soul. In fact, I could tell from your smile just now that you were faking it. Usually a real smile can only last for 2/3 to 3 seconds, while a fake smile lasts for a particularly long time. Because a fake smile has no real content to support it, he won't know when it will end. You are my son, and I know what you are thinking. Shang Ziren elegantly wiped his mouth with a wet towel handed over by the waiter, then threw it on the table casually, and said casually. The restaurant fell silent again. Everyone else had complicated and embarrassed expressions, pretending not to hear what Shang Ziren said. Although he didn't emphasize what he said, they knew the core purpose of this banquet, which was to formally include Shang Huainan in the family sequence and add him to the core list of family heirs. MD, what kind of luck did this illegitimate child have? He actually made Changsha Electronics profitable. All other family members fought at the same time. He, Shang Huaibei, and Shang Huaiqian, all three of them were given opportunities. Now he will sit on the sidelines and watch the fight to see who will stand out. Shang Huainan was shocked. He now knew why Shang Ziren could single-handedly accomplish the miracle of starting a life from scratch. This guy looks like he is playing a game of fighting Gu. He smiled and said nothing, without further arguing. He lowered his head and concentrated on the food on his plate. After dinner, come to my study. Shang Ziren reminded after a pause. Shang Huaibei and the others were really upset. Shang Ziren's study was his most important area. Generally speaking, even his family rarely entered. It was usually the place where he entertained various dignitaries. Shang Huainan, an illegitimate child, just because of him? Just by making a small achievement in an electronics factory, he was able to get Shang Ziren's special treatment. Is Shang Ziren's optimism so cheap? Okay. After dinner, Shang Huainan walked into Shang Ziren's study and saw his father wearing a pair of glasses and sitting there reading today's latest evening paper. None of Shang Huainan's predecessors in this body had been to this place. He looked around curiously, looked a few more times, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The study was not big, only about 20 square meters. But above a rosewood carved desk, there was a portrait of a gathering of people that was obviously old. The facial expressions of the people in the portrait were very detailed, and the clothes and shoes were done with just a few strokes, which had a unique charm. This should be an authentic painting. At least it was before the Ming dynasty. He used to think the Chinese-style decoration was expensive, but this rich man was serious, and the degree of luxury was beyond his imagination. This painting must be worth more than several million. This was in 2006 when ordinary workers only earned about 800 yuan. This is my yuan's Shi Yuan Yaji 2 from the Song dynasty. I bought it from a beautiful country merchant. This picture is divided into 4 sections. This is one of the sections, which depicts Mi Fu writing with his brush, and the literary friends standing or sitting, concentrating on watching. It feels good, right? Shang Ziren glanced over and said lightly. Not bad, not bad. Shang Huainan replied involuntarily. You have done a good job in Changsha Electronics recently. Mo reported to me. You are working hard there every day and you are paying attention to it. Shang Ziren said behind his back. Old Mo, I will ask you to eat fish tomorrow. Shang Huainan smiled. I am the actual controller of Changsha Electronics Factory. This factory is all my property. Of course I have to pay attention to it. You seem to be very optimistic about the electronics industry. This industry does not make much profit. Shang Ziren put down the newspaper with interest and looked back at him. The electronics industry in 2006 was in its infancy, and the upper ends of the profit chain were all in developed countries. Chinese companies could not have a piece of the cake. The profits of electronics factories were extremely low, and there was no subsequent huge trust giants with IT and chips as the core. In the eyes of old-school Chinese entrepreneurs, this thing is definitely not as real as mud lumps, building houses, and physical manufacturing. Of course, I believe that technology can change the world. The so-called artificial intelligence in the future will definitely trigger the third technological revolution of mankind. I am very confident about this, Sheng Huainan said with a smile. Artificial intelligence? Isn't that a fantasy of the science fiction world? I didn't expect that, Huainan. You also have a naive side. Shang Ziren smiled calmly. He obviously didn't believe it. In fact, even people in the future generations couldn't imagine that the artificial intelligence system ChatGPT divided human jobs into 1,016 occupations, and then broke down all the occupations into 19,265 specific tasks, and then broke down these tasks into 235,436 specific work activities. Finally, GPT will conduct systematic online deep learning on these work activities, marking them with 0 to 1, indicating that the working hours will not be reduced until the working hours will be reduced by at least half, and mark them out in different categories. Moreover, this is just a preliminary artificial intelligence, but it is the eve of the matrix. This will subvert the entire human society. Since Sheng Huainan was reborn into this world, he must be fully prepared before the third technological revolution comes. Sheng Ziren didn't know that Sheng Huainan was already daydreaming. He continued, "Now your work has become regular. If you need financing, you can always tell me. As a father, I can help here." So that's it. The old man knows that Shangsha Electronics is going to enter the telecommunications industry, so it will be hungry for funds. He now wants to infiltrate Shangsha Electronics again by swapping debt for equity. Sheng Huainan reacted. "Let me go back and review the factory's funds, then we'll talk." Sheng Huainan was ambivalent. "Well, talk to me when you've made up your mind." Sheng Ziren put away his smile and glanced at him lightly. He didn't want a curry favor like Sheng Huaibei and Sheng Huaiqian did. He wouldn't fall for that. He didn't say anything when Sheng Ziren kicked him to Shangsha Electronics before. Now Sheng Ziren sees that Shangsha Electronics has some hope, and he wants Shangsha Electronics to return to the organizational sequence of Tongchuan. That's a dream. If Sheng Ziren wants to manage a company well, one of the core directions is to expand the business matrix, especially the business matrix of sustainable profit points. Now that Shangsha Electronics is done, it is understandable that a qualified businessman should think about reintegrating it. However, this is not what Sheng Huainan wants. For Sheng Huainan, Tongchuan is full of factions. He has seen too many companies focusing on internal consumption in his previous life, which doesn't make much sense to him. "Mr. Shang, there is a landline call from Pengcheng." Mo walked into Sheng Huainan's office. The sudden call made Sheng Huainan a little confused. Although there are many suppliers in Pengcheng, they are not big. He knows that Mo has a sense of boundaries and will not push all calls to him. "Hello, I am the person in charge of Pengcheng Sanha Electronics. I want to talk to you about cooperation." The other party said straight to the point. "We should be competitors, right? What can we cooperate on?" Sheng Huainan thought about it and wanted to know who it was. The competitor of electronic watches is the most difficult one to beat. It's not that it's good, but that it's cheap enough. He didn't know that Sun Peng on the other side of the phone side. "This guy is so arrogant. Only geniuses have the capital to be so arrogant. No wonder he can rise so quickly in such a short time." However, Sun Peng still patiently replied, "Shangsha smartwatch is indeed a very good product, but as a peer, I have carefully studied your products, which are all commonly used in the supply chain. Except for the self-developed chips, there is nothing unique. Soon when competitors catch up, they will be quickly submerged in the red ocean of the market. Are you willing? Self-developed chip technology is my moat. I am confident that no competitor with enough weight will enter the market to compete with me within half a year." Sheng Huainan thought for a while and said, "This thing is very cleverly designed, with the basic framework design concept of chips and later generations. It is really not something that can be played casually." "Yes, but after half a year, you are just a small factory, still a small factory in the southwest, and most of your supply chain is still in the coastal areas. With your cost conditions, how can you play with us after half a year? I abide by the rules of the game. What about those who try their best to copy your products?" Sun Peng slowed down his speech after the phone call. He did not force him eagerly, but his words were full of temptation. "How I operate, does it have anything to do with you?" Obviously, Sheng Huainan was somewhat moved by him. He was a little hesitant at first. This smartwatch is a rooster that lays golden eggs. Even if it takes only half a year, he can make a lot of money. What's more, he may be able to make a considerable profit after half a year. Although this is a niche product, the output of this niche product is still quite stable. I have a sales channel that can achieve monthly sales of 300,000 yuan. I would like to use it to cooperate with you. Are you interested? Sun Peng said. Ha, you said 300,000, so 300,000? Shang Huainan thought he was a little funny. This market is too small. Now Shangsha Electronics has swallowed up most of the market share. It is difficult to increase by 10%. The next step is to wait until the market is saturated, and then it will directly decline. Even in 2022, the sales volume of adult smartwatches will be 1,718 million units. Even if calculated based on the current volume in Shangsha, it still has a considerable share. As you know, Huiqiangbai is the world's largest electronic product distribution center. We have certain channels to do business abroad. I will be your general agent. For every copy sold, you will make a net profit of 10%, and I can guarantee you a minimum of 300,000 copies a month. Let's sign a half-year contract first. You see, I am already very sincere in my cooperation. Sun Peng said sincerely on the phone. Adding 10% profit to the manufacturing cost is a very considerable figure in Sun Peng's view. In order to get orders, Foxconn often takes orders at a negative profit and then earns a meager profit by suppressing the payment of downstream suppliers and the government's tax rebate, as well as the secondary income generated by employees' commercial consumption within the park. This is the legendary white order in, red order out, relying on a fast turnover in quantity. In the manufacturing industry, especially in 2005, it is very good to get a profit of more than 10%. Shang Huainan, can you prepay the goods? You should know that my products are all paid before delivery. Sun Peng was stunned. Prepaying the goods is actually what he has always dreamed of, but the secondary agents below will not buy it. They all sell first and settle later. The money is drawn from the bottom layer by layer. If he wants to prepay the goods, it will be difficult for him to do it. He has to pay him first, and then wait for the dealers below to pay back at the end of the month. 300,000 copies a month, the payment for the goods alone will be almost tens of millions, which is really a death sentence. With these tens of millions, if he manages well, he may have a monthly income of 9 to 10 million in the next 6 months. After deducting the wages of employees, office rent and taxes, it is conservatively estimated that there will be a profit of about 10 million in half a year. In order to get more than 10 million in sight, he has to advance tens of millions every month. How can this business be done? The key is that he does not have that much money. I can't do this, mainly because the advance payment is too much. No channel dealer in this market dares to do this, the amount is too large. Sun Peng could not help but refuse with difficulty. There are some people in the market who can come up with tens of millions in cash for advance payment, but they will definitely not enter this niche market. Wouldn't it be more profitable to play with high-value assets such as mobile phones and white appliances? Why make such a small amount of money? How about this, do you want to take over my smartwatch business? I don't want much, 20 million, and the transaction will be carried out in a month. I can only accept the full payment, not installments. I can give you all the money. Some manufacturing process and chip source code are sold to you, and you can operate them yourself. If your sales channels are as powerful as you said, you can get your money back in half a year. What do you think? Shang Huainan saw him hesitate and knew what was going on. He didn't want to hold this product for too long. The key is that this thing can't generate high profits, that is, it will develop very slowly. It won't take long for a narrow niche product to be saturated, and it also wastes his time to accumulate capital, which is not worth the loss. In this world, money is endless. In exchange for a little money, upgrading the equipment of the electronics factory and recruiting a group of better quality employees is the kingly way. However, it is not easy to sell this kind of product technology. First of all, the channel dealers will not buy yours. They will only engage in the circulation of finished products, and they can't play with the heavy assets in the early stage. Secondly, the pure investment in the financial circle will not play. Now the electronics industry is not developed enough, and there is no private equity fund specializing in the electronics industry PE. Even if such a company is found, the negotiation time is too long, which is not what Shang Huainan wants. Finally, the only thing that can be considered is the peers, but this is a narrow niche product, and there are only a few peers. It is impossible to sell it at a very perfect premium. If you want to get in and out quickly, you must give a good price. Now that Sun Peng has come to the door, it will be natural to go with the flow. Sun Peng was stunned in front of the phone. He didn't expect Shang Huainan to sell the product directly. He wouldn't be willing to do that. He did the math in his mind. In his opinion, in the worst case, even if he didn't have such a complete channel system, it would not be difficult to sell 150,000 copies a month. If he took it and sold it through his own channels, he could get back 10 to 20% of the profit for each copy sold, which would be 1 million a month. This 20 million investment would be recovered in 1 year. This is not gross profit, but net profit. Almost instantly, Sun Peng felt a thrill of seizing an opportunity. He was so excited that he trembled a little. He asked Sheng Huainan anxiously on the phone, "Can it be cheaper? I can't afford so much money." Sheng Huainan knew that the deal was about to be concluded. He smiled and said, "It can't be cheaper. You have 3 days to consider it. I will release this news after 3 days. I have no shortage of time, and I may regret it. You are not the only one who wants to buy this product." Sun Peng, "Okay, Mr. Sheng is a straightforward person. I will contact you after I think about it." When Sheng Huainan hung up the phone, Mo looked at him as if he were a god and asked, 20 million? How many months? After Sun Peng made the call, it was almost half a month, and there was no response, but Sheng Huainan ignored it. Now his bait has been cast, and he is sure whether the fish will bite the hook or not. Therefore, at the same time, the second month's sales of Shangsha smartwatches came out. In 1 month, a product line can sell nearly 20 million. Not to mention Mo, even Sheng Huainan was stunned. Is this technology? Is this the power of knowledge? Mo excitedly counted the profits of the entire electronics factory. In 1 month, there is now a profit of nearly 2 million. Before Sheng Huainan came, the funds in the account of this factory had never exceeded 1 million. Everyone was living a miserable life, so how could they have such luxury? The cross-era product power can really burst out with a strong cohesion in this era of scarcity, bringing these netizens together. After using this product, they will also interact effectively and tap water. After using it eagerly, they still remember to come back and post a thank you. Sheng Huainan thought about it carefully. This is really a golden age when the channel of class advancement is open to ordinary people. Planting a seed casually will have the opportunity to grow into a towering tree. Mr. Sheng, you sold it for 20 million a little too cheap. This is definitely a rooster that lays golden eggs. It can't be sold. Sheng Huainan thought about it and said, "The main reason is that the manufacturing industry should not have so much money. I have my own confidence in the future development plan. This is not the era full of hot money in the future. Even the internet industry is not very developed, and information dissemination still relies on paper media. Those who do manufacturing are poor. It is normal for him not to buy it in the end. If he still doesn't buy it at such a cheap price, then he will continue to hold this asset and use the abundant cash flow to gradually expand the product matrix. This is not a big problem. It's actually really good to do it yourself." Mo suddenly came back to his senses and tried to persuade. If this electronics factory has this smartwatch, his life will be better in the future. If Sheng Huainan sells this product now and restarts his career to play with other things, such as real estate, then he will be miserable again? Yes. We must stop Sheng Huainan from behaving like a prodigal. Director? What are you thinking about? Sheng Huainan waved his finger in front of Mo's eyes. "Oh, sorry, Mr. Sheng, I was distracted." Mo sat up straight in a panic. "Ha ha." Sheng Huainan noticed his micro-expression. This old-timer, when he first came, was still chatting with him very casually. He knew that he hated second-hand smoke but dared to smoke in his office. Now, he is so respectful to him. This person is always so realistic in front of others. If the smartwatch is sold, these brothers in our factory. Mo hesitated and said frankly. Now the smartwatch products have not been sold yet, and the factory is still producing them. He thinks there is still room for recovery. Sheng Huainan did not answer. He turned on the computer and entered some university BBS forums to see the comments on Shangsha smartwatches. Although this product is about to be packaged and sold, it is Shangsha's first effort after all. The selling price is not very high, and the materials used are also very ordinary, but he does not want to make it like a copycat product with a very high rate of negative reviews. After all, this thing is bought more by students, and they must want to use the smartwatch for a longer time. Although Sheng Huainan is not a great philanthropist, he is also doing his best to raise the quality of this smartwatch to the highest level. Although the things he sells are cheap, the quality is not cheap. He does it not only for those students, but also for the Shangsha brand and his future product matrix. I didn't expect that although the smartwatch needs to be connected to a computer for data update and upload, it is not very convenient, but the quality of this smartwatch is really beyond reproach. I am impressed. Such a great product comes from a Chinese company. I am really impressed. Even the beautiful country with the sweet and free air does not have this kind of black technology. Yes, this smartwatch is a rubbish Chinese product at first glance. No matter how good its quality is, I won't even take a look at it. I am studying in the beautiful country now. I have heard that a company has come up with such a great product that can be used for sports, listening to music, and it is really awesome. I just bought an iWatch from Manhwa, an original beautiful Chinese product. Now I see, what kind of rubbish is this? The price is 10 times more expensive than this Shangsha smartwatch. It is simply incomparable. No, beautiful Chinese products are not as good as Chinese products? What are you kidding me? How can a noble American product be worse than a knockoff from China? You must know that China needs 100 million cheap shirts to make I can afford a beautiful big airplane from the United States, right? That is the pearl of the crown on the top of the industry. You, the dog from the United States, are good at licking. Are you still hiring? We are all classmates. Let's make money together. Is the crown a pomegranate? Why do I feel like there are so many pearls? It's not a pomegranate, it's a sunflower seed. It's grapes, full of them on the shelf. We have to wait for us to pick them. We can see that they are all fakes. Ha, you guys upstairs are so happy. With this smartwatch, I am the most handsome guy in the class, ha ha ha. Lu Sun once said that he would wear a Shangsha smartwatch on his left hand and a Shangsha smartwatch on his right hand. This is called the to-be-wearing method. To-be-wearing method. The upstairs is just a 9-hole fish. What is a 9-hole fish upstairs? In this era, especially the adults of this era, there is still prejudice against domestic products and Shangsha products. That kind of prejudice is caused by the contrast between the superior living conditions in foreign countries and the backward state of China, and it is also part of the psychological scars of a generation. Manhwa's products are high-end, and they should be more than 10 times more expensive than yours. If you say that your products worth hundreds of yuan are better than Manhwa's, it will make people feel ridiculous. In the eyes of some young people who like to show off, if you say that you bought a domestic product and say that this is the best smartwatch in the world, they will only say that you are dreaming. Therefore, this smart electronic watch from Shangsha will attract everyone's ridicule. Indeed, the texture of Shangsha's smartwatch is much worse than that of Manhwa, and the sound quality is far worse than that of large manufacturers. Moreover, due to the use of relatively general craftsmanship, the watch still has a strong sense of plastic on the basis of the high-end design. This is a fact that this product cannot face because of the cost compression and pursuit of cost-effectiveness. However, these smartwatches are not bought by young people with rich families. Instead, they have lowered the threshold a lot and are used by those children of ordinary people. After school, they can easily record their running status while listening to songs, and can also track the user's steps, walking distance, calorie consumption, exercise intensity, and sleep status. This feels so cool. Although this product is just electronic waste in the eyes of some rich people, what does it matter whether it is cheap or not? After Sun Peng calmed down, he thought carefully about his current situation. He felt that the price of 20 million was not expensive to buy the patent and design source files of Shangsha smartwatch. Indeed, after more than a year, there will be a copycat product, but a copycat is a copycat after all. He himself has repeatedly confirmed with the RD team that from a functional point of view, unless a large manufacturer personally takes action, it is actually very difficult to achieve the same product effect as Shangsha Electronics within a year. Time is money, and he can also get 20 million by himself. He is sure that there will be no competitors for this product within a year. Now he is betting that this product can maintain the corresponding market share within a year and a half. He thinks this kind of business with no loss can be done. So, Sun Peng continued to call the phone number left by Sheng Huainan last time. Sheng Huainan felt the vibration of the mobile phone in his pocket, took a look, and snapped his fingers. Here it comes. But he did not answer his call directly, but left it hanging there, ignoring it. Mo saw the word Sun Peng on it and asked curiously, Mr. Shang, isn't he the one we are waiting for? Why did you reject him when he came to you? Sheng Huainan smiled, with a bit of cunning on his face. This is not the end. If I agree to their request as soon as he said it, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? It will not be conducive to the transaction. Mo opened his eyes wide. Mr. Shang, do you mean to keep him hanging for a few more days? Yes. Sheng Huainan nodded and smiled. Now the market share of smartwatches in Shangsha is expanding rapidly. In this niche product, we are invincible. Let Sun Peng continue to suffer. The more they suffer, the better it will be for us. Mr. Shang, I'll listen to you. Mo's admiration for Sheng Huainan was no longer just admiration, so he made up his mind to obey him. Sun Peng was almost collapsing in anxiety. From 3 days ago to this morning, he made more than 20 calls to Sheng Huainan's mobile phone, and also called Mo of Shangsha Electronics Factory more than 10 times. Mo just said that Mr. Shang would call him when he was free, but all his requests fell on deaf ears. At this moment, Shangsha smartwatches have already become popular among young customers. It has completely exploded. Sales are gradually increasing, and his Sanha Electronics factory's electronic watches have received returns from channel dealers one after another. He predicts that in the third month, Shangsha Electronics sales will reach an astonishing 25 million, which basically exceeds the highest monthly sales peak of this niche product, and also indicates that basically all relevant potential customers will focus on Shangsha smartwatches. It can be said that for a long time, Shangsha smartwatches without competitors are the overlords in this field. This dimensionality reduction attack is really amazing. Sunpeng continues to receive feedback from major channel dealers. At present, it is basically certain that not only their products are unsaleable, but other brands of electronic watches, including foreign brands, including high-end brands from the Sun country and the United States, have experienced varying degrees of unsaleability, which has made his tight line a little looser. Now the backlog of goods is okay, and Sunpeng can tolerate not making a penny for a few months, but he cannot tolerate this income line being completely cut off. China's low-end electronic products are highly homogenized, and they can't squeeze in the high-end products like mobile phones. They can only make a living. If they allow Shangsha smartwatches to continue to impact them, in a few months at most, their Sanha electronic watches will be completely dead. The market is like a battlefield, and this battle is really dangerous. It seems that it is really a situation of life and death. It is easy for him to kill himself with Shangsha electronic watches, and the strength of his group is indeed incomparable to him. Once Shangsha Electronics has established its own level-by-level distribution network and stabilizes its sales share for a few months without raising prices, then he will have no power to turn the tide. Not only Sunpeng is anxious, but the other two partners with shares and even other developers are also anxious. We have to find a way to contact Sheng Huainan. Sunpeng smoked 5 cigarettes in a row and said to the people around him, his current sales network is not yet complete, and the factory is still in the southwest region. If he wants to make money, he will inevitably have to worry and worry. If we can get his complete product architecture of smartwatches, we still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we can only disband. Will Sheng Huainan change his mind and not want to sell to him anymore? A member of the group couldn't help asking. The whole audience fell silent. This situation was not impossible. From what I know, Sheng Huainan is the son of Sheng Ziren, the motorcycle king of Yuzhou. I have a friend who knows Sheng Ziren. Let him talk to Sheng Ziren when the time comes. Ko, another partner at the side, was a bit ruthless. He smacked his lips and suddenly remembered something and said. Hearing Ko's words, Sunpeng frowned. He is now independent. Let his old man suppress him. Will there be bad consequences? This kind of person is a young man. The old people in his family must be very strong. His old man is in the traditional industry and must not understand the electronics industry. With this promotion, maybe it will work. Now we are sitting here and waiting. It's not a good thing. There are channel dealers coming to return goods every day. After a while, our factory will collapse. If it doesn't work, let him taste the price of destroying other people's jobs and cut off his 2 hands. See if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Ko's teeth were clattering. Are you crazy? If you don't want to make money, then don't make money. He is a local boss in the southwest region. Do you want to put everyone in the police station and make them unable to get out for the next life? Sunpeng shouted good guy repeatedly. He felt his eyelids twitching wildly. This Ko has always been insidious and cunning. If he didn't have a strong underworld atmosphere and get along well with the channel dealers, he would be a complete street gangster with a bandit's aura. Ko saw that the other people around him were also looking at him in surprise, and he knew that these guys were not brave enough. However, he didn't want to appear too different, so he said, I was just talking in anger, but now this guy doesn't buy our account. We have to meet him and have a face-to-face talk with him, right? I think if this kid doesn't know what's good for him, we can also use coercion and inducement. It's okay to scare him, right? Maybe he is a delicate and tender young man, who looks very cruel, but once he meets in real life, he may admit his fear. Hearing what Ka said, the others nodded one after another. Coercion and inducement might be a good idea. As long as he can be found, he can be tempted first, and if that doesn't work, he can be coerced. Seeing that his job is about to be smashed to pieces, it's always okay to give it a try. Sunpeng nodded and agreed to Ko's suggestion. Ko immediately took out his newly bought Nokia phone and made a call. Old Wu, this is Ko. I have a favor to ask you. Do you know Shang Ziren from Yuzhou? Can we arrange a date to have dinner together? On the phone, a man whispered, I know this guy. We had dinner together last time. He is in the motorcycle business. However, we are just acquaintances. This matter is difficult to handle. Difficult means that it can be done, but it will cost a price. Cosette on the spot, old Wu, I promise you what you said last time. I know you have a strong relationship with Yujo. I believe you can do it. Just make a promise. I know a friend who has a batch of fresh foreign girls from Mulan in Eastern Europe. Do you want them? As long as you open your mouth, I will ask someone to send some to you later. Well, okay. The other party hesitated for a moment and agreed fiercely, wait for me for 2 days and give you news. After hanging up the phone, Ke looked annoyed, these Quank are too well informed. It seems that this grandson also knows that we are in trouble. Sun Ping nodded and said in a calm tone, let's see the situation first. The three of us have shares, so we can share them equally according to the proportion of shares. At first, he wanted to bargain with Shang Huainan, but now Shang Huainan no longer paid attention to him. He only asked Shang Huainan to give him a way out. As for the price, he was also prepared for Shang Huainan to raise the price. He and his three partners agreed that as long as the total price was not higher than 25 million, they would buy in. If the price was higher than 25 million, they would just beg for it. There are so many businesses in the world and money can never be earned. There is no need to spend too much energy on a niche product. Interesting, Shang Huainan is interesting. Shang Ziren put down the phone in his hand and muttered to himself. Mr. Shang, is there any situation in Huainan? Lu Yutong, who was standing by, heard Shang Ziren finish the call and handed over a cup of freshly brewed coffee with a smile. Shang Ziren likes to drink a cup of freshly ground coffee after breakfast. The coffee beans he uses are relatively uncommon. They are from Manizales, a small town in Colombia. They are large light green beans with a unique heavy flavor. Moreover, he doesn't like other people to grind coffee, he only likes the coffee that Lu Yutong grinds has a slight burnt smell, which is also a very important reason why Lu Yutong has been his assistant for so long. This kid is not a worry at all. He wants to sell the smartwatch business in his factory. He said he wants to sell it for 20 million. Shang Ziren drank coffee lightly, but the smile on his mouth betrayed him. He was in a good mood today. 20 million. I remember that he made a small gadget, a smartwatch, which was sold in 2 months. He still made 20 million? Lu Yutong was shocked and seemed to be unbelieving. He couldn't help being shocked. This electronics factory has always been in a half-dead lost state. Shang Ziren kicked it to Shang Huainan like kicking garbage. Now suddenly he can turn waste into treasure. It's too surprising. Moreover, although Tongchuan Group now has an annual sales volume of 5 billion, the profit from external purchases is only more than 200 million. Even if some potential profits hidden in the financial statements are stripped out, it is at most more than 500 million, less than 600 million. If this merger is successful, Shang Huainan can earn more than 20 million in more than 2 months, and turn Shangsha Electronics from loss to profit. This is definitely a very remarkable thing. Back then, when Shang Ziren was his age, he was still an ordinary worker. It was difficult for him to even get a wife, let alone other things. Yes, a man from Pengcheng called and said he wanted to invite me to dinner. I thought it was this matter. Yutong, you should call that guy later and tell him that he is not young anymore. When he is free, I will help him find a few girls. He will understand what I mean. Shang Ziren put down his coffee cup, picked up a cigarette, lit it up by himself, and said slowly, I heard from Mo that the product seems to be quite profitable. Isn't it a pity to sell it like this? Lu Yutong said with some regret. He didn't expect Shang Ziren to agree with this small merger. Once restrictions are imposed, the value will increase. This is an iron law. Now the product is too niche, the threshold is low, and there is no monopoly basis. Moreover, it is at a high level, and the best way is to let it go. Before long, when the product enters a brutal price war, it will not make much money. It is not wise for them to take the trouble to maintain such a niche product. Shang Huainan, this kid is very smart. Shang Ziren took a puff of cigarette and exhaled lightly. Okay, Yutong will do it right away. Lu Yutong greeted Shang Ziren respectfully. Yutong, do you know what your weakness is? Shang Ziren put his hands in his trouser pockets, turned around and said to him. Yutong doesn't know. Lu Yutong replied. You are too real. People who see the essence in 1 second and people who can't see the essence of a thing in half a lifetime naturally have different destinies. Only smart people can survive to the end. This is a law that has not changed for 100 years. Shang Ziren patted Lu Yutong on the shoulder and walked out of the office. Interesting, you are helping me with a blind date across here. Shang Huainan put down the phone and thought thoughtfully. From what Lu Yutong relayed, he roughly knew what Shang Ziren meant. There was no threat, just a statement of meaning. You still can't completely get out of the control of the Shang family. This is what Shang Ziren meant. Shang Huainan had a more interesting blind date experience in his previous life, and he almost got married. A girl from Xizang province. It was okay at the beginning. It can be said that she was a perfect woman who was gentle, considerate, generous, and could do housework. But when it was almost time to get married, the dramatic scene came: 282,000 betrothal gifts, 32,000 hardware, 49,000 clothes, 9,200 matchmaker, 9,000 meeting gifts, and more than 10,000 for the woman's relatives. All in all, it was almost 400,000. This is no longer something that a betrothal assassin can describe. This is simply robbery in broad daylight. He had no choice but to retreat in a hurry, leaving this girl from Xizang province to his cousin in Xizang to protect. Now that he has been reborn, he can't get rid of the fate of a blind date. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Let's get back to the point. He also knew that it was time to make a deal with that Sun Pang. He took the initiative to call Sun Pang, who was holding a bottle of 1982 Sprite, oh no, it was 2006 Sprite, and was irritably pouring it down his throat with Nanning Laoyufen. They were a bunch of night owls, usually living on the beautiful country time. The reason why he got up early today was because he was irritable and had been waiting for Shang Huainan's message. The sudden vibration of the mobile phone startled Sun Pang, and when he opened it, he immediately felt that the Sprite in his hand was not fragrant. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Hello, I'm Sun Pang." Shang Huainan said calmly, "Mr. Sun, how have you considered this merger?" "Sorry, I went to Shanghai on a business trip these days and left my phone at home." His idea was very simple. He couldn't let the other party mistakenly think that he was very eager to trade. This would not be conducive to the quotation and avoid some future troubles after the transaction. Finding a girlfriend requires strategy and playing hard to get. A merger with a target of tens of millions is not as simple as playing house. When Sun Pang heard this, he didn't think much about it. It was normal for each to rely on his own ability in business. "Let's see if we can meet. Let's meet in Hanshui City, which is the midpoint between Yuzhou and Pengcheng. What do you think?" Sun Pang asked cautiously. He seemed too weak to negotiate in Yuzhou, and it was obvious that Shang Huainan was not willing to come to Pengcheng. Moreover, he didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that Shang Huainan would cheat him by relying on the local snake. In this transaction, Shang Huainan brought an unexpected hit product, and he brought the entire fortune of several partners, so he was more worried about problems than Shang Huainan. Shang Huainan also wanted to make a quick decision so that he could invest resources in the next project, so he agreed to Sun Pang's request. When Sun Pang and his partners came to an agreed coffee shop in Hanshui City, they recognized Shang Huainan at first sight. The reason was simple. Although there were many people in the rest area, only Shang Huainan's clothes did not look like a working person. How to say it, he did not have the busy feeling of a working person, but a very special temperament. "Hello, I'm Da Pang, Sun Pang." Sun Pang sat opposite Shang Huainan and stretched out his hand. Shang Huainan nodded, shook hands with him, looked at the man next to him, and asked curiously, "What's your name?" The man also stretched out his hand. "Hello, my name is Ko, and I'm Sun Pang's partner." Shang Huainan also shook hands with him, and then handed the computer to Sun Pang. "Take a look, the official version of the design drawings and source files are all in it, and there is also a formal cooperation contract here. I can send you a copy later, and you can ask your legal department to take a look." The so-called source file is the design base map, which is the core content of the smartwatch. If there is no such thing, it will take at least 1 to 2 years to crack the copycat version, and the product will not be as good as the original. Sun Pang took the computer handed over by Shang Huainan, thinking to himself, if only he had the ability to teleport. After all, this is 20 million. But it's just a thought. Soon, Sun Pang roughly looked at the design drawings and source files. Shang Huainan was very cunning and only let him look at them for less than 10 minutes, not letting him read the whole content, and then asked, "How is it? Is it okay?" Although he only looked at a little, Sun Pang was a technical person after all, and knew that this thing would not be fake, but the design drawings were very complicated, and once there was something beyond his ability, it would be difficult to understand without learning, so he could be said to have gained nothing in 10 minutes. "No problem." Sun Pang nodded, and when he returned the computer, his nervous hands were shaking a little. Although there was no problem with the source files, he was still worried that Shang Huainan would go back on his word. This merger and acquisition case has cost them a lot of time and energy. If these things fail, they will become sunk costs. Therefore, psychologically, they must want to close this big deal urgently. This is also the core reason why Shang Huainan is like a scumbag, teasing their appetites. "I just want you to not be able to afford to lose." Shang Huainan saw his worries and smiled slightly. I am a real person. Since I agree to this merger and acquisition case, I will not touch the field of smartwatches again, nor will I release iterative products, but I can't guarantee that I will follow up with other electronic products. So, I can't guarantee you anything else, but you can buy this high-performance electronic watch and operate and produce it with confidence. If I develop other electronic products in the future, I can consider cooperating with you. He inadvertently left a tail. Business is business, as long as it can make money, he is okay with multiple business models and can accept them. Really? Sun Peng's worries were alleviated to a great extent. Just considering that I have the ability to write code, but I may not be able to do better than you in operation and sales. Shang Huainan was unwilling to write an absolute blank check, so it's better to be a little more conservative. Okay. Sun Peng was no longer worried. We are all doing the same business. The scope of the electronics industry is very wide and diverse. Maybe we will meet again in other fields. I can't beat you in smartwatches, but if we can cooperate in the future, there must be other business opportunities. Sun Peng firmly believes that the current electronics industry is in the ascendant. It's just a small window. The space inside will be unimaginably large in the future. The next thing is much simpler. Shang Huainan took the laptop with him and didn't rush to give it to Sun Peng. Instead, he asked him to go to a nearby bank with him to fill out the transfer form. Sun Peng didn't say anything, and the two filled out the transfer form together. After filling out the transfer form, the two went to the counter together. Shang Huainan saw all the processing steps of the bank teller with his own eyes. 20 million is a huge transfer, which requires Sun Peng to make an appointment in advance. He said a few words to the counter. After a while, the branch president of the bank smiled and took the two to the VIP room. In order to complete the transaction quickly, the two agreed in advance to only conduct transactions within the bank. After about 15 minutes, the bill was printed out. Sun Peng and Co had a brief exchange and signed it. He did not give it to the teller immediately, but let Shang Huainan take a look first, and then handed it to the bank branch president standing next to him. Then the other party gave him another voucher. After a while, 20 million finally arrived in his account. Okay, the dust has settled. Shang Huainan was relieved. There was still a huge psychological difference between getting 20 million and not getting it, but he didn't show anything on his face. He was in his 30s, but he still had some maturity and sophistication. Sun Peng himself was different. His face turned pale, as if everything had been drained away. Although he knew that Shang Huainan would not lie to him, this was still the wealth of the two people. 20 million, not 2,000 yuan. He didn't have much liquidity, but he went all in and mortgaged several houses in Pengcheng. Looking at Shang Huainan again, his face was calm and composed. This kid is not an ordinary person. Sun Peng defined Shang Huainan in front of him. Oh, director, I'll give you a drawing. You study it first. Also, we need to recruit troops immediately. You have to give me a plan tomorrow. Shang Huainan's love association sequelae of supermemory came back again. He rubbed his head, picked up the coat on the chair, and walked out of the factory. Okay. Mo responded immediately, but then he seemed to realize something. What, there are new drawings? Hey, what is this? Mo's face was full of shock. Mo couldn't help but be shocked. These densely packed, almost 10 drawings in total, all point to a familiar but unfamiliar variety MP4. Is this thing an MP4? This design drawing is a modified tablet that Shang Huainan made according to the tablet computer in his memory that conforms to the current reality technology, and at the same time combined with the later Xiaomi tablet to make a corresponding screen appearance design of the large version of MP4. Boss Shang wants to make this thing? Is this an MP4? My goodness, is this going to dig up the ancestral grave of Shangsha Electronics? Mo couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. In 2005, only large companies could make such large electronic products, such as the so-called China Cool Alliance, and the fighter jet among mobile phones, Bird. These giants are actually operating. Shangsha Electronics is not talented, and has made some small achievements, but Shang Huainan should not be so proud as to think that he can play with such high-end products. This thing doesn't look like an MP4 anymore. He looked out the door and saw that no one noticed this office, so he stood up and closed the office door. After doing this, he quickly took out his glasses from his shirt pocket and put them on his eyes to look carefully. 8-inch capacitive touchscreen, round aluminum body and only one physical button of the home button. I have never seen this thing before. Can this thing be called an MP4? Mo muttered the key points he thought of word by word. At first, he was a little indifferent and confused, but after seeing the end, his expression gradually became serious, and occasionally a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Then, in the accompanying explanation paper, he put on some densely packed reference data and formulas, as well as some data that looked like experiments. Mo's impatience disappeared, and his eyes lit up. This Ajin, oh no, Mr. Sheng is actually serious. The data means that what Sheng Huainan gave him was not a random doodle, but a real thing. Real data. I have searched the internet and my acquaintances, but I have never seen this style of MP4, which means that this thing is not copied. That is not. Mo took a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was staring at a draft and muttering to himself. His eyes slowly became serious, with a hint of burning and excitement. He had a feeling that the opportunity that belonged to him, Lao Mo, had come. It is said that a person has 7 chances in his life. Whether he is poor or rich, everyone has such an opportunity. These 7 opportunities are opportunities to change our destiny, once every 7 years. They start to appear after the age of 25, and there will be no chances after the age of 75. In these 7 opportunities in 50 years, the first one is not easy to catch because you are too young, and the last one does not need to be caught because you are too old. In this way, there are only 5 times left. 2 of these 5 times will be accidentally missed, so in fact, you only have 3 chances. Mo is 36 years old this year, and has passed the middle-aged threshold of 35. He originally thought that he was just like this. In addition, he met Sheng Huainan, who came to deal with the mess of Sha Electronics. He estimated that he could only go to the talent market to find another job in disgrace. But he didn't expect that the opportunity would come suddenly without paying attention. I don't believe that gold will always shine. As long as it is covered with a rag, gold will not shine. The opportunity has come, I must seize it firmly. Mo's mind was involuntarily wild, and his eyes were fixed on the general structural drawing in front of him. He is also a veteran who is very in-depth in the manufacturing industry, and he has also specialized in OEM. The manufacturing industry requires rigor, and his rigor in dealing with things is simply outrageous. But as he got to know more and more deeply, and browsed the following data, Mo's doubts were gradually dispelled. Years of work experience told him that Sheng Huainan's product manuscript is likely to achieve mass production of real products. After reading the product draft data, Mo's breathing became more and more rapid, and his eyes were faintly red. The product draft in his hand was like a hot potato. Sell this draft secretly to other companies? This way, he could get a lot of money. No. This draft obviously had a hidden trick, and some key data was not written on it. It doesn't matter whether the people in other companies recognize it or not. If Sheng Huainan finds out, his career will probably be over. No business company can. The company wants a business thief. Assist Sheng Huainan to start recruiting people formally? Seeing that he is about to show his ambitions, the people he wants to recruit are definitely not ordinary people. He, Mo, just has a little advantage. It is estimated that he will slowly fall behind in the competition and then be marginalized. What's more, Sheng Huainan may think that he is Mr. Sheng's man and kick him away. This choice really challenges human nature. How dare Sheng Huainan give him such an important manuscript? Mo muttered a few words in dissatisfaction. But after thinking about it, he still had no clue in his mind. Then Mo simply shook his head and didn't think about it. I think I, an old hand in the workplace, am actually crazy. Sheng Huainan, this young man, is too resourceful. Mo couldn't help but think about Sheng Huainan's random actions. He actually perfectly controlled this factory. This is simply an incredible thing. You know, the running in of any organization is a very long thing. Xiaolu, hurry up, contact the technical staff and administrative staff in the factory in my name, and hold an emergency meeting. He packed up the material Sheng Huainan handed to him, opened the door, and said to his assistant Lu Xing outside the door. Now. It was almost 5:30 now, and Lu Xing was thinking about how to date his girlfriend after get off work. They had already dated for the 3rd time, and they were thinking of finding a Western restaurant tonight for a romantic time, and then finding a quiet place for his girlfriend to eat bananas. Now they actually have to hold a meeting? WTF. But he didn't dare to say anything. It was difficult to do work recently. In Yuzhou, it was especially difficult to find a high-paying job, so he didn't dare to say anything. Yes. That's right. Now. Mo said decisively. He didn't want to wait for a minute now. He just wanted to see what preparations were needed for this thing to land. He wanted to be one of the leaders of this thing's landing. Lu Xing heard this, so he could only look for people from one department to another. After Lu Xing gathered everyone together, he found that Mo had been waiting for everyone to arrive in the conference room early. The conference room was unusually quiet, with only the sound of Mo's fingers turning over the draft. This product was so subversive and fascinating that he couldn't stop. This is a cross-era work. Once it succeeds, our Shanghai electronics will be famous throughout China. Imo muttered to himself, staring at the draft in front of him. Soon, colleagues from other departments came to the conference room one after another. The first look they had when they entered the conference room was undoubtedly the same, anxious with a hint of excitement. In Lu Xing's notice just now, they also learned the general situation. Shang Huainan actually wanted to make an MP4, and it was a black technology that was completely different from an ordinary MP4, the so-called tablet computer. However, some colleagues were still guiding and working in the workshop, so they naturally didn't come so quickly. Before everyone arrived, the meeting could not be held for the time being. So at this moment, a group of sweaty workers surrounded Mo tacitly, and the one in the middle was naturally the factory director Mo. Everyone else stretched their necks and looked at the manuscript in Mo's hand. Don't push. Don't push. I haven't finished watching it yet. Old Lu. You are so mean. You have been watching it for 5 minutes and you are still watching it. You are waiting for us. That's right, we haven't watched it yet. Mr. Shang is really awesome. This kind of genius idea is really not something that ordinary people can think of. Are there any MP4s of the same style abroad? I don't think I have seen any. The iPod made by Pinghua abroad is very similar, but it is better looking than the iPod. It is not of this style. Chinese products are better than foreign products. I really don't have enough brains. Suddenly, the people who came couldn't help but talk about it. At the same time, the colleague who had just occupied the seat seemed to have angered everyone and was given a cold shoulder by everyone. Bah! When I entered the industry, you were all in school. Do you know how to let the old seniors go? Old Lu was dissatisfied and couldn't help but stare with a hint of pride on his face. Seeing this, Lu Xing on the side was also greatly shocked. This group of people are the backbone of Shangsha, standard science and engineering straight men, basically. Unless you have better skills than me, I will not pay attention to you. And the reason for all this is because of Shang Huainan's stack of manuscripts. After everyone sat down, the first thing they did after sitting down was undoubtedly to stare at the big screen in front of the conference table intently. You know, this group of people rarely get together for meetings, and even if they do, they are more likely to be distracted or chat. Let them concentrate on the meeting and not slack off, then it's impossible. The large screen in front clearly showed the general plan of the tablet computer drawn by Shang Huainan. Incredible! Incredible! How does Mr. Shang's product work? Touch screen? This thing needs an embedded touch screen chip to control the screen. The chip design of the current products on the market is not perfect, resulting in insensitive operation. There are also too few mechanical buttons, volume buttons, brightness buttons, and how to type. I can't imagine that such a small screen can realize the description function. An old employee saw this general plan and muttered, "This thing is either too advanced and not recognized by consumers, resulting in failure, or it is catching up with the latest trend and becoming a hot product." Another old employee exclaimed. In his opinion, this design is very explosive and advanced. At first glance, it is a design plan led by an expert who is immersed in the design and development of electronic products, and there is at least a professional team behind it. Don't worry about so many design-related things for now. For this plan, Mr. Shang requires us to complete the design and manufacture of the prototype within 6 months and launch it on the market within 1 year. Today we have to break down the work to be done next, and recruit those who need to be recruited, make preliminary preparations for those who need to be prepared, and contact OEM manufacturers for those who need to be contacted. By the way, there is also Li Shen. Just like the last smartwatch, don't miss out on the patents that should be applied for. This is the moat of our company. Mo glanced at the people present and said in a deep voice. Hiss! Everyone present took a breath of cold air. Complete the design and manufacture of the prototype within 6 months. Complete the product launch within 1 year. This is simply to work hard as long as you don't die. Some people who understand the manufacturing process know that a product, even a simple product, requires a lot of initial testing, intermediate testing, and closed testing from the prototype to the final product launch. It takes at least a year. Now this design is not just as simple as assembly, but also involves a lot of research and development. Chips, this is not a simple small chip like the one in a smartwatch. This needs to be designed and tracked by someone, and a chip manufacturer. There is no one to work with companies like TSMC/Micron. The screen is a custom size, not a common product like smartwatches, which can be purchased directly from downstream manufacturers. Batteries require special custom batteries, which depend on the final internal integration plan to finalize its cooling plan and battery life plan. Where are the people? None of them. These are just big lumps, and there are also some small internal special parts, shells, etc. that need to be finalized with partners. This is a big project. Is it feasible for Shanghai Electronics, a small electronics factory that has only done some simple OEM and manufactured electronic watches? Don't be afraid of difficulties. There are things in this world that are not difficult to do. If it is easy to do, why did Mr. Sheng invite us here? In addition, now is an opportunity. To be honest, if Mr. Sheng is not doing the tablet computer that he is talking about now, do you think it is the turn of the people present here to do it? Think about it carefully, don't give the opportunity to be useless. Seeing the silent people, Mo's face was serious, and his sharp eyes looked around through his gold-rimmed glasses at the excited but hesitant people, and poured cold water on them. Since everyone has no objection, let's start arranging the work. I just listed a preliminary recruitment list. Gang, what kind of people do you want to recruit? You should make a list and supplement it. You must hand it over to me tomorrow morning. I will give it to Mr. Sheng for approval. We need to set up the framework. Xiong Taishao, you will be responsible for recruiting people. Those recruitment websites that should renew their leases, and those that should sign new contracts should sign new contracts. Mo arranged the relevant work in an orderly manner in a very short time. There was some minor commotion and whispering at the scene, but it soon died down. Mo looked at the reactions of the crowd and nodded. He and the people present knew that Shanghai Electronics was about to undergo a round of reshuffle. To make tablet computers, this group of people was definitely not enough. They would gradually leave the main body of the factory and set up a new R&D center. In this process, some people would inevitably be reused, and some would gradually be marginalized, and eventually the transformation of the entire enterprise would be completed. As for who would make further progress and who would be eliminated, After throwing the blueprint to Mo, Sheng Huainan drove out to Cyber Plaza in the slope area. This car is the new Audi A6 purchased by the Shanghai Electronics factory. His boss has made a lot of money, so he naturally needs a decent car to show off, otherwise he will be despised by the channel dealers who come to visit the factory. What's the point of talking? Sheng Huainan had thought about it last night. He came here to buy some things and meet his mother in this life. Do you have any money? I can make it back if I play again. For some reason, the last conversation between his mother in his previous life and his father appeared in his mind from time to time. After a look full of despair, he never sought his mother again in this life. Hey! Do you want to go find her? Sheng Huainan's old problem came back, and his mind was diverging involuntarily. Forget it first. He laughed out loud and shook his head. Regardless of whether this person exists in this world, the key to the problem is, with what identity should he face her? He had been reborn in this world for nearly a few months. What he saw and thought every day continued to accumulate. Sheng Huainan had countless things that needed to be vented. He didn't dare to go to KTV to sing. He was afraid that the more he sang, the more he would miss some people and things in his previous life. He didn't dare to hit anyone. His father in the previous world died of excessive drinking in 2003. Regardless of whether this world was related to the previous world, it was already 2005. He had no place to spend money. Yuzhou was a big city in the west, and there was no shortage of places for feasting and drinking. But he was an ordinary worker in his previous life, a marginal person in this city, and was not familiar with these. Moreover, 2006 was the time when some things that were not presentable were the most rampant, and it was basically a place of right and wrong. He was especially afraid that he could not help drinking in the bar, saying something drunk, and feeling something wrong. Impulse is the devil. People in their 30s always understand this sentence more deeply than those in their 20s. Mo once asked him why he didn't change to the latest mobile phone or why he didn't buy an IBM laptop to play with. Sheng Huainan just smiled and didn't express his opinion. There was no way. From his perspective, the configuration of mobile phones and computers in 2005 did not arouse his desire to spend money. However, after walking around Cyber Square, he saw a Motorola E680G color screen mobile phone that had just been launched. The E680G color screen mobile phone is a smartphone that is more female-oriented and mainly used for gaming. It is quite comprehensive in terms of functions and has a reasonable price. The display screen is still relatively wide in 2006, and it is relatively simple to operate, which is suitable for female use. He pointed at the phone and asked, "How much is this?" The teller came over immediately and said, "Hello, sir, this phone is our best-selling product. I wonder if you are buying it for your girlfriend. This phone is a very good gift. It has two popular styles, Ice Pink and Moon Red. The price of this basic model is 3,600 yuan. If you purchase a higher memory configuration, you can buy it for more than 4,000 yuan. Shang Huainan looked over in surprise. This girl seemed to have good sales ability. He didn't say anything, picked up the phone and played with it casually. The mobile phones of this era were relatively small, less than half the size of his palm, and looked very pocket-sized. Then he pointed to another small laptop computer next to him, the ThinkPad T60P, and asked, "How much is this?" "This laptop is 21,300 yuan in stock. Do you have it in stock?" "We have both, sir." Shang Huainan fiddled with it, click on the keyboard, as if trying to find a feel. Then he took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. "This month's red phone and this black laptop. Give me the stock, and issue the invoice." Since the first day of the teller's sales job, he has never met such a generous customer. He didn't even talk about the price. Just one word, generous. This customer has a delicate and gentle appearance. He looks, well, very beautiful. Yes, that's beautiful. He doesn't talk much and is straightforward. At first glance, he is a rich young man. After she skillfully issued the invoice, she set up the initial programs on the computer and mobile phone, packed them in a packaging bag, and handed her business card to Shang Huainan, blinking one eye mischievously. "Handsome, come find me when you come next time. My name is Zhang Li." Shang Huainan laughed dumbly. It seems that money is indeed a good thing. After getting in the car, Shang Huainan, who had spent money, felt better. After driving for more than an hour, he arrived in front of a low staircase house. His mother lived on the first floor of this building, a small two-bedroom apartment with a small courtyard. Shang Huainan, dressed in casual jeans holding a bouquet of carnations in one hand and a computer and mobile phone in the other, he walked towards his mother's house. In his previous life, he had a shallow relationship with his parents. In this life, he didn't want to live in a muddle. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, Shang Huainan hadn't visited his mother for nearly a year in his previous life before he traveled through time. This time, he naturally had to bring some gifts. This community was a bit messy. It was an old and dilapidated house that only the lowest-level civilians would live in. Shang Huainan frowned slightly and walked forward. After walking through a dark passage, he stopped in front of a painted wooden door from the 1990s. Dong dong dong, he knocked on the door gently. Only the slow footsteps of someone inside the door were heard. After a while, the door was opened with a squeak. "Ah, Huainan, why are you here? Why did you bring a gift?" Shang Huainan's mother was called Song Nan, a woman with a hint of crow's feet on her cheeks. Although her beauty had passed, she could still see her former charm. Beauty, really beauty. However, her first reaction was not surprise, but shock. It can be seen that Shang Zuran is not good to her, and her son Shang Huainan doesn't seem to like her either. "You are my mother, can't you buy a gift for your mother?" "Mom, don't you want me to come in?" Shang Huainan replied with a smile. "Oh, look at me, come in quickly." Song Nan hurriedly arranged for Shang Huainan to come in. Shang Huainan seemed to know Song Nan's temper from his memory, smiled and shook his head, took the gift, and then took out the laptop after entering the door. This stunned his mother at once. "What do I need this mobile phone and computer for? No one calls me, and there is no office demand. You take it back for me." Song Nan pronounced the words mobile phone and computer very clearly. She felt it was too extravagant and wasteful. In her opinion, she didn't have a job now, and she only went between home and the vegetable market. If the family needed a mobile phone, it was Shang Huainan who needed it, because the mother was worried about her son when he was thousands of miles away. With a mobile phone, she could find him at any time. "What's a cell phone or a computer?" "Mom, have you ever thought that I can not only help you buy better home appliances, but I can also afford a better house, a better car, and even more?" Shang Huainan felt a little kind in his heart, and he blurted out, "Are you Shang Huainan?" Song Nan suddenly stopped pouring tea and turned to look at him. "Are you Shang Huainan?" Song Nan suddenly stopped pouring tea and turned her head to say. She seemed to have an illusion, but she was not sure, but this feeling did turn up in an instant. Well, Shang Huainan couldn't help but freeze. Even if he traveled to this world, he still unconsciously maintained the habits of the previous world. Shang Zuran was a man and was busy with work, so naturally he couldn't find out his flaws. He, what I mean is that you haven't come to see me for a year. I thought you were afraid of my identity being embarrassed, and I didn't want to trouble you." Song Nan rolled her hair at this time and said thoughtfully. There are some things that she dare not and cannot think about. "Mom, do you think I'm the kind of man who will still entangle Luing?" Shang Huainan calmly changed the subject. The purpose of his coming here today has been achieved. There should be no one in this world who can find out that he traveled through time. He is now Song Nan's son. "Ah, Huainan, I don't mean that. I just want to say that the woman is the woman of the boss of Lianxing Group. Song Nan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah, I know what's going on. Shang Huainan thought about it and didn't say much. I heard that your factory is doing well, and Mom is very happy. Song Nan carefully placed the teacup on the table. It's okay. I made some money, and Dad asked me to attend the family dinner. That's great. You should learn more about business from your dad. Song Nan felt very happy, but stood very restrained in front of Shang Huainan. Okay, Mom, I will study hard. Yeah. Shang Huainan secretly glanced at his mother, feeling a little lost in his heart. It was not quite what he imagined. There was no sense of freedom and ease in the family, which made him feel too uncomfortable. He now felt like leaving immediately. This environment is really suffocating. The scene suddenly fell into silence. If you have time, you can come over more often. Although Mom was not with you when you were young, this is your home after all. Song Nan seemed to feel too unfamiliar with her son, and broke the silence by nagging on the side. I'll come here often. Mom, you're lonely living here. I'll bring you a puppy next time. How about a small Bichon Frise or Shiba Inu? Shang Huainan looked around at the clean environment and the old things. Something in his heart seemed to be plucked. A smile unconsciously covered Song Nan's face. Pang, she felt that she had not smiled as much as she did today in her life. It's okay, as long as you think it's okay. Russell Rowland once said that a person will die 3 times in his life. The first is the moment when the last breath is taken, which is determined from a biological point of view. The second is when the funeral is held, and your social identity will be completely erased from then on. Third, when the last person who remembers you dies and no one remembers you anymore, then you really disappear from this society. Song Nan used to be lonely, but now her son, her last relative in this world, can remember her and miss her. She thinks it's good. As for the doubts in her heart, some things are really not important. The next day, Mo worked all night and handed the list of employees to be recruited to Shang Huainan before 8 in the morning. Shang Huainan was also surprised that Mo's work efficiency was so high. Leading the role, not bad. He nodded to Mo with satisfaction. RD Center Manager, Hardware Development Engineer, Software Development Engineer, Supply Chain Procurement Manager, Battery Engineer, Die-Casting Mold Engineer, Hemming Engineer, Dimensional Engineer. Basically, most of the positions related to tablet computers are listed above, including 5 managers and 50 ordinary engineers. The recommended salary is, the monthly basic salary of ordinary employees is about 4,000 yuan, 14 salaries at the end of the year, and a few hundred yuan holiday allowance on holidays. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are paid according to the minimum amount. The bonus for project completion is calculated separately. Adding up everything, an ordinary engineer's annual comprehensive salary is about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and the comprehensive salary of the RD manager is about 120,000 yuan. This income is very high in Yuzhou. You know, in Yuzhou, the monthly income of ordinary people is basically around 2,000 yuan, and many of the bottom ones are even only more than 1,000 yuan. The recommended salary is even comparable to the income in coastal areas. No, at this level, only some famous companies have this salary. He is really willing to spend it. He thought about it and finally added 2 positions, ARM Embedded Operating System Construction Engineer and App Application Engineer. Then he crossed out 4,000 in salary and wrote 10,000. The RD manager was changed to RD director, and the comprehensive salary was raised to 500,000. At the same time, the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund were changed to be paid at the same proportion. The number of recruits was also modified. It was changed to recruit about 100 people. Moreover, Shang Huainan did not plan to set aside a part of the factory for this RD center, but asked Mo to find an office building on Guanyin Pedestrian Street and rent 2 floors for office work. Mo's scalp numbed when he saw it. The annual expenditure for these 100 people alone would reach more than 20 million a year. In other words, if this so-called new tablet computer cannot be developed within a year, their factory will be finished and go bankrupt. Moreover, thinking about his current annual income of less than 100,000, he felt a little unbalanced. Shang Huainan glanced at him with a smile. He knew that this guy had an idea in his mind. Director, if you have any opinions, please give me some suggestions. Well, no big opinions. Mo thought about it and shut up. No big objection or not, I know you have some opinions on salary. Let's talk about this. Before the mass production of tablet computers, this half year is a transition period. After half a year, we will re-sign the contract and readjust the salary. We will definitely give the corresponding salary matching to the talents who keep up with our pace. Shang Huainan was painting a big cake with a purpose. Mo's heart was restrained. Sheng Huainan probably started to adjust the manpower of the entire factory. He didn't say what to do with ordinary employees, so he naturally didn't care about the ideas of this group of people. To make tablet computers, it is not enough to rely on Shangsha factory alone. If you want to expand capacity, you will inevitably find those large manufacturers to do OEM, which will inevitably involve capacity transfer. The capacity of Shangsha factory is not that important. This means that this group of people is not important. Sheng Huainan's words are called painting cakes, but they are actually warnings. After he has received the packaged sales payment of more than 20 million smartwatches, the demand for Shangsha factory will be further reduced. Even if this group of people don't want it, it's no big deal to start a new stove. This group of people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to raise their salaries and eat from the same pot with the people in the RD center. That was a dream. How much money do ordinary workers in manufacturing plants make? Sheng Huainan's money is not blown by the wind. Of course, if this group of people can keep up with the pace of Shangsha's development, then it would be natural for him to give them priority development opportunities. Sure enough, qualified capitalists are the capitalists who can make money, and their blood is black. Mo couldn't help but think. Such salary packages were posted on recruitment websites one by one, and some small soft articles were published on Douyu.com and Tencent Pengcheng Station to attract traffic. Douyu.com also knew how to cooperate and linked up with Pengcheng. They thought this was a good opportunity to attract talents to Yuzhou, and wrote a very powerful article. No nonsense, Western electronic companies can also give high salaries, starting from 100,000 to high-end talents in the market. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's first reaction was, is this true? It can't be a lie, deliberately attracting everyone's attention. Less than a week after Shangsha Electronics posted the information, each position on the online recruitment website received no less than 100 resumes, and the number of resumes submitted is still rising. It seems that Shangsha Electronics' move has indeed attracted some talents. There is no other reason, everyone is here for this high salary. 2005 is not the future, there are a lot of jobs waiting for you to do with more than 100,000 yuan. Now this annual salary can buy a house in Yuzhou in full 3 or 4 years ago. Do you think it is high? According to the HR's analysis of the resumes received, most of these people are from coastal areas, and many of them have work experience in large mobile phone manufacturers. Not only that, this group of people are basically from Yuzhou and surrounding areas who work away from home. People in Yuzhou are still more home-loving, but the city does not provide corresponding income and positions, so naturally they can only drift away from their hometown. Although Yuzhou City is a populous city and a second-tier city in China, the industrial chain where the electronics industry is located has always been at the low end, and the salary level is generally not high. There are really not many companies that can offer a salary of 100,000 like Shangsha Electronics. If Sheng Huainan wants talents of the same level, it must provide a higher premium level to do so. Although there will be more opportunities in big cities, for many people, the money in front of them is more important. A man has gold under his knees, so what's wrong with withdrawing some cash now? The HR of Shangsha Electronics has also received consultation calls from job seekers. Is the 100,000 annual salary of Shangsha Electronics true, or is it just talk? I want to apply. I have sent my resume to your company's recruitment email. I wonder if your company has seen it. I have 5 years of front-end design and development experience. Can you give me an interview opportunity? Shangsha, there are only 2 HRs in the electronics department, and they are so busy all day long that Mo had to answer questions from some high-end job seekers in the end. Sheng Huainan didn't expect that he had so many choices. He thought that as a small company, he wouldn't receive many resumes. After he briefly learned about the specific resume collection situation, he said to Mo, most of these people are from coastal areas, so when we have time, we can go to the 3 cities of Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen for centralized interviews to reduce the interview costs of job seekers. At the same time, we can collect some resumes on site to see the situation. Mo nodded quickly. In the past, they would set up a booth in the talent market in Yuzhou to recruit people, or find an agency to recruit people and find ordinary workers. They had never played such a high-end recruitment. This is such a big show. It seems that this mobile phone must be made. While the talent recruitment was being prepared intensively, Sheng Huainan was pulled by Mo to the Libei business district to look at office buildings. This is the office building in the core area of our Jiabei business district, Metropolis. This place is the first choice for all consulates to settle in Yuzhou. The first floor of the office building introduced now has nearly 2,000 square meters. Now there are just 15th and 16th floors available, both of which have been renovated. If your company comes in, you only need to simply do some work on the floor and walls, add some office supplies, and then you can move into work. The agent on the side introduced it to the young man in front passionately. To rent 2 floors of office buildings at once, the commission alone can be tens of thousands. This is a big customer. Sheng Huainan originally wanted to choose an office building on Guanyin Pedestrian Street, but that place had just started to rise in 2006, and there were not many choices of 5A-class office buildings, so he could only go straight to the best business district in Yuzhou, Jibei Business District, to see if there are any suitable top-level office buildings here, and then finalize the rental price on the spot. In his impression, Jibei Business District has always been the most prosperous business district in Yuzhou. It was not until 10 years later that Guanyin Pedestrian Street and Jianbeizui Business District really emerged and began to prosper. Now it has not really become a retail business center. It looks okay. Sheng Huainan nodded, holding the railing with his hand and looking at the scenery outside the window. This office building is considered the best office building in the whole Yuzhou. The external environment interface and so on, it's not bad, with convenient transportation nearby and the first subway line number 1 that Yuzhou has started to build. But now people's shopping patterns are very simple. For low-end products, they go to various small markets and urban-rural junctions. For slightly better products, they go to department stores, where there are various stalls selling everything. For high-end products, they go to the few shopping malls such as Mimi Department Store in Metropolis in Jibei Business District, but there are not many. For better things, you can only go to big cities such as Daidu and Modu to buy them. Without the dazzling array of online shopping, there are indeed not many choices now, so Sheng Huainan can only try his best to configure a pretty good environment for his RD team. Looking down, when he saw a ground floor store of more than 100 square meters, which was tearfully selling off-season woolen trousers, Sheng Huainan laughed out loud. The words "last 3 days" were written on the huge white paper outside the door, which was very eye-catching. This was the Jibei Business District of Yuzhou in 2005, a place full of vitality but still relatively backward. I will build my own headquarters building in the future. I can only make do with it here as my headquarters. Sheng Huainan had such a thought. How much is the total rent for these 2 floors of office buildings? Sheng Huainan still had a lot of things to do today. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense and wanted to settle this matter immediately. The price of this office building is 06 yuan/day, which is 80,000 yuan a month and 960,000 yuan a year, sir. The agent took out a calculator and calculated it for Sheng Huainan. What a guy! In the future 23 years, there are a lot of 5A-level office buildings at 1 yuan/day. Of course, it is still a little worse than the price of 16 yuan/day of the Chinese Football Association. However, it is almost 20 years ago, and it actually costs 06 yuan/day. It's a robbery, this. Okay, you can talk to Mr. Mo later, and it will be roughly settled here. Sheng Huainan thought about it again and decided to settle it here in the end. Now that he has to spend 20 million yuan in research and development expenses a year, he doesn't care about the small money of 1 million. When running a business, you have to do big things. Office buildings are the facade of a company, and visible things must be handled with great care so that others will have the idea that the company is very prestigious at first glance. This sense of ritual is actually very important for a company to stabilize its employees and increase its attractiveness to external recruits. July 230, 2005. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Yongxin had just come from Lingshui Airport and squinted his eyes at the door in front of him. Is this the logo? He stopped in front of the main entrance of Shangsha Electronics Factory because there stood a huge silver-gray metal sculpture. It was a large object that was 10 meters high. The staff next to him said that according to Mr. Shang, this thing was called a spiritual fortress. It was an S English letter and an artistic B English letter. Oh, no, it was an E English letter. Together, it had the texture of a large foreign electronics company. When it glowed, it was almost the most conspicuous logo on the entire industrial avenue. In addition, there was a line of words under this spirit. Technology changes the future. Technology changes the future? Shi Yongxin laughed. What a big tone. From the meaning, this electronics company called Shangsha wanted to be a leader in technology. At this time, Mo, who was in the factory, came out and extended his hands. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Shi. Mr. Shang is waiting for you in the factory. Welcome to become a new member of Shangsha Electronics. Shi Yongxin smiled and commented to Mo, Shangsha Electronics is a company that is very eye-catching. Mo also nodded in agreement. Before the new year, there was no such logo. This thing was made by Shang Huainan against all odds. At that time, everyone thought it was worth spending money, and it was designed by him personally. But now, it suddenly has such a huge logo. This postmodern thing with a grey texture does look very high-end. It's full of technology. Sure, Yongxin was also thinking in his heart that anyone passing by outside would probably remember this simple and unique logo at once. In comparison, the logo in front of the RD center of a large factory in the southeast coast felt very low-end, which made him feel weird. This feeling was very contrasting. Our company's RD center is not here now, but in the Jiebei business district. However, the RD center is still under renovation and will not be completed until next month. You need to work in our factory for a month before you can move there to work. I can take you to see it, Mo said apologetically. After Shang Huainan decided on the location of the RD center last time, they started the decoration work without stopping. However, some work requires more time and procedures, so it has not been completed yet. However, Shang Huainan still gave them the order that the new RD center must be opened on September 1st, which made him very busy during this period. Sure, Yongxin is the vice president of the RD center of Kupai Mobile Phone. He heard the information that Shangsha Electronics was recruiting a person in charge of the RD center by chance. After knowing that the company that developed the smartwatch in Shangsha was recruiting a RD director, he took the initiative to contact Shangsha Electronics. So, after his 5th year of working at Kupai Mobile Phone, in order to achieve a leap in job responsibilities in class, he took the initiative to switch to this small company with certain risks, Shangsha Electronics. You know, in the talented China Cool Union, there are only a handful of people who can be the deputy RD director of one of them. He has achieved this position in the 5th year, which is enough to prove his talent and ability in this area. Although he was surprised by the amazing performance of Shangsha smartwatch, because the aesthetic appearance and imaginative functional design can actually fit and be realized now, but the combination of them into a new thinking of a hit product really shocked him, and this is also the core reason why he took the initiative to ask to come to Shangsha Electronics to accept new adjustments. Yes, there is a very talented product master in Shangsha Electronics. However, making computer-level products and making watches are two completely different products. Its complexity is much higher than that of watches, and the magnitude of RD investment is completely different. Although he knows that Shangsha has made a lot of money for Sanha Electronics by selling Shangsha smartwatches, he thinks that this is far from enough. What is the confidence of Shangsha Electronics? Is it Shang Ziren, the motorcycle king behind the equity of Shangsha Electronics? A person who plays with entities and engages in electronics, it is not that he looks down on Shang Ziren, but the profit of several hundred million every year. To put it bluntly, even if all of it is invested in the electronics industry, what can this little money do? Therefore, he was very hesitant now. Before he officially started working at Shangsha Electronics, he wanted to talk to Shang Huainan, the real boss of Shangsha Electronics, one last time. Ask Shang Huainan to give him a reason to go all in. Sorry, Mr. Shi, I've kept you waiting for a long time. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Shang Huainan, wearing a black sportswear and sneakers, came out apologetically. I've heard a lot about you. Shi Yongxin and Shang Huainan shook hands with a smile. It's hard to come all the way from Dongguan to Yuzhou. Director, have you found accommodation for Mr. Shi? Shang Huainan greeted Shi Yongxin on the side. It's arranged. Stay in Yuzhou Hotel for a month first, and then do it according to Mr. Shi's requirements later. Mo replied on the side. Well, okay. Shang Huainan nodded. Yuzhou Hotel is the most important place for Yuzhou to receive important guests. From this, it can be seen that Shang Huainan attaches great importance to it. This Yuzhou is not like Dongguan, there are so many entertainment activities, but Mr. Shi is here now, and he will definitely be able to do something. Shang Huainan looked at Shi Yongxin and said with a smile. I will fall in love with Yuzhou and find a pure Yuzhou girl in Yuzhou. Shi Yongxin replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. After everyone laughed and talked about some light-hearted topics, Shi Yongxin saw the opportunity and asked, I talked with Mr. Shang for a long time last time, and I benefited a lot. I just don't know what the idea is for the first real product of our Shangsha Electronics RD Center this time? Mo on the side looked at Shang Huainan, and after seeing Shang Huainan nodded, he took out a design drawing of a tablet computer. Shi Yongxin's eyes condensed slightly. He always thought that what Shangsha Electronics was going to make was an entry-level mobile phone. He also thought that it would be easy to build an entire industrial chain for Shangsha to independently develop a mobile phone. He didn't expect them to make such a big scene. It turned out that they had an idea. The thing turned out to be a large MP4. He didn't come here to make an MP4. Sure, Yangshin is a straight man of science and engineering, and his disappointed expression was revealed on his face. Mr. Sure, look carefully. This is not just an ordinary MP4. This product has a new functional structure arrangement and function design for MP4. This is a brand new product. We have conducted internal research. This product will be in no way inferior to the impact of smartwatches on the field of electronic watches. Mo, who was standing aside, still believed in Shang Huainan's magic and said confidently. Seeing that Shangsha Electronics was just a name for nothing and just wanted to make a simple MP4, Sure Yangshin was half disappointed. He had already given up hope of making a good achievement here. He thought about whether he should just work here for a week and then leave Yuzhou directly on the pretext of not adapting to the environment of Yuzhou. He didn't want to waste his youth on such a small factory. It seems that I have to go back to the southeast coastal area. I left the job hastily this time. A real man lives between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed for a long time under others? He should make a career. This was Sure Yangshin's thought just now. He was about to end the conversation with Shang Huainan, and he was also refreshed when he heard Mo say this. Ha! This product! Sure Yangshin suddenly exclaimed, and then saw some partial design schematics, and instantly a large area of dense data and formulas came into his eyes. Seeing these detailed basic data, it can be seen that this product has reached the point where it can be put into practice. The more he looked at it, the more interesting it felt. Self-designed UI interface, app, small mobile office platform, camera technology, content terminal concept, one after another new concepts are impacting his mind. He feels that without seeing more detailed basic data, he can make a great product at Kopai with these concepts. The core of the product is the concept. No matter how hard you try, you will be at a loss. What kind of black technology is this? It actually turns MP4 from a simple video and music playback platform into such an effect. What a genius idea! This means that Shangsha Electronics will provide a more explosive product after smartwatches. After realizing this, he stood up in an instant, with shock in his eyes. Mr. Shang, this. His hands were already shaking, and the idea of paddling and then leaving quickly was thrown out of his mind. This time, it's the right time to work for Mr. Shang. He couldn't help but yearn for it. Shangsha Electronics is not a large company like China Coal Union. He can only be a small screw in these large companies, but in Shangsha, he must have a lot of freedom. He even has the right to build part of the structure. Sure Yangshin knew that he almost made a big mistake. He was very concerned about the inherent impression and rigor of electronic products are certainly correct, but we can't rest on our laurels. The MP4 market has been mature for a long time now, and there are no new ideas and thoughts to guide the market. He can't think that this track can't be suddenly guided to a new field because of this. Now it seems that he is wrong. He looked at these materials and various planes and detailed drawings, and was shocked. It seems that there is definitely a product manager who is at the forefront of the times behind Shangsha. He can definitely lead Shangsha into a brand new field. It's just that I can't be in a leading position in research and development. A trace of pity flashed through his mind. But he suppressed this idea again. He knew that he was not a genius player. At most, he had his own unique insights in the field of electronics. It was still a long way to establish a school. It's simply amazing. I have been in the electronic technology industry for so many years, and I have never seen such a clever idea. Looking at the drawings that were basically just a matter of implementation, Sure Yangshin couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to react. This kind of product that can change the entire industry pattern can be shown to him, which means that Shang Huainan is sure not to let him go. What a thoughtful guy. Sure Yangshin looked at Shang Huainan, who was smiling at the side, and couldn't help but feel awe. With this thought, Sure Yangshin turned his gaze to Mo. Director, I think Shangsha hired me to start working immediately. We won't go to the hotel for the time being. Let's talk about our RD progress so that I can start to keep up with the pace. After saying this, Sure Yangshin slowly let out a breath in his heart. He was determined to stay in Shangsha Electronics and work hard. Although the general plan and some detailed drawings have been completed, this tablet computer is still a long way from being put into use. Sure Yangshin took a sip of water and continued. The tablet computer consists of two major parts, hardware and software. I have roughly estimated that the hardware of this thing mainly consists of the motherboard, touchscreen, display, battery, camera, speaker, microphone, vibration motor, antenna, button, shell, etc. The software currently has a system similar to Windows XP. The motherboard mainly has CPU, DDR, eMMC, PMU, WBGF module, 2G module, audio decoder, etc. These things need to be put into use one by one. There the coordination problem needs to be implemented by the RD team. Sure, Yongxin said in one breath what he felt after reading it. Shang Huainan nodded. This time, he felt that he had found the right person. He has the memory of the future, and has the rare hypermnesia in the world. He also likes to read. It can be said that many of the technologies of the future are engraved in his mind. He does not need a person who is in charge of the overall situation to come to Changsha. This will make the Changsha ship uncoordinated and out of place. What he needs is someone who can really implement his ideas. After all, although he has hypermnesia, he can only remember most of the details. Sometimes he may not remember very detailed things clearly. Moreover, he needs to think more about the future strategy of the Changsha ship. He will definitely not let others do these things. Very good. Mr. Sure. These related people are now recruiting one after another, and about 10 have been confirmed. You will meet your people tomorrow to see if they are handy. If they are not handy, you should tell me quickly. I dare to deny my own decisions. Moreover, there are still dozens of people who have not been decided yet. My idea is to wait until the RD director comes to decide directly. It is better to decide your people according to your ideas. Shang Huainan said lightly with a smile. Sure, Yongxin calmed down. What a guy. What a wolf-like company. Generally speaking, the bosses of companies are very superstitious about their own consciousness and their own success. Some are even obsessed with believing in the details of their lucky colors. The workers below can express their opinions, but if you ask them to listen to your ideas, that is a dream. Moreover, there are even more bosses who want to play the art of emperors and indulge in playing with factional divisions within the company, as if you can't control the power of the company without factional divisions. Shang Huainan is so young, and he dares to say such words when he comes in, which makes his heart full of blood. This kid has a big pattern, it's worth a try. It's nothing great to waste a year or two to try it out. Sure, Yongxin nodded quickly. Also, I am a person who rewards big rewards and big penalties. As long as you develop a prototype within 6 months and launch it within 9 months, I will give you a one-time bonus equal to 6 months' salary. I will keep my word. Shang Huainan threw a heavy bomb directly. Sure Yang's confidence sank, and he stood up excitedly. Let's do it! All the people in Changsha Electronics, whether they like it or not, have entered the stage of a do-or-die battle since the day Sure Yongxin joined the company. Especially Shang Huainan, he knows that the pressure on his shoulders is heavier than that of everyone else. Now, in addition to the more than 20 million yuan that has not been touched in the company's account, there are still 3 million yuan in profits, and tens of millions of suppliers have intercepted cash flow. After Shang Huainan sold the smartwatch, it is actually a very risky thing to directly launch a large project. If, within 9 months, no prototype is produced, and a fund company is found to start the round of investment in Changsha Electronics, a financing round, the basic product model has been run through, and capital is needed to continue to expand, and the general financing amount is 10 to 30 million yuan, then Changsha Electronics will basically be dead. As for asking Shang Zirin for money, return to the product matrix of Tongchuan Group and think about it. Then, the next day, Shang Huainan discussed the RD priority sequence of thousands of large and small parts, including software and hardware, with Sure Yongxin and Mo, and determined the most critical first-level control nodes, and asked Sure Yongxin to work out the second and third-level RD nodes within 3 days with the RD personnel who came one after another. Of course, some key parts still need him to get it done. After sorting out the first-level nodes, even Shang Huainan felt that 6 months was a bit tight. But it should be completed. In addition, they spent 3 weeks to sort out and list a list. All the things written on it are the parts that need to be purchased and determined from outside. The first is the negotiation with large OEM integrators, such as Fuji, which can play a role in expanding production capacity when the production capacity of the electronics factory is insufficient. The second is the production and manufacturing of various core electronic components such as motherboards, touchscreens, displays, batteries, CPUs, etc. These need to select suitable suppliers, which are impossible to make relying solely on the current Changsha factory. Professional matters should be handed over to professional companies. We are not in the era of anti-globalization yet. It is normal to carry out global procurement chain procurement now, and it is very safe for the time being. Finally, the most critical thing is to put the functions in advance. This requires the structure and reorganization of the relevant software modules, and the most important thing is to first fit the Win system, integrate into the ecology of the Win system, and then develop a new ecological closed loop. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Sure Yongxin has led the recruitment of more than 50 RD engineers and has completed the research and development of the detailed structures of nearly 300 related components. This is comparable to lightning speed. You know, to develop a new product, such as a TV, it is impossible to complete all the design work from drawings to prototypes without more than 1 or 2 years. This is still a relatively simple TV, and it is more complicated. All the tablet computers that have not been seen in 2005 are even more so. At this speed, even Shi Yongxin feels incredible. And this is closely related to Sheng Huainan's full effort in working overtime with the RD team. Early that morning, Sheng Huainan just woke up from the office and the door happened to be knocked. "Come in. Next time, ask the administration department to replace a leather sofa for me. Men don't like to use things that are too hard." He got up from the hard wooden sofa, stretched his sore body and thought. Mo came in with a pot of lean meat porridge and a pile of pickled vegetables. "Mr. Sheng is awake, so it's time to eat something first." He put the lean meat porridge and pickled vegetables in front of Shi Yongxin. Sheng Huainan simply washed up and came to the table. In less than a minute, he finished the pickled vegetables with the lean meat porridge, then lowered his head and picked up the computer to start working. Time is tight. He now sleeps less than 5 hours a day, just to save every minute. Mo looked at his hard work and shook his head helplessly. This is too hard. This is no longer the 996 that Sheng Huainan mentioned. This is simply 007. No, it's harder than 007. "Mr. Sheng, I have something to tell you." Hearing his words, Sheng Huainan said without raising his head, "Lao Mo, you are the company's logistics captain, just say whatever you want to say. I am not the kind of person who can't tolerate others." Last week, when the news of our sale of the smartwatch business to Sanhai Electronics spread after leaving, although our factory still has some OEM business, our partners are no longer honest. They have begun to force us to pay. I calculated that there are about 6 million yuan of money that are being pressed, more than 3 million yuan of money that have been urged, and only more than 1 million yuan of money that have not been urged. Now the only cash flow in our factory is some of the previous OEM business, but these businesses do not make much money and cannot generate cash flow. After saying that, Mo stopped talking. Sheng Huainan understood everything as soon as he heard it, and he was holding back a surge of anger in his heart. What cash flow is tight now? The company needs to survive. These are all excuses. These partners will not talk too much about feelings with you. Now that the most important products of Shangsha Electronics have been stripped out and sold, Shangsha is naturally not that important in the eyes of these partners. Although the news of Shangsha recruiting troops has spread, but your products are not out now, and the next batch of partners may not be me. Why should I drag my money back and not get it back, and make wedding clothes for others? Very realistic things. In addition, these actions and preparations have the shadows of some potential and existing competitors, either explicitly or implicitly. Seeing that he is just a young man with a shallow foundation in the field of electronics, bullying him for being a rookie, seeing the potential of Shangsha Electronics, strangling it in the cradle, and besieging himself is a normal thing. Good. He accepted all the challenges. The competitors of this tablet computer will definitely not be ordinary MP4s, but will definitely be some of the smartphones and laptop manufacturers that have already been launched. These big manufacturers have money and people, and their size and connections will far exceed Shangsha Electronics. Shangsha Electronics is just a third-rate local factory in a remote corner. Its control over funds and resources must be much weaker in comparison, and there is no way to deal with such things. But Sheng Huainan remembers grudges. If they want to play like this today and don't give Shangsha Electronics a way out, then he will not be polite in the future. There is another thing. Mo's face suddenly looked a little strange. What is it? Sheng Huainan asked curiously. There is one more thing. Mo hesitated for a moment and said, Ichin from Lianxing Group is here, and he brought his assistant with him. Although the past between Sheng Huainan and Luing has been circulating in private for a long time, it is a taboo in public. Who would always poke at the boss's old scars for no reason? Are they tired of living? Don't hit people in the face. This Lianxing man came and put Sheng Huainan in jail before. This is not as simple as slapping in the face, it is simply rubbing Sheng Huainan's face on the ground. Sheng Huainan frowned slightly when he heard it. If he remembered correctly, this Ichin was the second in command of Lianxing Group and the brother of the boss Lianfa. They clearly knew about the incident that day, but they still came here blatantly. What does it mean? What is the other party doing here? Let's go and take a look. Sheng Huainan put down the computer in his hand, said hello to Shi Xinyoung beside him, and walked out first. Mo followed closely. Soon, the two came to the outside of the factory. They saw a middle-aged man in a small suit and a slicked-back hair and a bright woman with a high ponytail standing at the door, chatting with two old workers passing by. They talked and chatted, as if they were talking about something funny, and they couldn't stop laughing. The wages in your factory are too bad now. If I acquire this factory, the workers' wages will at least increase by 20% from the current level. The middle-aged man on the side said with a smile. Sheng Huainan on the side almost laughed out loud when he heard this. The main person hasn't talked yet, but he started to paint a big cake. It seems that Lianqing is not well informed. He doesn't even know that he has sold his smartwatch business. Interesting. Director, who is this person who was talking nonsense in front of my factory? Sheng Huainan pretended not to see Yiqing, and deliberately smiled and asked Mo loudly. The other party looked over immediately, and when he saw that it was Sheng Huainan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He came here this time, more or less with the intention of killing his arrogance, but he didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. Lianfa didn't want to break up with Shang Zuran, and wanted everyone to sit down and discuss cooperation peacefully, but his brother Yiqing didn't think so. As for what happened in the past, let it be in the past. Sheng Huainan, what do you mean, don't you know who I am? If I hadn't stopped my brother that day, who knows what would have happened to you? Yiqing has been domineering since he was a child, and he is not easy to mess with. So, I should thank you for saving my life that day. Sheng Huainan asked with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as iron. His expression made Yiqing's assistant look at him in surprise. She was there when Sheng Huainan was beaten that day, and the stench was disgusting, but today he has a handsome face and a maturity that does not belong to this age. That day, the predecessor of Sheng Huainan's body kissed Lu Ying under the influence of alcohol and almost got her. For a powerless young man, it was indeed a very serious matter. What kind of company is Lianqing Group? It kills both black and white, and has many industries involved in mining, metallurgy, electronics, and real estate. The business is bigger than Shang Zuran. The woman of its boss was kissed, and it was not easy to not remove Sheng Huainan's thigh. But that day Shang Zuran personally came forward, spent means and price, but saved Sheng Huainan, and the matter was exposed. But what's going on now? Do you think Sheng Huainan is a soft persimmon that's easy to take advantage of? Even if Lu Ying's bottom is inlaid with gold, it won't be like this. You, Sheng Huainan, I won't be fake with you. I, Lianqing, have taken a fancy to your smartwatch business. So, I heard that you sold it for 20 million. We won't take advantage of you. Together with this factory and all the employees, we will sell the craftsmanship of this smartwatch to me for 5 million. Pay it off within half a year. What do you think? Yiqing covered his mouth with the white handkerchief in his hand and said unhappily. Yiqing's words immediately made Sheng Huainan's face darken. You want to take what Lianqing has taken a fancy to? If I don't give it to you, you will rob it. This guy is a direct copycat, and it's better than the original factory, right? He bought it for 5 million. It's a pity that he could think of it. The equipment and land of this factory alone cost more than this price. This is simply robbery. In the last world, as a city dweller, he also knew the strength of Lianqing and its relationship with the protective umbrella behind it, Yuzhou Wuqiang. It was really the #1 overbearing enterprise in Yuzhou. But today, he did not expect that he would encounter it. He walked forward with a cold face and said stiffly, "Sorry, I have no intention of transferring the Shangsha factory." Yiqing did not expect that someone in Yuzhou would reject him so bluntly, as if he looked at Sheng Huainan like a fool. Mo tried to smooth things over. Boss, this kind of big thing can't be decided in a few words. Let's go into the factory and have a cup of tea first. It's so hot, let's cool down. Wow, Sheng Huainan, you are a young boy. What do you know about management? Do you know about production? Yiqing was used to being domineering, but he ignored Mo. He mocked him with a joking face. Boss Shang, now we also know that Shangsha Electronics has encountered some financial difficulties. If you agree to Boss's request, the previous things will be written off, and the factory will be handed over to Lianqing. You can just take a sum of money and leave. Isn't it great? Assistant Yiqing came over and said at the right time. What she said was all polite words, and her words were the same. Shangsha Electronics must have encountered a very big crisis. Although what Yiqing of Lianqing said was not nice, he was helping you find a solution. Our Shangsha factory will not go bankrupt, so Lianqing Group won't bother. As for Mr., go back to where you came from. Sheng Huainan said this bluntly. Yiqing's face changed. Sheng Huainan is so bold. He has never seen anyone in Yuzhou who dares not to give Yiqing face. And Yiqing's assistant couldn't help but look at him deeply. Sheng Huainan looked like a frightened puppy some time ago, but now he has become a fierce wolf. It's interesting that he dares to fight Lianqing like this. However, for Sheng Huainan, this matter must be cut with a knife. The core assets of Shangsha factory are not the so-called smartwatches, but the executive team that has been running in for so long, and his super brain that traveled from the future. Now, it is obvious that Ichin is greedy for his assets and wants to pull his brother's banner to make a snake swallow an elephant, but he doesn't need to pay attention to him at all. Even if he is offended, what's the harm? At worst, the core assets can be relocated to coastal cities. Land and equipment are the least valuable. Yujo didn't have many RD conditions, so he didn't need to force it like he is now. So since he chose to argue, he would definitely argue to the end. After rebirth, he didn't even dare to do this little revenge. What's the point of rebirth if he is so timid? Thinking of this, Shang Huainan couldn't help but feel refreshed. Shang Huainan felt that it was a waste of words to say a few more words to Ichin. He was just brought up by Lianqing. With the influence of his brother, he had some extra power. It was fine for him to pretend to be powerful in front of other weak forces. In front of him, he slapped him back. He was always welcome to cooperate, but it was a dream to look down on him and treat him as a fool. Mo watched the deterioration of the relationship between the two sides from the side, and wanted to say something to help, but in the end he remained silent. The current situation cannot be dealt with by just saying a few nice words. Forget it, forget it. If you can't deal with this little accident, don't play with Shangsha Factory. He changed his mind and immediately reported to Shang Ziren. However, Lianqing's counterattack was more fierce than he imagined. That night, the city fire department came to inspect and directly stopped work for 48 hours to wait for the inspection. Under Mo's hasty planning, he finally passed the inspection and left. However, the 48-hour inspection alone caused the Shangsha factory to lose more than 100,000 yuan. Immediately afterwards, Shangsha Electronics partners sent notices one after another within a few days. Due to the limitation of production capacity, some supplies will gradually be reduced to 50% or even less. At the same time, due to the risk of Shangsha Electronics selling the smartwatch as a whole, the supplier will begin to implement the latest regulations on spot payment. Some OEM products were forced to stop production. At the same time, some employees began to fluctuate. The first to change were some ordinary manufacturing workers at the bottom. These workers were already very mobile, and now more than 50% of them have resigned in one go, which is a very exaggerated number. The most important thing is that some new RD personnel have also become loose. In the last half a month, more than 10 or nearly 20 RD engineers have left. This made sure Yongxin jump directly. You know, the RD cycle is very tight now. One less person will slow down the progress. Now the pressure is so great that if it goes on like this, it is very likely that the RD team will collapse directly, and there will be a herd effect and large-scale resignation. Shang Huainan couldn't help but fall into silence when he saw the news. This elephant hits the monkey, and it hits it accurately. Shang Group is now crushing him like crushing a small ant. This company is more fierce than he imagined. This does not require the boss to personally take action, but the second brother just casually arranged it. Some small tricks, not up to the table, but the harassment in it makes people in the industry see the crisis of Shangsha Electronics, and its weakness makes the relevant partners see its lack of confidence. The end of the road, these 4 words emerged in Mo's mind. At this moment, he regretted that he should not let Shang Huainan act impulsively and offend Lianqing Group. Even if he offended, at least he should wait until the new tablet computer product is on the market. But now think about it, it's useless to say anything, all you can do now is to grit your teeth and stick to it. However, even the negotiation with the partner of the new product tablet computer has not been smooth. Large OEM group companies are not afraid of Lianqing, but the price of OEM has risen by 5%. This 5% profit is the highest in the OEM system, without a doubt, which makes Shangsha have to consider making its own products first. Secondly, the relevant spare parts partners were very enthusiastic when they first learned that it was a new product from Shangsha, but when the Lianqing incident came out, they all backed off. The current situation is that negotiations are possible, as long as cash is paid. You know, only companies with bankrupt credit can enjoy such treatment, such as Yongyuan Real Estate in the future. Now, a vibrant electronics factory in Shangsha has encountered such a dangerous crisis. Difficult. Shang Huainan was forced into a dead end. Now, the time is different. He must complete the research and development of the tablet computer within 2 months and use the remaining funds to purchase the first batch of parts for production. Only then can he survive and restart the Shangsha factory. This is simply an impossible task. October 2005. The summer vacation in Yujo was very long and very hot, often breaking through the high temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. The summer of 2005 was particularly long, and the air seemed to be emitting a hot smell of chili peppers. That morning, Mo followed his usual routine as the logistics leader and bought some summer supplies. Melons and drinks came to the RD Center in Jiebei, Changsha, but as soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Shang Huainan and Shi Yongxin walking out of the office with a smile. They have been living in the office for half a month, which is enough. Director, you are here just in time, we can start. Shang Huainan rubbed his dark circles and said with a smile. Mo was stunned and asked subconsciously, start what? Start making the prototype of our tablet computer, what else can we start? We have completed the design and development of this product last night, and we can start our prototype manufacturing stage. Shi Yongxin raised his hands excitedly and shouted. After exploring this product for several months, he has been able to determine that this is a cross-era work. As long as it can be produced, MP4, Walkman, radio, and game consoles will all be buried in the dust of history. How did such a complex and mechanically beautiful product come out of Shang Huainan's mind? He still can't believe it. He turned around and forgot about his colleagues in the RD Center who were still working day and night. He couldn't help but sigh that this group of people were really lucky. They were fortunate to join such an epic-making company and present such a great work. Mo was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Really completed? Impossible. He knew that the development progress of this product was amazing, but it was amazing to finish all the design drawings before the prototype in 3 months. Ordinary products may not even be able to design the specifications of a part in the same amount of time. Mo said in shock, Mr. Shang, you are not kidding, our factory has now reached a critical moment of life and death. This thing is our life-saving medicine. With it, we will live, without it, we will die. I'm not in the mood to joke with you now, Director. Your current task is to assemble the prototype within a few days, and I will let the RD Center conduct the final pre-mass production test. Shang Huainan said in a serious voice, but, Director, what happened? Mo smiled bitterly and told him what happened. Mo smiled bitterly and told him what had happened in the factory during this period. Shang Huainan was aware of some of the chaos, but there were some things he did not know. Today was the first time he heard about the chaos that had happened below. After listening to the details of what had happened during this period, Shang Huainan's face was quite gloomy. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, is that probably what it means? But this tree must not fall. He couldn't even take on Lianqing's casual counterattack. He didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Mo, the life and death of our factory depends on this move. Now I will hand over the subsequent execution work to you. Do you have confidence? Mo's expression condensed, and he was also infected by Shang Huainan. He gritted his teeth and answered, confidence. The subsequent production and capacity expansion are up to me. If the first batch of 5,000 tablets cannot be produced, I will come to see you with my head. He was also infected by Shang Huainan's emotions, and he patted his chest and agreed without saying a word. The relationship with the partners is very tense now. The manufacturing cost of the first batch of goods alone is several million, and Shangsha Electronics can only afford to pay 3 million yuan for the startup capital, and the rest needs to be paid by the partners. Naturally, this part of the work will be very difficult. Now that Mo has issued a military order, Shang Huainan's impression of him has changed greatly. At first, he thought Mo was just an old-timer who had been in the business for a long time, but he didn't expect. This person can fight a tough battle. Shang Huainan didn't say anything, but patted Mo on the shoulder and nodded heavily. New product on the market, Shangsha Tablet Computer, Mobile Computer Disruptor. Shangsha Tablet Computer, special offer for 3 days, only 2,599 yuan. The first 10 buyers can get an extra Shangsha customized souvenir. 1 month later, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Several banners were hung in Yuzhou City by Noe Electronic Digital City. In addition, the mall retailers also specially hired some college students who were studying in nearby universities to distribute flyers on the nearby roads for publicity. This place is the largest electronic digital trading center in Yuzhou. In 2005, when online shopping was not popular, it was crowded even on weekdays and quickly attracted many people to come forward and ask, what is this thing? It looks very trendy. How much is it? Xiong Taishao, the waiter standing by, answered enthusiastically, we are offering a 3-day special offer now, starting at only 2,599 yuan, while stocks last. This tablet has 2 versions, 2 GB and 4 GB. The 4 GB version is 300 yuan more expensive. In addition, if you are one of the first 10 people to buy the product today, we will give you a beautiful original souvenir. The price is not expensive. We will increase the price by 300 yuan after 3 days. After hearing Xiong Taishao's explanation, the person asking couldn't help asking, there is a clear difference between your tablet and an ordinary laptop. It is much larger and can be used for typing and office work. The price is actually not much higher. I guess you can only watch movies and TV shows with this one. It's not very useful. Yes, if it's for watching movies and TV, wouldn't it be more fun to watch a big color TV? Why should I buy this medium-sized MP4? It looks flashy and is called a tablet to deceive people. The others on the side also echoed, and they all felt that the price of this tablet computer was still too expensive. Xiong Taishao was prepared, and smiled, and said, "This tablet computer is really different. You see, this thing can be used with a touch screen. Many products now also have touch screens, but most of them are used with a stylus. This kind of direct finger swiping is very, very rare, and it slides very smoothly. This is a specially designed control chip to control, which is even rarer. Look at this appearance, it is completely different from the current tacky products of other manufacturers. The metal wire drawing and baking paint process looked very high-end." She saw more and more people coming to watch the fun, and she couldn't help but straighten her waist and continued, "This thing is not just as simple as watching TV series or movies. Just think about it, you can lie on the bed, check the news, chat on QQ, how comfortable it is, and it is also very convenient to type on this thing." She roughly demonstrated the functions, and this tablet has many functions. It can also connect to Wi-Fi, yes, wireless network, to achieve real-time internet access. At the same time, you can also play some small games on the tablet, like this. Specifically, you can try it out first, and then decide whether to buy it or not according to your own preferences. After hearing Xiong Taishao's explanation, everyone was able to understand it. Although this so-called tablet computer is a domestic product, it is not a high-end foreign brand as imagined, but it is different from conventional and bulky desktop computers and laptops. It is operated in the form of a touchscreen. Among the onlookers, a large part are women. They naturally prefer small objects and high-value things. They are immediately tempted. They feel that this tablet computer is small and cute, and it is easy to operate. A home button can solve all problems. This is definitely the best choice for eating. As a result, many people who originally stopped at the door of the retailer walked into the retail store. Some people were also carefully looking at the banner with the event information. Wow, this tablet computer is good. I feel that the appearance and feel are much better than other similar products of the same type that are big, thick and black, and it is also smoother to operate. I've never seen this kind of touchscreen operation, but I find it very comfortable to use after getting used to it. Yes, it doesn't look like something produced by a Chinese electronic company. Boss, are you sure it's a product produced by Shangsha Electronics? How can such a small company come up with something that even big companies can't? One of them was sharp-eyed and found a logo on the back of the tablet computer, which was formed from a small ancient seal character. It looked very ancient. It's over. After playing with it, I don't want to touch my old antique MP4 anymore. It's so powerful. It feels very cool to sit in the office. Yeah. The price is only more than 2,000 yuan, and there is a limited discount within 3 days. The price is not high. If it is a product of a foreign company, it would probably cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. It's really good. Let's go, let's pay the money and buy one to play with. I want to buy it and show it off when I go to work. The group of people exclaimed and immediately walked to the counter on the side of the door. When they arrived at the counter, those customers thought that they could directly get the goods after paying the money, just like in other retail stores. When they walked to the counter, the customers thought that they could just pay the money and leave, just like other retail stores. But Xiong Taishao suddenly took out a list and said, "This list is called Customer Information File, which records some of your information. Of course, it does not involve privacy. This is Shangsha Electronics collecting some big data. After filling it out, you can get a free mug with the Shangsha Electronics logo engraved on it. Look, it's very cool and very stylish. Of course, if you don't want to fill out this list, we won't force you. The purpose of our Customer Information File is Customer Information File, Big Data Collection, and Stylish. They all know these words, but they are very unfamiliar when they are connected together. Although there were some data collection companies in 2005, the content they did was still very rough, and they did not involve the so-called labeling of internet companies. Each person has 600 basic labels and 8 group characteristics. There was no one who standardized customer information like Shangsha Electronics. With this first-hand information, Shangsha Electronics will have a clearer grasp of what products it will develop and what consumer preferences it will have in the future. After Xiong Taishao finished explaining to everyone, those people couldn't help but sigh again. This company is really good. It feels like a high-end technology company. Yes. It feels like treating customers as God. This is the first time I've seen it in a Chinese company. Yes, I'm in IT. This thing is called iteration. It's really amazing that an electronics factory actually involves this section of content. After a while, many people who were still watching paid the money, filled in the customer information files, and left. There were also some wealthy people who felt that this was a new thing, and the logo of Shanghai Electronics was also very delicate. Although they felt that this touchscreen might not be reliable after a long time of use, they still bought a few pieces directly to support domestic products and give them as gifts. Some people left, and some people came. Xiong Taishao didn't expect that a weekday morning that was usually very leisurely would be so busy. And new customers kept coming to Xiong Taishao's store, and many of them were holding flyers that Xiong Taishao asked temporary workers to distribute. Apparently these people came here after receiving flyers. Bai Jia is not a teacher, she is a white-collar worker, doing promotion in a teaching and training industry in the Jebei business district of Yuzhou. Her income is not bad, and her monthly salary can reach more than 4,000 yuan. Even in Yuzhou, a major metropolis in the west, it is considered a high-income group. Taking advantage of the weekend, Bai Jia and her boyfriend made an appointment to walk on the street together, to go shopping together. At this time, a person who looked like a student suddenly handed a flyer to the two people. We have a new electronic product in our store, called Shangsha Tablet Computer. Would you like to go and have a look with your boyfriend, beautiful sister? Bai Jia originally wanted to throw away the flyer, but after hearing what the student said, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then she looked at it carefully. Where is your store? Who would refuse a little cutie who likes to say sweet words? Her boyfriend Xiao Tiango couldn't help asking. The student quickly replied, yes, our store is at shop 95273F, Electronic Digital City, and you can see it after walking about 100 meters. The name of the store is Cool Computer. When Bai Jia's boyfriend asked, Bai Jia was already reading the contents of the flyer carefully. In addition to the address information of Cool Computer, the flyer also contained information about Shangsha tablet computers, as well as the content of the discount promotion and photos of tablet computers. It seems that although there is suppression from Lianxing Group, good things are good things. Although Shangsha tablet computers, like Shangsha smartwatches, were only launched in the southwest region, the partners still tried their best to promote this product. Why does this tablet computer look so different? It feels like a laptop computer is missing half of it. However, it looks pretty good. The price is okay, only 2,600 yuan, which is much cheaper than a laptop computer. Bai Jia couldn't help but say after reading it, oh. Xiao Tiango quickly came over to look at the photo of the tablet computer on the flyer. It seems pretty good. It looks very good, much better than those simple and crude MP4s. I have never seen the so-called ice blue mentioned above. It feels very textured. Xiao Tiango's eyes lit up. He originally just wanted to deal with his girlfriend, but he couldn't help but reply. In his eyes, this tablet computer has a simple and generous appearance, is very advanced and high-tech, and is completely different from the electronic products on the market now. The same texture. Bai Jia said, why don't we go to that Cool Computer to have a look? If the real thing is the same as the one on this flyer, how about we go and buy one? It happens that my birthday is in a few days, so it can be regarded as a gift for my 28th birthday, okay? After that, she took Xiao Tiango's arm and shook it coquettishly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she touched Xiao Tiango's arm, which made Xiao Tiango's mind sway. They have been friends for several months, and Bai Jia still let him eat. Now suddenly taking the initiative, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He couldn't help but be quite moved, and responded without much thought, okay, then let's go and have a look. I knew that brother Xiao is the best, hee. Bai Jia couldn't help but smile like a flower, and couldn't help but rub it again. After a while, the two came to the Cool Computer. As soon as they walked in, there were crowds of people, all of whom came to see the Shangsha tablet computer after hearing the news. When they squeezed in and saw that the appearance of the tablet computer was exactly the same, and it was even more beautiful, the two couldn't help but look at each other. Because there were too many people, Cool Computer invited visitors by queuing. Then, after waiting for about 10 minutes, they went directly to the tablet computer area. Brother Xiao, I like this rose gold color, but I heard from the sales that the price is 300 yuan more expensive, you see. Bai Jia opened her innocent big eyes and looked at Xiao Tiango with some impatience. Xiao Tiango was also a little moved, pretending to be generous and said, okay. Bye. You are the protagonist. Today's consumption will be paid by Mr. Xiao. Dear, you are great. Wow. Bai Jia kissed Xiao Tiango happily. Soon the two chose the style, and after the sales wrapped the tablet computer, they ran to the checkout counter. However, at this time, there were many people queuing in front of the counter. Please quickly choose the Shangsha tablet computer. There are only 12 units in stock in the store. After choosing, you can register. However, the next batch of goods may take half a month to arrive. Please act quickly if you want to buy. Xiong Taixiao's voice suddenly rang out. She was almost going crazy these days. Now the Xingsha tablet computer was unexpectedly popular. She hadn't seen such a popular situation for a long time. Bai Jia and Xiao Tiango looked at each other and felt that they had come to the right place today. There are many people who hold similar ideas to Bai Jia, and similar scenes keep happening in various computer malls in the southwest of China. However, to Sheng Huainan's surprise, when buying this product, in his initial idea, he would buy the standard model, and the 2 GB luminous silver model should be the mainstream, but he never expected that the customers who bought the 4 GB upgrade model, especially the rose gold model, would be the mainstream. In other words, most of the customers who bought it were not short of money. Sheng Huainan and Mo were dressed in casual clothes, quietly standing in front of Xiong Taixiao's store and watching the endless stream of customers. He couldn't help but smile with relief on his face. This was not easy. This first batch of tablets cost Xingsha Electronics the last bit of funds left. It can be said that if it was unsaleable, Xingsha Electronics would be quietly bankrupted. And now, Xingsha Electronics is alive. At this time, he firmly believed that Xingsha tablets had made a beautiful comeback and achieved a good start. He also firmly believed that according to this aesthetic thinking and technology combination that transcends the times, these people who bought it will definitely become solid customers of Xingsha Matrix products in the future, and will also easily help Xingsha Electronics achieve word-of-mouth communication of the tap water effect. Time unknowingly came to 10 days later, and Sheng Huainan came to the office at 7 o'clock in the morning as usual. Mr. Sheng, the data from the channel dealer is out. Mo hurried in from the door, his eyes were red and full of cigarettes. Obviously, he hadn't slept well for a long time. Oh? Show it to me. Even though Sheng Huainan's face was calm, his heart jumped. Whether it is a dragon or a tiger, it depends on this move. According to the data of the channel dealer, these 5,000 tablets were sold out within half a month, and at the same time. Mo hesitated. At the same time what? Sheng Huainan asked. At the same time, they placed an order for 20,000 units with us, and the channel dealers from all over the country came back, and they also placed an order for 10,000 units with us. Mo grinned and smiled happily. Even though Sheng Huainan was mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised when he heard the number of orders placed by the channel dealer. Because in just half a month, 5,000 tablets were sold without any preheating. The fact that the product was sold out directly without any precondition was beyond his expectation. After all, when everyone saw this product, their first reaction was that it was a large MP4, and it was a brand new touchscreen. Whether it could sell well or not, the channel dealers actually had no idea. Then, Mo briefly stated the recent market reaction. Now, within just half a month, all the channel dealers regretted it in their hearts. What they thought was, why was the stocking strategy formulated before so conservative? Why didn't they order a few more machines? Out of stock, sold out. Everyone is asking where there is a quick way to stock up. This is the current status of the channel dealers. Even electronic scalpers have appeared in the market, buying second-hand products on the market at a premium of 1,000 yuan, which is too much. This means that electronic financial products have appeared in the Chinese market for the second time. With 5,000 spot machines, the turnover in half a month has reached 14 million. With the 30,000 orders placed, the sales volume has reached nearly 100 million. The profits from these orders on hand alone are close to 10 million. Our Xingsha factory has never been so rich in this life. Mo couldn't help but sigh. Actually, it is not just that. Mo has something else to say. Now, all suppliers have begun to resume the policy of withholding payment for supply. Most of the Xingsha factories have reached the A-level party A in their place. This means that Xingsha can basically postpone payment for more than half a year when purchasing their products. The cash flow that can be mobilized here can even reach several hundred million. The energy contained in it cannot be ignored. You know, as the parent company, Tongchuan Group only has a profit of several hundred million a year, and it lives a miserable life. Part of the profit was also moved to the football team by Shang Ziren to fill this bottomless pit. Now, Xingsha Electronics has truly escaped the threat of Lianxing Group. Not only that, in fact, Xingsha Electronics does not have much profit, only more than 10 million. Judging from the customer response, this product is still a bit ahead of the times. If it is calculated for a year, after the potential customers in the early stage are consumed, it may not necessarily have a profit of more than 30 million a year. However, now the money advanced by partners and channel dealers to hold goods is estimated to be hundreds of millions of cash flow a year. For Sheng Huainan, using with this money, not only can the factory be expanded, but also more employees and R&D personnel can be recruited. If the reputation of Shangsha tablet computer does not collapse, then this money can play a leveraging role and leverage more resources to serve Shangsha. This is much faster than Shangsha's painful accumulation of profits and slow expansion every year. This is the magic of the financial market. This is the core reason why JD.com has been losing money for several consecutive years and can still expand rapidly without going public. In the following period of time, the sales of tablet computers have been very hot, and the production capacity of Shangsha factory has been in short supply, especially the number of people who want to make reservations is increasing. After all, ordinary MP4 has a certain consumption potential in the market, and smartphones have not yet been launched, and some demands have not been met. Shangsha tablet computers are much stronger than ordinary MP4s, even if the price is 2,000 yuan more expensive. However, precisely because the price is a level higher, people who can spend so much money to buy a tablet computer, so the current purchasing potential can actually not be tapped. However, those who like it really like it. Who doesn't like a high-value upgraded MP4 that looks very rare on the market, and the kind that can watch movies? Although this tablet has fewer functions than later tablets and has some problems with clarity, a product with cross-era thinking is a product with cross-era thinking. Those who are well off and get rich first will naturally choose to buy a tablet for entertainment. It is more comfortable to lie on the sofa and play with the tablet than to sit in front of the computer desk facing the big screen. The electronic smartwatch that Shangsha Electronics first started also brought a lot of potential traffic to the tablet, and also made the student group, especially the young people in the southwest, have an initial impression of the Shangsha brand. Now it is also appropriate to continue to consume tablets. The consumption power in the southwest is still limited, and the current consumption is still too small. Compared with the future sales of Manhwa company in tens of millions, it is simply a drop in the bucket. It seems that the rapid layout of East China and the southeast coastal areas is the highlight. Sheng Huainan couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Now the Shangsha factory is extremely busy every day. Even with 3 shifts, there is still a burst of orders. However, Sheng Huainan does not want to repeat the route of Hanwha Sansang company to build its own factory and accumulate heavy assets. After all, the profit margin of electronic product manufacturing is too low. It is a huge waste of funds to repeatedly invest precious funds in such inefficient places. However, more than a month later, after easing the tension in the capital chain, Sheng Huainan began to sort out the internal structure and reconstruct the organizational structure. Now Shangsha Electronics is an electronics company with annual sales of more than 100 million yuan, so it is not appropriate to maintain the organizational structure of an electronics factory. First of all, the RD Center in the Jebei business district rented another 4 floors of office buildings. A total of 6 floors are used as the headquarters of Shangsha Electronics, realizing the initial separation of manufacturing and office. Now Shangsha Electronics has also made its debut in China, so it naturally needs a better working environment. Secondly, he has been staying in Shangsha Electronics factory for more than a month, and has made great efforts to make major adjustments to the management. According to the plan, some people who do not meet the development requirements have been cleared out. Although it is something that a boss must do. An enterprise is basically 2 layers of elites dragging 80% of the burdens to move forward, so each enterprise needs a mechanism to identify who is the 20% and who is the 80%. Of course, there must be gains when there are losses, and Shangsha Electronics still maintains a strong desire for expansion. A company does not need too many people just to maintain the existing business structure. If a company only stays in the existing business, it will not be attractive to investors. So many companies have many stories to tell, which is what people who expand should do, and this is an investment in the future. Maintaining a sense of hunger is very important for Shangsha Electronics. Although Shangsha Electronics has Sheng Huainan's leadership, reducing the cost of trial and error, there will still be countless pitfalls and details waiting for Shangsha Electronics on a single track, so it is necessary to open some new business lines and bring in some people. If it is found that this business line is not cost-effective, it will be fired. This is the core logic of a company's operation. The performance of the old man Mo. Seeing this, after much hesitation, he officially confirmed Mo as the company's deputy general manager, mainly responsible for supply chain management and personnel management. RD Director Shi Yongxin was promoted to deputy general manager of RD and continued to be responsible for the work of the RD Center. Although his functions have not been expanded, the number of RD personnel under him has now reached an astonishing 200. The next step is to carry out a new round of iterative RD for tablet computers, and strive to launch the second generation of products next year. Now the two-story office building is packed with people, even the corners are full of people, so Shi Yongxing called for expansion. However, surprisingly, the company parachuted in a sales president, Lin Jingde, who was poached from Bird, specializing in the establishment of a self-operated sales team and will lead the establishment of the Shanghai Electronics self-operated flagship store. Sheng Huainan led the overall work, and took control of the financial power, and vertically managed the old manager Xian of the finance department. Finally, Sheng Huainan registered Shanghai Industrial Co., Limited on Shanghai Electronics Industry Co., Ltd., realized the industry divestiture of the electronic business sector, realized the control of the subsidiaries under the head office, and prepared for the next round of a financing. At this point, the preliminary structural adjustment of Shanghai Electronics, which lasted for more than a month, came to an end. Not long after finishing the structural adjustment, Sheng Huainan received a call from Mo. Mr. Shang, please read the news. The primetime news at 7:30 p.m. on the comprehensive channel of Yuzhou TV. Mo called hurriedly, with a slight tremor in his voice. Oh, Lao Mo, what's the situation? Sheng Huainan had just taken a shower and was about to lie down to rest. He raised his hand and looked at the Shanghai smartwatch on his hand. It was 7:25, and there were still 5 minutes to 7:30. It's too late, you will know when you see it. Mo hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This old guy actually dared to hang up on me first. Sheng Huainan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Mo was a person who paid attention to details. He would never hang up on Sheng Huainan first. What happened today that made him lose his composure like this? He couldn't help but turn on the TV that he hadn't watched for a long time and tuned the channel to the comprehensive channel of Yuzhou TV station. After a while, then, he saw what he wanted to see. According to the latest news from our station, Yuzhou City Leader Chen presided over the latest Yuzhou City executive meeting and made important instructions at the meeting. He emphasized that Yuzhou should take the development of emerging science and technology industries as a breakthrough, accelerate the adjustment of industrial structure, and strengthen the city's comprehensive economic strength. The whole city should promote the development of emerging science and technology industries with a persistent momentum. In the meeting, he highly praised a series of emerging science and technology industry companies such as Jialing Group, Ziguang Group, and Shanghai Electronics for achieving rapid development in a difficult environment. Then, there was a series of more detailed reports, but they were all related to the development of emerging science and technology industries, and did not continue to emphasize Shanghai Electronics. Finally, the news proposed that the whole city should promote the development of emerging science and technology industries in accordance with the determined goals and tasks, study and solve the problems encountered in the development one by one, provide targeted assistance to each enterprise, and do not let go until the problems are solved, and do a good job in the implementation of various tasks of industrial development. The whole city should unify its thinking, unite as one, support each other, and jointly make the emerging science and technology industry bigger and stronger. After reading the news, Sheng Huainan couldn't calm down for a long time. He now knew why Mo was like that just now. This news was really too shocking. Although his company has achieved certain results during this period, but he himself knows that his company is still a long way from being able to attend the Yuzhou City executive meeting and be verbally praised. This means that Shanghai Electronics has actually entered the vision of Yuzhou's mainstream industrial circle. However, in his memory, Shanghai Electronics was about to go bankrupt according to the original trajectory. Now that it was mentioned by Leader Chen, it was about to become a star enterprise. This is the little butterfly Sheng Huainan who was initially changing history. Sheng Huainan, who originally wanted to hide, suddenly felt a little uneasy. This fruit is really not so delicious. What kind of power you enjoy, you have to bear what kind of obligations. He seemed to think of more, and his face suddenly showed an uneasy expression. He suddenly got up and walked to the window, looking at the lights outside the window, and murmured, "There are still 12 years before the century collision in 2017. Teng Xuan Daiyu. Com immediately popped up the video of S conversation on the entire network. Generally speaking, this is just a routine report, and no one will pay attention to it. Basically, this information will be lost in less than half an hour. However, how could Daiyu Com, which is good at grasping keywords, miss this eye-catching opportunity? It put the Shanghai tablet in a prominent place. After these two unrelated elements were abruptly linked together, netizens in Yuzhou who browsed Daiyu Com were instantly shocked and curious. This is a rapidly rising electronic company, and many people are very unfamiliar with it. Before, Shanghai Electronics smartwatch was already well known in the southwest area of China, causing a stir among young people. It is a small boutique. Many people are lamenting that China has finally produced a comprador enterprise that is not the conscience of media. But unexpectedly, the Shangsha Electronics secondhand has come up with another boutique product, and it has also caught the eyes of Yuzhou. However, the number of people who have bought and understood Shangsha products is always a small number, and they are limited to a small part of the southwest area. After seeing the extension of this news, many netizens were caught off guard. For a time, the news spread at an extremely terrifying speed. The title of Yuzhou's Unicorn Rising Star, How Did a Unicorn Enterprise Emerge in the Southwest Corner, appeared on popular BBSs such as Tianya and Mapu for a while, and tens of thousands of netizens were discussing it excitedly. Small electronics factory, ridiculous. They have only released 2 products in more than a year, and those Chinese Cool Alliance are just so. You call them small rolls. Shangsha smartwatches can only be said to be designed more cleverly, and the existing product chain is combined in a very effective way. In fact, except for the small control chip, there are all accessories. The Shangsha tablet computer is called a computer, but it is actually a large MP4 that can be connected to the internet. The touchscreen is a bit interesting, and the rest is just so. Just so? Why don't you build one and see if you can make it? We have the advantage of being a latecomer. The product in Shangsha is an improved version of MP4. As long as they can, once they make money, they can continue to optimize and improve. This is the so-called iteration. I believe they can definitely make better products. The annual income is less than 100 million yuan. It is indeed a small player. In China, it still has a long way to go. Maybe it will quietly collapse one year. For us, I don't want this company to die. Even if it dies, it shouldn't die like this. The product feels too advanced. Now it seems that no one dares to use this so-called touchscreen computer. It always feels that one day it will suddenly have poor contact, and the more than 2,000 yuan will be wasted. Now they are just working on the niche market. If they can sell 100 million yuan a year, they will be thankful. 100 million a year? Thank God? You know that most electronic factories in China don't even have an annual income of 1 million. Ha, you people underestimate them too much. This factory has a profit of several million a year. What's the concept? How many people in China have accumulated more than 1 million in their lifetime? More than most sweatshops on the market. You guys work for only a few bucks. All roads lead to Rome, but they are already in Rome. Going bankrupt is better than you in 8 lifetimes. 1 million? I can't save 100,000 even after living to 50. I'm such a loser. Come upstairs and give me a hug. I'm also 50, but I only have less than 10,000. Is this small factory so awesome? The owner of the Shangsha factory and his child are driving in a Rolls-Royce on the street. The child says, "Dad, who are those people outside the window?" The owner of the Shangsha factory, "They are all trash." Upstairs, I was speechless. Although you are right, I would like you to stay away from me. Wrong, I am trash among trash. I didn't even dare to refute you. You just saw it, and you pointed at me and scolded me. This car is born with it. If you are born without it, 99,999% of the time, you can't drive it. 23333, I think of the famous scene, "Hey Gene, we all drive Mercedes-Benz and Rolls-Royce, but you drive a Mazda. No wonder you are stuck in traffic." Warning, I feel insulted by Mazda. Ahem, I heard that the boss of Shangsha factory is a young man in his early 20s, he's not married yet. No way, a young man in his early 20s, I don't know if he's handsome, can he consider me? If his gender is not so rigid, he can consider me. The two above are really a perfect match. For a while, the whole network of netizens argued fiercely. Regarding this matter, netizens were divided into 2 groups. One group supported Shangsha, thinking that Shangsha was the light of China's electronic technology, and the future of China should be in such a vibrant enterprise. The other group thought that how could Chinese companies understand high-end research and development, and expressed dissatisfaction and condemnation. This group of people was filled with many big and small public figures. In the era of 2005, this group of people mastered the discourse power of informatization, and they had already taken root. The criticism of China's emerging enterprises was very fierce. They felt that China should just do a good job of undertaking and serving foreign countries, and should not bother with the so-called industrial upgrading. This sense of superiority is not only because they think that the moon in foreign countries must be rounder than that in China, but more importantly, when they were young, they lived in an era of lack of clothing and clothing. They might not even have a meal of meat in a month. They grew up in poverty and belonged to the lost generation. How could a generation that grew up under such circumstances have confidence in the country? Macau, New Lisboa. Today, a friend invited him to relax, so Sheng Huainan casually exchanged 1,000 Macau chips and sat at the Texas Hold'em table in the corner of the hall. In the entertainment game with a bet of 10 Macau dollars, Sheng Huainan maintained a tight hand style. There were two strange guests at the card table who joked that whoever made a fortune during this period must have lost it all on the belly of a big foreign horse. This way of playing helped Sheng Huainan calm down, release his impetuous emotions, and think deeply about things. Today's luck is quite good. Players on the card table gather and disperse. I don't know how long it has been, but Sheng Huainan has accumulated 4,000 Macau chips in front of the table. Oh, you're lucky, Xiao Shang. A handsome young man wearing a suit and tie patted Sheng Huainan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Oh, you're lucky, Xiao Shang. A handsome young man wearing a suit and tie smiled. After putting away the chips, Sheng Huainan got off the gambling table, turned around and said to the young man with a smile, Brother Gao, what brings you here? Well, the money I won today is enough to treat you to a big meal. This Brother Gao is called Gao Zhuan, a neighbor of Sheng Huainan when he was young. He has a very rich background. When he was young, he did not despise Sheng Huainan's identity and took good care of him. After studying for an MBA at UC Berkeley, he did MA, Strategic Mergers and Acquisitions, the core business of investment banks, in the United States for a few years, and then returned to work in a private equity fund company in Hong Kong. He was considered to have a better future among their group. The care in childhood could not make up for the huge gap between the two. The two who were drifting apart have not been in contact for a long time. But Sheng Huainan did not blame Gao Chun, let alone bear a grudge. His family was poor in his previous life, and he had not seen much of the world, but he understood a truth beyond books: except for your parents, no one else in the world should treat you well. However, Gao Chun recently took the initiative to contact Sheng Huainan, and he was not surprised to reconnect with this person. The young man named Gao Chun smiled and said, You only have 4,000 yuan in chips. What kind of big meal can you treat in Macau? If you want to treat, be generous. A man who is so stingy will not have a great future. Sheng Huainan looked helpless. Aren't you just nitpicking? Gao Chun grinned, revealing a mouthful of white and neat porcelain teeth, and laughed. So, if you don't want to become a bachelor like me in the future, don't be so stingy. For a rich man like you, it's just a little bit of money. Sheng Huainan shrugged helplessly, made a gesture of inviting, raised his head, and smiled. What kind of bachelor are you? You are a diamond bachelor. When you were young, you fascinated many little girls. We, the little kids behind you, are so envious. Ha ha ha. Gao Chun turned around and said with a smile, Xiao Shang, those girls are just wildflowers. Don't focus too much on them. It's easy to suffer a big loss in the future. Haven't you heard the old saying that girls are divided into two types, those you've slept with and those you haven't slept with? You should learn more. Where did you hear this old saying? Did Lu Sun say it? Sheng Huainan was not an inexperienced boy, and he replied with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Zhou Shuren said it. The two walked out of the Lisboa Hotel together, and then got on Gao Chun's double-license car from Hong Kong to Macau and imported Mazda. Let's go to a place that Brother Gao thinks is suitable, and reminisce about the past. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Sheng Huainan took out a cigar from his arms, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and lit it directly with a Zippo lighter. There was no traffic jam today, so he opened the car window, and a breeze blew in. The air in Macau had a hint of sea salt that Yuzhou didn't have, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort and relaxation. This place was far away from the right and wrong of Yuzhou, which made him feel lazy and comfortable. Gao Chun was driving in the front, and Sheng Huainan was smoking a cigar casually in the back. Logically, Sheng Huainan shouldn't sit in the back seat, but neither of them felt uncomfortable. This was the underlying rule that adults were subtly influenced by. Xiao Shang, I think you've changed. After a long silence, Gao Chun started talking first. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although they cherished their relationship, they were actually not much different from strangers now. How did you change? Did you become someone who looks like you're going to be a hard-working person? Sheng Huainan puffed on a cigar, paused for a moment, and said mischievously, You're a hard-working person, so what am I, a beggar? Gao Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly in front. Ah, being a beggar is good. I like being a beggar. Every day is a fresh life, not repetitive, not too much pressure, very free. I like this feeling. Sheng Huainan patted the dust off his body and said lightly, Get lost, it's really hard to chat with you, kid. Don't be so Versailles with me. Your current assets are from our previous circle. Who doesn't know it now? Gao Chun was a little frustrated, looking annoyed, and waved to the side. Sheng Huainan looked up and scolded with a smile. So you want to rip off the rich, for a meal? Are you going to give up your aloof personality as the son of the Gao family? I don't have any aloof personality, be careful or I'll slander you. Gao Chun replied bluntly. Ha ha ha, brother Gao, you're still so interesting. Sheng Huainan he turned his head and glanced at Gao Chun's back, smiled and shook his head, and threw the half-smoked cigar directly into the trash can beside him. Gao Chun did not take Sheng Huainan to the famous five-star hotel. For some reason, he took him to an unknown place in Hong Kong. There is an antique courtyard at the entrance of this place, and there is a yard at the back. There is a short door on the north side, which can lead to the bamboo forest at the back. In Hong Kong, where every inch of land is valuable, such a place is really rare. Sheng Huainan and Gao Chun did not enter the yard, but sat down in the elegant seats in the elegant courtyard. It's not interesting to sit in the private room here. It's more interesting to sit in the elegant courtyard. Gao Chun went over to communicate for a while, and then came out to explain apologetically. Sheng Huainan nodded with a smile, but did not point it out. This place is a place where some rich and noble people come to consume, and the venue is small. It is normal that Gao Chun is not qualified to book a private room. He had no purpose in coming to Macau this time, but just to relax and catch up with Gao Chun, but he had no other plans. He had just ordered the dishes when the door of the hall opened and a dry hot wind rushed in. Most of the diners should be rich and noble gourmets. They were chatting quietly and waiting patiently for the dishes to be served. At this time, they were attracted by a group of people who walked into the hall. Among the group of people who just came in, there were several middle-aged people who were still wearing neat and clean high-end shirts and trousers in the hot night. They were extraordinary, but they were obviously just accompanying personnel. The four young people in the front, 2 men and 2 women, were dressed casually and looked at everything in the hall leisurely. They were surrounded by others in the middle, which really made them look extraordinary. Is this the best restaurant in Hong Kong? It looks too shabby. A thin-faced young man in the middle looked at the situation in the hall with disappointment. While evaluating the scene in front of him, the thin-faced young man habitually rubbed his exquisite French platinum cufflinks with his hands. Due to the geographical limitations of Hong Kong and its small size, this place is far from being comparable to some of the high-end restaurants he had eaten in Tokyo, London, and New York. It looks just like some roadside stalls in China, which are not up to standard. The girl standing next to the thin-faced young man was a young girl in her mid-20s, perhaps younger in reality. Her figure was slightly slender and petite, her face slightly haggard, and her black slim coat made her stunning little face seem to glow softly, like the finest porcelain. She had a pair of big eyes, clear and pure. They were eyes that did not belong to this dirty, filthy world. Compared with her delicate and fair face, the girl's tall figure might have a stronger impact at this moment. When she walked in, the whole restaurant suddenly became quiet. All the changes came from this mysterious girl, who seemed to have the power to cleanse the soul. Her eyes slowly swept over everyone in the restaurant, every corner, and no details were spared. When she saw Sheng Huainan's beautiful face, her eyes lit up slightly, but then dimmed again, and she sighed softly. There are too many customers here, I'm tired, let's find a quieter place. As the girl called, a gentle man quietly appeared beside her. In fact, he had been standing beside the girl, but his restrained edge made everyone subconsciously ignore his existence. He looked at Sheng Huainan meaningfully, and said to the girl gently, Hong Kong is too small, and it has always given people a small-minded feeling. Since you, Xin, don't like it here, let's go back to the hotel and return to Han Country tomorrow morning. The girl seemed a little weak. She wrapped her coat and sighed, maybe. However, it's already a blessing to be able to come out and play these few days. I won't ask for too much. Being able to play freely in Hong Kong for a few days is a surprise to me. The gentleman smiled and said, the world is big and you can come and go freely. There is no place that the daughter of the Li family cannot go. Wherever Xin wants to go, I, Xin Manhwa, will take you there. I also hope that the world is free to come and go. The girl said softly. After the girl and her group left the restaurant, the people in the restaurant seemed to have regained their ability to move, but they still seemed to be petrified and forgot to move and speak. The one who was taken away just now, the experience was like a dream. And the girl was the only flickering light in the nightmare world. Sheng Huainan seemed to wake up after being silent, and asked, Brother Gao, you are familiar with Hong Kong. Whose girl is that girl just now? She is very beautiful. Gao Chun frowned and thought for a moment, and soon his eyes lit up and his brows relaxed. I didn't expect this girl to move you so much. I heard them talking just now, and they were speaking Han language. If I'm not mistaken, the girl is Li Yinxin, the third lady of the famous Chaebol Sansang in Han Country. And I didn't recognize the nobleman just now, but I heard him say that his surname is Xin. Could he be the son of Lgxin Dongbin or Xin Dongju? I'm not very familiar with Han country and don't know the situation. Shang Huainan curled his lips with an expression of I don't believe you. I recognize this obscure person at once, and he can understand Han language. Is this not familiar? Then Gao Chun asked with a smile, looking up as if to take credit, how about it, Xiao Shang? Do you want to pursue her and have an unforgettable cross-border love? Cross-border love? You are a fool. Shang Huainan's heart moved, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. This kind of woman is like a canary in a cage. The temperature cannot be too high, the water cannot be too cold, and the food cannot be too bad. How can I have the mind to pursue her? But deep in his heart, he was shocked. If he remembered correctly, this woman named Li Yinxin should have committed suicide in the second half of 2005. She didn't die? My rebirth can also change the trajectory of a woman's life? Gao Chun didn't guess what Sheng Huainan was thinking. He looked at him with a smile, as if he understood what all men meant. For some reason, I suddenly remembered the lizard we used to play with when we were kids. Think about it, Xiao Shang. You were very curious about this thing at that time, but you were also very scared. But every time I caught it for you to play with, you had a lot of fun. Have you ever thought that for many things? If you don't try them, how do you know if you like them? Sheng Huainan thought about it seriously and replied, some things are also about fate, right? Gao Chun gave him a thumbs up and said happily, that's exactly the truth. I don't think you, Sheng Huainan, are a person with a shallow fate. You are a thin man, you don't need to fight for your life like me. If a woman likes you, you can go and pick her up. If you don't try many things, how do you know if you can do it? How can a man not do it? Brother Gao, you know that I don't like big bets. Sheng Huainan said with a smile. Whether you can gamble or not, you know it in your heart. Gao Chun took a sip of the Lafite wine sent by the restaurant, and continued to talk to himself, you kid, I don't know whether you are lucky or you have the ability. I have been a good student since I was young, and I graduated from a famous school, but I am just like this now. I am better than the lower ones, but far from the upper ones. I have seen where my ceiling is. But you are different. You were so inconspicuous when you were a child, and you didn't study well, but now you have your own industry. The upward transition channel has been completely open to you. You have unlimited possibilities in the future. Let's have a drink. Sheng Huainan drank a cup with him, raised his eyebrows towards the opposite side, and asked with a smile, you are already an MBA graduate from a famous university in the United States, and a top student working in a private equity fund. You are simply a template for other people's children. You are still not satisfied. What about those people at the bottom of society who only have a salary of more than 2,000 yuan a month? Gao Chun nodded and said, indeed, human nature is that desire is endless. If a person uses his life to satisfy desires and pursue vanity, then he is putting the cart before the horse and is doomed to no results. However, after all, we are in the world of mortals, and we must understand that a hard life is not romantic, and living down to earth is the most brilliant art. When you fall in love with a thing, of course you don't love its success or failure. What you love is her temperament, right? Anyone who dares to give up himself, keeps innovating, and constantly changes himself for the goals in his heart deserves respect, don't you think? Sheng Huainan did not expect that Gao Chun could say such profound words tonight. He nodded with a smile, wiped his mouth with the napkin beside him, and said with a smile, Brother Gao, we two brothers have been friends for more than 10 years. We should not be so restrained. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Ha ha ha. Little brother, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Gao Chun blinked his starry eyes and said, ha ha ha. Little brother, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Gao Chun blinked his starry eyes and said. Sheng Huainan shook his head and laughed, we are all foxes who have lived for 3,000 years, so let's not pretend to be Liao Zhai. I am not the me of 20 years ago, and you are not the you of 20 years ago. Of course, friendship will not change. Gao Chun sighed, Huainan, thank you for thinking highly of me, Gao Chun. He regarded himself as a friend, and Gao Chun hesitated again and again, but finally put down the big stone in his heart. Indeed, he came here today with a certain purpose, and this kind of purpose really can't be bought with money. The friendship between rich people is very pragmatic. If it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. They won't waste the most precious time. Similarly, Sheng Huainan is giving Gao Chun a priority opportunity now. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on Gao Chun himself. Gao Chun achieved his goal. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said to Sheng Huainan, actually, I still have a doubt in my mind and I want to confirm it with you. Sheng Huainan asked, what doubt can I help you with? Gao Chun nodded and asked, are you sure Shanghai Electronics is the company you control? Sheng Huainan was slightly stunned. After 3 seconds, he nodded gently. Gao Chun, who had been in a leisurely mood, was struck by lightning when he heard Shang Huainan's words. He exclaimed, "Too strong, Huainan, you are too strong." It turns out that Shanghai Electronics, which has been hotly discussed in the private equity circle recently, is really your company. Do you know how many people want to contact you and invest in your company, but they can't find your contact information? I also got to know the relationship between this company and the Shang family by chance, so I found you with a try it attitude. Shang Huainan casually picked up a piece of boiled chicken, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it, and sneered, "There are not many good people among you people in the financial circle. You are all the so-called flies that smell a stench. You ignore some companies that are in urgent need of financing, but people like me who are not in such a hurry to raise funds come to you every few days. It's really a disaster." During this period, perhaps because Yuzhou leader mentioned him, private equity companies or some large bank investment departments that found his phone number through unknown connections all hoped to invest in Shanghai Electronics Series A financing. They were all optimistic about Shanghai Electronics' later performance. Shanghai Electronics now has two products that are profitable as soon as they are listed. In the financial circle, there is a saying that investment companies are investment teams. Now Shanghai Electronics has actually entered the vision of many companies. Gao Chun nodded awkwardly and said frankly, "You are right, the financial circle is so realistic, but if the financial circle is optimistic about a company, it will definitely vote with its feet. The relevant matching resources will definitely not limit Shanghai Electronics to the southwest corner and restrict its development. Moreover, the information that the financial circle has quickly screened is also urgently needed by emerging companies." Shang Huainan smiled and did not answer immediately. The so-called information gap is very valuable for an ordinary investor, but for him, it is very useless. General information is of little use to him, and important information will generally be known in advance because of the advantage of rebirth, which does not constitute a difficulty for him. Although Gao Chun pretended to be calm, his palms were actually full of sweat. There are many companies on the market, but high-value unicorn companies are extremely scarce resources. This kind of resource is really not taken by all money. He has been in the current private equity fund company for several years, but has not brought in a truly valuable investment. Private equity funds, the name sounds good, but they need to make money. You, a son of a high-ranking official, can't bring in any income. How can you earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan a year in my company? Can a name be used to make a living? If he is forced to leave his current redshirt capital, it will be difficult for him to get involved in the private equity circle in the future. After 5 minutes of silence, Shang Huainan smiled confidently and said, "What conditions can you redshirt give to Shanghai Electronics? Our actuaries have estimated the situation of Shanghai Electronics. You can only make a maximum of 30 million yuan in profit in a year. If calculated at 10 times the PE value, this company is only worth 300 million yuan. We, Redwood, can negotiate with Shanghai Electronics at a higher premium." After listening to Gao Chun's conditions, Shang Huainan smiled but said nothing. As the two gradually got to the point, next to them was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. From her appearance to her clothes, she looked very ordinary. If it weren't for the rare large diamond on her hand that betrayed her financial resources and added a layer of halo to her, most passers-by would even think she was ugly. Next to her sat a young girl, revealing the upper half of her face. She was pretty, clean, and had dark eyebrows and eyes. The girl seemed to have heard Shang Huainan's words and said with a smile, "Sister Yen, do you think these two are bragging? One is Sequoia, the other is Purple Shirt, and the acquisition of a company worth hundreds of millions is really interesting. You look good, but why do you talk so unpleasantly? Don't expose others." The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and smiled lightly, as if she also thought the two young people were bragging. How old are these two people? They are estimated to be in their early 20s. How can they talk about a big business worth tens of millions? Brother Gao, let me give you a word of advice. Although the rain is wide, it cannot moisten the grass without roots. Although the Buddhist Dharma is broad, it cannot save people without fate. Some things, once the opportunity is missed, it will never come again. Red Shirt Capital needs to show greater sincerity. Shang Huainan whispered to Gao Chun with a playful look in his eyes. This is the couplet on the door of the back hall of the White Horse Temple. It also comes from the Tao Te Ching written by Lao Tzu in the spring and autumn period. Shang Huainan believes that Gao Chun understands what he means. Shanghai Electronics is short of money now, but not that much. Sister Yen, this is quite decent. The girl thought it was interesting and smiled lightly with her head down. Hush. The middle-aged woman put her middle finger on her lips. Shanghai Electronics is actually not as valuable as you think. Gao Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Gao, do you know where the gap between you and the first-class bankers is? The core of equity investment requires the ability to speak and know how to tell stories. Why do I feel that you have no feeling for this? In fact, is my Shansha Electronics engaged in manufacturing? Wrong, I am actually in the internet industry. It is a transaction similar to buying a casket and returning a pearl. Everything is about packaging and concepts. Now I have products that have achieved positive cash flow, and the diversion door has been opened. In the future, I will launch several new products. If it works well, the B round can be multiplied several times. For such a company, you give me a manufacturing valuation? You can think of it. Sheng Huainan wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth and blinked. I will go back and discuss this matter with the boss. Gao Chun seemed to feel a little nervous, and with an attitude of being taught a lesson by the big boss, he bowed his head and admitted it. God doesn't open many doors. In fact, let's be direct. I want to know what auxiliary resources Sequoia provides. Sheng Huainan stood up and walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He always advocated a point of view. Every time a fate comes and goes, it is a tribulation. He felt that Gao Chun's appearance this time was his fate, and he was still willing to give him a chance. The middle-aged woman and the girl were still looking at each other after the two paid the bill and left. Now they saw their serious expressions before they left, and they didn't dare to confirm whether the two were serious. Could it be that another billionaire has emerged in Hong Kong? But why haven't they heard of it? Before Sheng Huainan returned to the hotel, he and Gao Chun talked for a long time in the car. Gao Chun always felt that he was brainwashing him. It was ridiculous for an entrepreneur to brainwash an investor. However, after Gao Chun spent several days digesting Sheng Huainan's overall planning plan, he knew that his life was about to enter a new stage. The reason was simple. The blueprint envisioned by Sheng Huainan was too grand. Even though Sheng Huainan didn't tell him in detail, Gao Chun still saw Sheng Huainan's ambition from his plan. Because Sheng Huainan drew the roadmap of pan-electronic products and the establishment of a large-scale electronic-to-see product into the 3-year development blueprint. At the same time, Sheng Huainan also revealed to him a 10-year plan that was so large that people dared not look directly at it. Real estate-heavy asset products, financial products, and electronic-to-be upstream businesses will all be involved in Shansha in the long term. This made him involuntarily flash a proper noun in his mind, Sansang. Sheng Huainan had great ambitions, but this ambition made him feel trembling in his heart. He hadn't felt this kind of trembling for a long time. The last time he felt this way was when he held hands with his first love for the first time. He liked this feeling very much. Whether it was nonsense or not, from this blueprint, Gao Chun saw an essential difference between himself and Sheng Huainan. He only wanted to guard his own piece of land, while Sheng Huainan wanted to expand. After that, Gao Chun thought for several nights, is this the gap between ordinary people and talented people? Gao Chun didn't know at all that Sheng Huainan's so-called 10-year plan was entirely his experience in his previous life. This ability that was almost cheating was not comparable to that of ordinary people. No matter how well he could do, the layout had to be big, the slogan had to be loud, and the momentum had to be strong. Financing is storytelling. The quality of a financier's storytelling determines the difficulty of his financing. What could be more touching than the story that is about to happen? This is Yuzhou's summer resort, but it is usually sparsely populated. Except for idle people, most people will not go up the mountain outside the summer. However, today in this isolated mansion, a bald man with a dazzling temperament stood aside honestly, like a well-educated little girl who met the elders who made the family rules. He could only lower his eyebrows and stand obediently. Next to the bald man stood a middle-aged man with white temples. He was wearing a moon-white Confucian shirt. He was writing calligraphy slowly in the spacious study, which gave him the feeling of a hermit. If Sheng Huainan was present, he would find that this man was Lianfa, the boss of Lianxin Group. However, compared with the time when he met Sheng Huainan, the middle-aged man had a lot more white hair. It is hard to imagine that this elegant middle-aged man is the famous hero Lianfa. Standing below him was the silent second-in-command of Lianxin Group, Yixian. Although he stood quietly below, his whole body exuded a violent aura that would decide life and death if he disagreed with someone. Yixian finally couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, "This Sheng Huainan is so annoying. We still have one hammer to kill him. Why do you want me to stop, brother? Are you afraid of the Sheng family?" This kind of face-to-face questioning can be said to be extremely impolite, but Yixian still didn't think it was wrong. Although Lianxin Group is a large company in Yuzhou, with businesses spanning real estate, mining, retail, electronics and other fields, the brothers came from a gang and have never had strong cohesion. Many times, he did things on his own without asking, and Lianfa didn't care. It felt like the two brothers were doing their own things, like they were just setting up a company under a name. The rules of Lianxing Group are notoriously empty and have no binding force, so how can there be cohesion? The bald man at the side was about to step forward and stop Yixian, but Lianfa slapped his brush, waved his hands, looked up and said, "Why are you bullying a junior like him? I have already saved my face from last time." Yixian thought he had guessed the reason for the incident and became even angrier. "What kind of benefits did that old guy Shang Ziren give me? You can just tell me directly. The Shang family is just a ruined family. What's so great about a junker who bought a motorcycle?" If the previous accusations and questions were caused by anger and he spoke without thinking, then Yixian's rude words now were undoubtedly meant to break off relations. Lianfa's face remained normal, and he said slowly, "Don't think that you have been with me for so many years, and I can speak nonsense just because we care about our old relationship. You, Yixian, have to understand that there are many people who can replace you." Although Lianfa seemed to be slow and methodical, Yixian but like a cat with its fur blown off, the anger instantly flowed away like a tide. He thought of those people he had dealt with, and his back couldn't help but feel a chill. Lianfa was able to get to his current position not just because he was easy to talk to. As a top figure in Lianxing Group, he was able to get to his current position not just because he was Lianfa's younger brother. He had seen too many conspiracies and tricks, and had also experienced the powerful tactics of many hypocritical masters. "I was wrong, big brother." He hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Well." Lianfa wrote the two big characters willing to give up and threw them directly to Yixian. "I, Lianfa, have not directly managed the affairs of Lianxing Group for a long time, but there are some things I should tell you. First of all, don't underestimate the Shang family. Shang Ziren is not as simple as you think. His family started out by making mountain salt in Yunnan. You have to know that mountain salt 200 years ago was not something that ordinary people could make. Shang Ziren was able to withstand the pressure and rise again with a small bag of gold cakes from his ancestors, which shows that their luck is not over. Secondly, your layout is too rough. This kind of trick is too low level. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but it's far from enough to deal with the Shang family." Lianfa shook his head. Yixian laughed at himself. "If they really dare to fight them, I don't believe they won't lose a layer of skin." Lianfa glanced at him. This guy is used to being domineering and he would just fight anyone he saw. The world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. You guys have lived too comfortably under my protection. Don't worry about this matter anymore. Lianfa didn't look at him again and prepared to go to the dormitory. Yixian was not willing to believe his words easily, but compared with the previous fierce words, he was much calmer and just laughed at himself. "Oh? Then are we going to let the boy from the Shang family go so easily? He has bullied your woman before." Lianfa stopped at this time, turned his head suddenly, squinted his eyes, and his face was no longer leisurely. The next day, Sheng Huainan slept until 8:30 before getting up to wash up. He then packed up his belongings casually. Today was his last day in Hong Kong. He had already contacted Gao Chun, and he would by the way go to the Hong Kong branch of Red Shirt Capital today. For him, today was a day worth recording in history. The next day, Sheng Huainan slept until 8:30 before getting up to wash up. He then packed up his belongings casually. Today was his last day in Hong Kong. He had already contacted Gao Chun, and he would by the way go to the Hong Kong branch of Sequoia Capital today. For him, today was a day worth recording in history. Because he was going to meet one of the capital tycoons who would influence China's IT industry in the future. Although he was not very famous yet, and although Sequoia Capital, where he worked, had only been established for a few months, and he was even just the CFO of an internet company a few months ago, he was indeed a top internet celebrity in the future, and he now had certain domestic and foreign resources. In his current situation, he would definitely pay more attention to Shangsha's demands. What's more, being able to meet with top celebrities and talk about things on an equal footing was indeed an exciting thing for Sheng Huainan, who had been a low-level worker for many years. He had no chance of rebirth, but he could actually come all the way. If this wasn't the chosen one, what else could it be? Arriving at the Bank of China Tower, the best office building in Hong Kong where Sequoia Capital is located, this is a 368-meter-high Super 5A Grade A office building designed by the famous architect I.M. Pei. It seems that I have to find an assistant. Even when I go out on business trips, I have to take a taxi myself. What's the point of making so much money? He looked at the Bank of China Tower, which is a steel frame structure and fully covered with curtain walls, and thought leisurely with his eyes narrowed. When he arrived at Sequoia Capital, Shin Peng had been waiting for a long time. Not only Shin Peng, but also another VP and several directors were waiting in the conference room. When the front desk brought Sheng Huainan to the conference room, several people stood up and greeted him politely. Ordinary startup company bosses really don't have this treatment. Generally speaking, if you can put down the company profile PPT and say that you can go back and wait for a while to reply to you, it is considered to be giving you face. But Sheng Huainan is different. A company with an annual profit of over 10 million, if it can stably make profits of over 10 million for 3 consecutive years, not to mention those big blue chips, is definitely a potential company in the A share market in 2005. If most private equity funds and investment banks didn't take Sheng Huainan's Shanghai Electronics seriously when he first launched the electronic smartwatch, and just regarded him as a new kid in the electronics industry, then now that Shanghai Electronics has developed 2 hit products in a row, no one dares to look down on him. The newly established Redshirt Capital even offered him the best treatment. After a group of people sat down, Shin Peng, who was wearing a red shirt, was sitting opposite Sheng Huainan. He put down the small Yangshin pot with a small bottom pattern of a mandrel in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him. He was thin and slender, and his skin was a little pale, perhaps because he had been immersed in the RD center for a long time. The young man wore a well-dressed jacket with trousers. Although casual, he looked more formal. His face was very beautiful, and he was too young. At first glance, he looked like a shy but friendly boy next door. He sat alone and casually opposite the people from Redshirt Capital, and quietly looked at the capital tycoon Shin Peng opposite. It's shocking that this man actually controls a company with assets of over 100 million. Shin Peng casually stroked the bottom pattern of the Yangshin pot and thought involuntarily. There are always some people or things that make people fall in love at first sight and feel happy. For the discerning Shin Peng, this Yangshin pot is exactly that. Shin Peng shook hands with Sheng Huainan enthusiastically and proactively. The words he said made Sheng Huainan spit out his food. Boss Sheng, I have heard a lot about you. Sheng Huainan felt that he could be Shin Peng's junior, which was somewhat uncomfortable, so Sheng Huainan shook hands with him and could only say, "You are too polite." Gao Chun, who was standing aside, took the opportunity to say, "Our boss Shin was supposed to go back to the headquarters today. When he heard that you were coming to discuss with us, he changed his flight ticket temporarily and stayed to attend today's meeting." Sheng Huainan smiled at Shin Peng and said, "Thank you boss Shin for attaching so much importance to Shanghai Electronics. I heard that Gao Chun found an interesting electronics company marked as S-level investment grade and recommended it to me. I am also very curious, so I want to meet you." Although Shin Peng had just established Redshirt, he was already a big shot in the internet industry in the early stage, so he said it casually. This company called Shanghai Electronics has risen amazingly, but their rise has been too short. He has some doubts about whether they can have sustained explosive power. There are many men who fail at critical moments, and it is not surprising to have one more. Sheng Huainan stretched out his index finger, rubbed his thumb casually for a while, huddled in the chair, changed to a more comfortable position, and then took a sip of Mingqian Longjing tea, and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't necessarily need financing today, but since I'm here today, how about my sincerity?" Mr. Shin must have known this, otherwise I would never have been frank with Mr. Gao Chun. Few invested companies treat fund parties with such an attitude. Generally speaking, they are not flattering, but they are very respectful. Sheng Huainan is still rare. Sheng Huainan can borrow money from banks now, but banks in this era need collateral. If Shansha Factory wants to borrow money, it can only get 10 million at most. 10 million, to put it bluntly, what can you do with it? Therefore, he himself is still inclined to conduct around that financing. Shin Peng suppressed the slight discomfort in his heart, put down the mandrel pot, and smiled. It's not about breaking up business, but about breaking up friendship. Come and chat, talk about Mr. Sheng's entrepreneurial story, it will also be a lot of benefit. I am a very vulgar person, I come from a financial background, I smell of money, of course, I like to make friends. Especially young talents like Mr. Sheng, I like to know them even more. However, although Redshirt has just been established, we also have other resources that can be matched. However, it depends on whether the invested enterprises have enough potential. Interesting, he actually dared to PUA me in reverse? This Shin Peng is indeed the future IT tycoon and the #1 in China's investment community. Interesting. Sheng Huainan stopped leaning on the chair and leaned forward, which was regarded as an acknowledgement of what Shin Peng said. Since I can sit here, it means that Mr. Shin has recognized the potential of our Shansha business. Speaking of Shansha, Mr. Shin, what do you think you value about us? Sheng Huainan seemed to be unaware of the change in Shin Peng's attitude. I think what impressed me was the genius creativity of your products. For such a creative team, even if you are in the manufacturing industry, we are willing to pay for the potential. Shin Peng did not expect Sheng Huainan to defeat him, and asked directly. I don't think so, Mr. Shin. Sheng Huainan leaned back in his chair and tapped the tabletop with one finger. His movements were gentle and silent. Now our company has more than 100 engineers, and this year we will continue to recruit more people to reach a scale of 500 plus or even 1000 plus. In the future long-term planning, we will form a large number of engineers in this field. In the future, we will develop more than 100,000 engineers to do the research and development and support of this technology. So we lack money because we lack this. We are not short of heavy assets. On the contrary, we hope to put more effort into the research and development of vertical lines. After saying these heartfelt words, Sheng Huainan waited for a reply. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Although the people in the red shirts thought that Sheng Huainan's words were false, they were shocked by the calm and nonchalant look of this guy. This guy acted too realistically. Everyone felt that he was bragging, but his serious expression made him feel that he was not bragging. This contrast made everyone feel a little weird. As the saying goes, first-class companies make standards, second-class companies make brands, and third-class companies make products. The corporate standard set by Sheng Huainan is a bit high. In 2005, there were very few companies that really had product research and development vision plans, and even the word rare could be used to describe it. The government has always hoped that companies would change their cages and adjust their industrial structure through research and development to increase profit margins. But the situation has not been optimistic. After all, China lacks a research and development atmosphere. The products developed are pirated everywhere, and some cheaper things are made. Who would still engage in research and development? In this atmosphere, Sheng Huainan said that they would engage in large-scale research and development, and even have a research and development team of 100,000 people in the future. Isn't this very weird? What does 100,000 people mean? Even if the cost per person is 100,000 yuan, it will cost 10 billion yuan every year. That's 10 billion yuan every year. This cost does not include the cost of 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, various talent subsidies, RD progress bonuses, supporting personnel costs associated with large-scale talent recruitment, etc. The investment in talent of this scale will only be more, not less. This level of investment is not affordable for the average blue-chip companies. Those who can afford it, well. If the annual revenue does not reach more than 100 billion yuan, it is simply a dream to invest in this RD cost. The problem is that Sheng Huainan is a bit too boastful. Increasing RD investment is a very good idea. We also hope that the company we invest in has this level of investment. Your company's product matrix is far from enough. A smartwatch business has been sold, and now there is a large MP4. To put it bluntly, it may lose money at any time. Xinpeng laughed dumbly and said to Sheng Huainan in a tactful tone of an experienced person. Private equity investment companies emphasize 1 profit, 2 break-evens and 7 losses. He himself is very optimistic about Shangsha Electronics, thinking that Shangsha is very likely to be the so-called first. Naturally do not want this young entrepreneur to be ruined by complacency. Moreover, for this talented young man, perhaps he can make the market value of Shangsha Electronics reach 2 billion or even more after 2010. As one of the first people in China to come into contact with the internet, Xinpeng has some understanding of Sheng Huainan's mentality. In his opinion, young people are full of vigor and have a spirit of never admitting defeat, but sometimes the spirit is a good thing and sometimes it is a bad thing. Once the wrong direction is chosen, and it is necessary to go all the way, it will fall. Sheng Huainan knew that what the other party said was very pertinent, but if you want to show off, you must show off to the end. A company's prestige must be established. If you lick investors like a dog, investors will only kick you away like kicking a dog. So he snorted with a little contempt and said, since the Shangsha tablet dares to be called a computer, it has the potential to do the functions of a computer. Most people now use computers for work and as office computers. In fact, in the future trend of life, the trend of computer miniaturization will become more and more obvious, and it may eventually shrink to the size of a palm. When electronic technology develops to the final stage, the most likely thing is that there will be no need for internal storage chips, and it will be directly uploaded to the central storage system through the network. I call it the cloud. This is the display of future technological life scenes. The scene was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone present was stunned when they heard the words, and then they thought about it carefully. This kind of prediction is the entrepreneur's sense of smell, and there is often a natural sensitivity. Could it be that what he said is really possible? Xinpeng opened his eyes wide and looked at him with an incredible look. He then thought for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to do this. The technology you mentioned is very difficult to use with current technology. You should know that the tablet you made yourself will heat up like a hand warmer after using it for a long time. You can also warm your girlfriend's stomach when she has a stomachache. You can be a warm man, right? If you can't achieve mass production, the investors will be disappointed in you. The people present wanted to laugh, but considering such a serious occasion, it was not appropriate to laugh, so they had to think of the saddest thing in their lives, but they couldn't help it. Some people's faces turned red like liver. Shang Huainan smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. If the capital party I'm looking for lacks foresight and insight, I don't want to cooperate with them. What should I do if my company is controlled by the capital party?" As the saying goes, people with different ideas cannot work together. In the future, when I raise funds, I must communicate with those capitals that can see through my intentions. Gao Chun watched Shang Huainan's performance and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Too cool. Although Xinpeng's Redshirt Capital was established not long ago, it is still the boss of a private equity fund. There are not many people who dare to talk to him like this. Interesting. Quite interesting. I like this kind of operator. We at Sequoia are buying 10% of the equity at 15 times the PE, which is 50 million yuan. This is the valuation of Shangsha Electronics by the PE of technology stocks, not manufacturing stocks. You have 10 million yuan to use directly without conditions. This condition is quite favorable, right? You have to understand that in China, no one can give such a price to a manufacturing company as we do. I am investing in you as a high-potential internet company, Shen Peng said seriously. Sequoia Capital has made an offer. 50 million. 10 million yuan can be used freely as an exit fund, which means that even if Shang Huainan does not exit now, he can still live a very comfortable life. You know, the house he lives in is still a small 2-bedroom rented house, and the car is still a company-provided car, and he lives a very simple life. Now, as long as he opens his mouth, his wife, oh no, the life of a multimillionaire, Sequoia Capital can give it to him. Everyone looked at Shang Huainan, even Gao Chun couldn't help but feel a little jealous of him. With 10 million yuan of capital, if nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't be able to make that much money in his life. The starting line is your finish line, so why are you still working so hard in your life? Isn't it infuriating? Seeing that Xinpeng stopped talking, everyone looked at Shang Huainan. I don't agree to this condition. This offer is not disrespectful to me, but disrespectful to Shangsha Electronics. Shangsha Electronics deserves more. Shang Huainan refused directly and categorically with great arrogance. This kid answered without any hesitation. Tens of millions. Ordinary people will be financially free if they get this condition. Xinpeng looked at Shang Huainan as if he was looking at a monster. Xinpeng saw extreme paranoia in Shang Huainan. He should have paranoid blood flowing in his bones. He just felt that this young man finally became more like a mortal, because mortals would make mistakes, and Shang Huainan made 2 products in a row, and he didn't make any mistakes. Instead, he made 2 hit products in a row. This is simply a miracle. Although he doesn't like this type of people to be his subordinates, he likes such people as business operators, because he thinks of another person, the boss of Penghua Company, the stingy Steve Jobs who just returned to the board of directors. The same paranoia, the same keen sense of smell for products. Everything, the 2 people look very similar. Do you want to take a chance? It's just a few tens of millions of dollars, not much more. A lot of thoughts flashed through Xinpeng's mind. Then Xinpeng temporarily decided to increase the stake on the original basis, and at the same time, he moved Shangsha Technology from the A level in his mind to the S level, which is the most important list of Redshirt Capital. He wanted to take a chance on the future fate of Shangsha Electronics. Just now our offer was 15 times the PE to buy 10% of the equity, which is 50 million yuan. Now we can raise the bargaining price and buy 10% of the equity according to 20 times the PE, and do the round with 20 times the PE, which is 65 million yuan. You can also use 15 million for unconditional analysis. This price is already the limit of the round of unicorn companies. Other peers will probably laugh at us when they see our offer. Rather than saying that we are interested in Shangsha, it is better to say that we are optimistic about Mr. Shang. Xinpeng and a senior VP named Zhang Yang exchanged glances, and Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. At this moment, Shang Huainan suddenly put one hand on his chest with a bright smile on his face. His breathing became more and more stable. He leaned back in his chair, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a sparkling look in his eyes, "I agree with this offer in principle, but my biggest concern for the round of investment is not here." "Oh? Mr. Shang, what is your main focus?" Zhang Yang couldn't help but speak out. "I hope there will be a match of channel resources. I know you are a strategic investor of Alibaba and Amazon. I need the VIP level resources of this sector to help my products penetrate into the online platform and expand rapidly. Sheng Huainan finally said his other purpose. Channel is king. For him now, he is not very short of money. Tens of millions can't solve too big a problem, but the channel problem is very serious. Now the channel business team is slowly formed. All of this takes time, so he must speed up the construction of the channel team. This is impossible. These companies don't say that they won't listen to us. Even if they can, they will also have to pay a high price. To be honest, we have already given such favorable conditions. There is really no other private equity that can give you. Your product, you know it yourself, needs to be iterated several times before it can break through the current limitations, and the limitations are very large. Opportunities are really rare. Don't make random offers. You, another senior VP at the side, couldn't help but speak out. Sheng Huainan waved his hand. That's because you ignored its huge potential in traffic aggregation. For this tablet, my idea is to use hardware and experience as the main body, and internal software as the soul and connection axis to do big data business. When this thing develops, it can control hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of netizens every day. Whatever you push to them, they will watch and play. If you use this traffic entrance and provide in-depth services, you will definitely be able to stir up the entire IT industry. Then, Sheng Huainan briefly talked about his next plan for Shangsha Electronics. If it is just a hardware upgrade, the prospects are not as optimistic as imagined. According to the trajectory of the previous life, Manhwa Company will launch the first generation of Manhwa mobile phones in 2006. Shangsha will catch up, and the generation gap will not be too obvious. So how to develop the product matrix? Find another way, through software bundling, highlight the ecological advantages of the closed loop. The senior VP was a little unhappy with Sheng Huainan's direct denial, and his tone became a little cold. You are an electronics company, not an internet company. Even your tablet computer is driven by the Win system. You don't have any software products of your own, nor do you have relevant R&D personnel. You are just an integrator of existing software. In addition to using except for the users of the product, it is just an empty shell. If you want to provide in-depth services based on the empty shell, it means that you need to develop and improve each service and each product by yourself. The cost of manpower and material resources is very high. Once the capital chain is broken in the middle, the only outcome is death. Yes, the reality is so cruel. If Sheng Huainan didn't have the previous memory as a golden finger, if he played around, he would really have no way out. Sheng Huainan frowned. Who told you that you can only die? What if I can live? Being greedy and demanding will inevitably lead to death. Eat as much as you can. Your combination strategy seems to be effective at first glance, but it will not be maintained with tens of millions. This investment, conservatively estimated, will take several $100 million to see initial results. What about you now? If you really start burning money, will the money on the books be enough for you to burn for a few months? Even if your tablet computer can maintain the current sales temperature and sell all the high turnover land, how much profit can it bring? This VP is an investment expert in the IT industry. Zhang Yu got angry for some reason and said sternly. She continued, the prospects of tablet computers. I have a different opinion from you. I think the ceiling of this kind of product is easy to reach. This thing is just like VCD and DVD. It is a transitional product, and it is purely a product that serves the primary internet form. It will be eliminated sooner or later. You need to find your own flagship product as soon as possible. Facing a series of questions from the VP, Sheng Huainan snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, my advantage is my brain. You don't understand, from the perspective of the product matrix, the tablet computer is an absolute cash cow product. The profit generated by this product, plus the funds you provide, my R&D team can definitely achieve rapid expansion. I am absolutely sure that I can realize the product matrix diversification strategy one just mentioned in a short period of time. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will have no problem. Xin Peng looked at the small pot on the table, thought for a while, looked up, and said, I can say hello to them and give you certain preferential treatment in traffic support. At the same time, we also have cooperation with SEG Digital, the largest electronic digital city company in China. This part of the cost support can be negotiated and shared by both parties. And I heard from Gao Chun that you also have needs in the third-level bond financing channels. These two combined are difficult, so we have to change the way we play. Change to what way of playing? Sheng Huainan asked curiously. Within 2 years, Shangsha Electronics must go public. If it fails to go public, Shansha Electronics must transfer another 20% of its equity to us free of charge. If it fails to go public within 3 years, it will transfer 41% of its equity to us free of charge. Do you dare to play a bet with me? After saying that, he picked up the small pot again, felt the delicate texture of the pot body, looked at Sheng Huainan with a playful look, and smiled. Good guy, it's interesting. Impossible. Sheng Huainan refused without thinking. In the current situation, Shansha Electronics is still in a very good growth period. We are not ready to go public within 2 years. This bet is an investment in Shansha Electronics' future expectations, which makes Shansha Electronics more inclined to realize quickly and ignore internal precipitation. I don't want such an investment. In the later stage, the capital party will completely lose confidence in Shansha Electronics. At that time, it will be difficult to get the B round of financing. He has a golden finger and still plays a bet. His brain is not a what. This kind of bet agreement was still a rare thing in 2005. But in the later stage, especially in the entertainment industry, it was very popular. Xiaoma Guaha Culture Development Co., Limited in the entertainment industry collapsed directly because it could not go public due to a bet, and later, coupled with the death of the founder and operational difficulties. A certain big director Gangzi, because he accepted the bet agreement, tried his best to make a movie, but ultimately failed to complete the bet agreement. Sheng Huainan is not stupid, and he would play his own company for a little channel resource. 3 years later, it happened to be the year of the financial crisis in 2008. Wouldn't he be harvested like a leek? He is not a child, and he will not go bankrupt directly if he cannot raise the money. He likes to play any gambling game. If he can't negotiate, forget it. Then let's change the condition. As a small shareholder, we have the right to request that once there is a dispute over equity and capital increase, we as a small shareholder have the right to request that it be resolved according to the company's last financing valuation, not according to the market value. Zhang Yu on the side said hurriedly. This is a very important strategy in investment negotiations. First, talk about a condition that you cannot agree to, and then talk about an easy-to-accept one. If you are not careful, you will fall into a negotiation trap without knowing it. The mall is like a battlefield, and there are so many ways to play that you can't defend yourself. Zhang Yu mentioned a very important bargaining chip, second only to valuation and dilution ratio. My company's market value will grow very fast. In this way, your 10% will be very valuable, and there is a chance to acquire it at the price of round A and round B. For us, it is equivalent to selling the company at a low price. You shouldn't let the original investor's enthusiasm decline for a little profit, right? Sheng Huainan laughed, and then he looked up and said to himself without confronting Zhang Yu. Mr. Shang, after graduating from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, I have been in China Street for so many years. An old saying I often hear is that trees don't grow to the sky, and stocks don't grow forever. Today you are still a startup star, and tomorrow you may be knocked down to the dust. What you can hold on to is the most important. Maybe the price of round B next time will not be as good as that of round A. You still have to seize this opportunity. Zhang Yu smiled. The needle is hidden in the cotton. This Sequoia Capital is really a high-quality creation. There are so many masters in the China branch after only a few months. Sheng Huainan narrowed his eyes. Oh? Madam, you have to understand that it is Red Shirt Capital that needs Shansha Electronics, not Shansha Electronics that needs Red Shirt. Red Shirt Capital has just been established for a few months. Although your company is well known in the United States, it is unknown in China. Your resources and connections are all from the United States. I admit that I am very coveted for these resources, but that's all. I just need to develop for a while, and then I can have higher-level resources. No one expected that an investment meeting would be so intense. Investment is originally a process of PUA and being PUA. If the project is a star project, the more investors pursue it, the greater the chance of being licked by the kneeling. Like Shansha Electronics, it has made a profit in less than a year. It is a rare high-quality target. This is the key to Sheng Huainan's courage to challenge Red Shirt. Although we at Red Shirt Capital welcome all high-quality equivalents, more importantly, Shansha has not yet solved one of the questions, that is, how do you guarantee the safety of this money? Zhang Yang said coldly on the side. The safety of funds does not lie in controlling and not spending them. What's the point of keeping the money and putting it on the bank account? Now the point is to spend the money more valuable. The key to this thing is that after I have this money, I should invest it in 2 key sectors, R&D and sales. In the R&D port, as I said just now, I will continue to expand my talent team. The number of R&D personnel will approach 1,000 plus people, and in the sales port, we will sync the market and build our own channel team through vertical lines. It took us less than a year in Shangsha to come up with 2 innovative products. More importantly, both products are profitable. You should believe in our later strategy. Sheng Huainan said proudly. You must dare to brag when talking about investment. If you dare to brag, someone will dare to believe it. If you don't even have this confidence, how can you cheat people's money? He took a sip of water, grinned, and continued, how about this? I can agree that you have the priority to follow up in each round of follow-up investment, so as to ensure that your equity will not be diluted in a continuous and proportional manner. In the end, angel investors actually occupy the smallest investment share, which is not beautiful. How about this? This is my bottom line, success or failure. He does things differently from other business operators. He hopes to eat a fish from beginning to end, and even the fish bones are boiled twice for soup. He is not greedy and does not think that all the money in the world can be earned. He is lonely in this world, and there are still many things to do. It is really no big deal to give up a little profit. This may be related to his experience in his previous life, or it may be related to the vague teachings of his mother in his previous life. It is extremely difficult for him to do something, even if he knows that he can't do it in the end, even if he tries his best. But you can be sure of one thing. As long as he is determined in his heart, he will definitely do it. Even if he can't do it with 100% strength, he is willing to grit his teeth and use 120% strength. For a big goal, unite a group of people and sacrifice some insignificant small interests. There is nothing great. To be honest, I came to this project with a dispensable purpose at the beginning, but now I am more curious about how far you can go. Shinpeng smiled and put down the mandrel pot in his hand. To be honest, I came here with a dispensable purpose for this project at first, but now I am more curious about how far you can go. At first, I was worried that you were young and energetic and would spend money recklessly. Now I am no longer entangled. We can sign the contract today. If possible, the money can be transferred to the account within 7 days. Shinpeng smiled and put down the mandrel pot in his hand. I like straightforward people. Sheng Huainan also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shinpeng. Congratulations, billionaire. Shinpeng said meaningfully. Please believe me, this is just the starting point. Sheng Huainan shrugged his shoulders and smiled easily. Today, he really began to enter a new stage of life. The paranoid attitude successfully made Shinpeng retreat a step. He was optimistic about the development of Shangsha Electronics, but he was afraid that Shangsha Electronics would waste too much capital on some unnecessary expenses. Now the solution is separated by a layer of window paper, which can be broken with a poke. The key depends on who pokes it first and how to poke it. Shinpeng hopes to take out this money and have a certain degree of binding with Shangsha Electronics. More importantly, the sense of security of funds. Now that Sheng Huainan has explained the rules of the follow-up investment game, it naturally shows his hidden trick. Although he has traveled through time, his professional direction is limited. By introducing strategic investors, he can also get free red shirt wool and let them provide professional guidance on Shangsha's financial situation. You invested in my company and hope that my company will go public. It's not too much to do a little guidance work? Of course, Shangsha Electronics will introduce the 4 major accounting firms, PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, Deloitte, DTT, KPMG, Ernst Young, EY, to conduct financial audits and standardize management after the next product comes out, which also requires the cooperation of the Around Financing Company. Sheng Huainan believes that this sector is the top priority. Now that the company is small, there are many small accounts that are not done clearly. He may not know whether it has been embezzled, so he is now thinking about introducing an investor to break the deadlock, which is also an important aspect of his financial reform. He sat in the Hong Kong office of Sequoia Capital for half an hour. Gao Chun walked into the conference room with a man in his 30s. When he saw Sheng Huainan, he said, Mr. Sheng, let me introduce you. This is Attorney Chen from Junhee LLP, our partner. He is very familiar with various legal provisions in the mainland, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. He is our strategic partner of Sequoia. Sheng Huainan nodded involuntarily. Junhee is one of the red circle firms. It maintains a high standard in terms of service quality, risk control, professional image, knowledge management, internal affairs, and other aspects. This red circle, the fees are high, and they basically only do non-litigation business, so Sheng Huainan agreed with the contract initially drafted by the lawyer of this company. He said hello to Lawyer Chen, and then Gao Chun told him the details finalized with Sequoia Capital today. After Lawyer Chen drafted the contract, Sheng Huainan sent it to the lawyer hired by Shangsha to review it again. After about 2 hours, Yuzhou signed his name on the contract after confirming that there were no major problems. Shin Peng, who was relaxed, signed the contract readily after seeing Sheng Huainan's signature, and then the two parties exchanged contracts. Sheng Huainan achieved his goal. He had the startup funds for the next project, the channel content related to the resources of Sequoia, and the help of a fund company. Many large companies standardized the content of the section, which could save a lot of time. The key is that it can save time. For the reborn, time is capital. Redshank Capital also felt that it had achieved its goal. An emerging IT company with a very good operating concept and a very similar temperament to Peacefruit was a very meaningful thing for the newly established Redshank. In 2005, when hot money was booming, it was better to invest in good assets than to keep the money in hand. This business was definitely worth it. After coming out of the Bank of China building with the contract, Sheng Huainan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile that had been suppressed for a long time also emerged. From today on, he is a real rich man. In the past, the money was just paper wealth, which needed to be circulated within the company. Today, the money he can get can be really taken out, and he can take off now. The new archway in Jiangnan district, Yuzhou, is a new urban area built after the founding of Yuzhou. However, due to the limitations of the planning at that time, a lot of very new-style Western-style buildings were crowded on both sides of the narrow street. In the early to mid-1990s, this place was still quite dilapidated, with patches of fertile fields and farmhouses, and was part of the suburbs. However, with the renovation of the old city, new houses are interspersed with old houses. Compared with the plain city, the layers are staggered, which has a unique flavor. By late October, the hottest time of the year in Yuzhou has passed. The leaves of evergreen trees have been dead for some time, and the branches and leaves have become sparse. Standing in front of his own community, Sheng Huainan, who had just got off a taxi with 2 full suitcases, was quite worried. This is the characteristic of Yuzhou, climbing up the hill. The community where he lives has to walk up a staircase of almost 3 stories high to reach his building. He doesn't mind it, thinking that he can exercise his body when he goes home at night. Now, he regrets it. His house is a small 2-bedroom house. In his early years, Sheng Ziren bought it before he started his business. The place where he lived before, although it was in a better location like Xinpeifang, both rooms were facing the fort, and it was very dark 24 hours a day, giving people the feeling of a frog sitting in a well and watching the sky. If he had known earlier, he would not have played any tricks that would not bother the company. Think about it, he is a big boss of a relatively large company, and he actually took things home in person. He finally went to Hong Kong, and he was in a good mood today, so he naturally bought some rare goods that were not available in the western inland cities, and unconsciously bought too much. The key is that he didn't encounter Yuzhou specialty sticks on the way, which was indeed a mistake. Hey, I have a hairpin on my head, and I can't pretend to be low-key. I have to carry things myself as a boss, or I have to find an assistant. If I don't have a bodyguard, I can have an assistant. I'm still too casual. If I don't spend money, I'll take it into the coffin. No, I'll ask him when I go back, and I'll change the house by the way. Sweat flowed down Sheng Huainan's head. He climbed the steps and moved his steps with difficulty, thinking breathlessly. Now that he was rich, it was very easy for him to live in a single-family villa. He needed to change his previous poor lifestyle. When he climbed up the dark stairs to the door, he felt that the door was not closed tightly after trying to open it with the key for a long time. Then, a shadow came to his face and kicked him subconsciously. When he saw that it was a girl who was shouting "Catch the thief," it was too late for him to withdraw his foot and walk out. He kicked a girl wrapped in a big bath towel and she sat on the ground. Her big bath towel spread out, revealing a white patch. "Catch the hooligan, catch the thief." The girl waved the broom handle at Sheng Huainan's face, and shouted loudly, but she was also timid. "Don't come over here, you lecher, I'm going to call the police. You still have time to escape now, the police will be here in less than 2 minutes. Are you the owner of 306? Sheng Huainan vaguely saw her face, and couldn't help but step back and look at the lintel. Sure enough, he understood what was going on at this time. He went to the wrong door and walked to the opposite door. Awkward, capital embarrassment. When he came in, it was obvious that the girl was taking a bath. She was not wearing anything except a big bath towel, and her hair was still wet. I can find any woman now. He couldn't help but curse himself. Still looking, poke your thief's eyes out. The girl looked at him warily with a broom. I don't care about your Wangzai buns. But Sheng Huainan didn't dare to say it. He took 2 steps forward involuntarily. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly woke up and stepped back. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Who would sneak into someone's house while they are taking a shower and kick them so hard that it hurts? The woman ran in the opposite direction of Sheng Huainan and rubbed her chest angrily. After a long time, she still felt a little stuffy and achy while rubbing her chest. This man is not very old, but he can really do that to a woman. He is a scumbag at first glance. The woman thought angrily. The woman is not very old, only about 20 years old. Shang Huainan couldn't help but look around the house. Because this is an old house with a history of more than 20 years, there was originally no bathroom. It was simply renovated, and the small wing room of only 4 or 5 square meters at the back was converted into a bathroom. The conditions are still simple. Shang Huainan saw that the room was paved with self-leveling floors that were not often used in later generations, but it was very clean and tidy. The selection of curtains and home textiles is particularly warm. The furniture, including the sofa and coffee table in the hall downstairs, is not high-end, but very unique. You can't feel the shabby old house. You can see that this girl is very careful when decorating this room. Although she still has some innocent childishness on her face, she has a bit of an urban beauty. Her skin is very fair, and it has a very textured feeling under the dim light. Her face is also very beautiful and bright, which touches people's heartstrings. Don't say that she looks really good without makeup. Between her eyebrows, her facial features are very three-dimensional. She looks a bit like the star named Delinaba in the later generations. Shang Huainan has basically never seen this woman. He only knows that the woman opposite is a widow whose husband has just died. She has no children, but he doesn't know that she looks so beautiful. I am the owner of 305 opposite. I just came back from Hong Kong today. Look, the feifei on my suitcase has not been torn off. Shang Huainan quickly took his suitcase in to explain. They all lived together for a long time. Although Shang Huainan wanted to move, it was not good to be wrongly accused of being a pervert. After thinking for a while, he opened one of the suitcases and took out a purple Chanel scarf from it. He bought it as a gift, but he didn't expect to use it before he even got home. This is a Chanel scarf I bought in Hong Kong. It's a small gift. Don't mind. I apologize to you. Shang Huainan sincerely said to the woman apologized. It can be said that any problem that can be solved with money in this world is not a problem, not to mention that he also took out scarce goods that are rare in Yuzhou. Who wants your things, you dead hooligan? Why don't you get out quickly? The girl shouted. Shang Huainan also knew that he was wrong. This unlucky son smiled bitterly, apologized and hurried into his house. After packing his luggage and hanging up all the clothes, he hurriedly turned on the computer and replied to Mo and Shi Yongxin, saying that he had arrived in Yuzhou safely. Then he opened his email, but after not handling affairs for a few days, it was full of email messages to be processed. At present, Shansha Electronics does not have a sound OA online office system, and the company is small. For convenience, email contact is the most convenient. In fact, most domestic companies at this time did not have the concept of online office, and most of them were still at the stage of paper process circulation. Now Shang Huainan is doing email approval, which is a relatively advanced step. After quickly terminating some processes that were easy to draw conclusions and leaving some processes that required deep thinking, Shang Huainan went out to take a shower and continued to sit at his desk. He looked at his watch and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. This time is just right for a person to think deeply. He first took 2 small blue pills to prevent overuse of the brain, and after calming down, he continued his work. Sequoia Capital was also quite satisfied with Shangsha Electronics' actions this time. Although they were partners, their goal from the beginning was to get in and out quickly, but Shang Huainan was not a green egg. He strictly guarded against the capital level, making it difficult for them to find a breakthrough for a while. The development process of an enterprise after financing is like sailing with many people. Everyone builds a bigger ship and goes further together, and the startup can always be at the helm if it operates properly. However, the capital parties on the ship are always eager to move, and their goals are not necessarily the same as those of the startups. Sometimes, they don't want the voyage to be too smooth, but rather hope that a big hole can be broken in the hull to disrupt the rhythm of the helmsman, distract the helmsman's energy, and even force him to give up greater interests or even control when helping the startup solve the problem. It is the legendary statement of non-concerted action. But Shang Huainan will not give them such an opportunity. With the help of Redshirt Capital, he has laid a solid foundation, which is equivalent to laying the foundation for a skyscraper. Now it is time for him to add bricks and tiles to this building. After thinking for a moment, he called the sales director Lin Jingda. Lin Jingda had just finished exercising in bed and was about to have a cigarette when he heard the phone vibrate. He glanced at it impatiently and couldn't help but shudder. Oh my god, the boss called. Who calls so late, old Lin? You haven't been feeling well recently. It's over in just 15 seconds. A woman on the side said impatiently. Don't talk, it's my boss's call. Lin Jingde couldn't help feeling depressed when he heard this, and shouted. As soon as the call was connected, Sheng Huainan said in a deep voice, "Boss Lin, haven't you rested yet?" "No rest, no rest, boss, you say?" Lin Zhengde on the other end of the phone stood up straight and said repeatedly. Posture is the external expression of inner state, which is dominated by emotions, feelings, and interests. Therefore, when he talks to important people, he will often maintain the best posture to unconsciously show his importance in his words. Sheng Huainan nodded. There is something that MO will officially announce tomorrow. We will reach a strategic agreement with Redshirt Capital. Redshirt will acquire 10% of our Shangsha Electronics equity at a price of 65 million yuan and complete the year round of investment. The money will be deposited in 7 days. You have to take action on your side. Lin Jingde's heart was shocked. The cigarette in his hand fell down involuntarily and accidentally touched his arm, which made him grit his teeth in pain. He came to Shangsha because he saw the strong momentum of Shangsha, but he didn't expect Shangsha Electronics to develop so fiercely. It's only been a year, and the boss is already a billionaire. This is a wealth creation myth belonging to China. Oh my god, the boss is so lucky. He is definitely a leader among the rich second generation. Hey, Mr. Lin, can you hear me? Sheng Huainan asked when he heard that Lin Jingde didn't reply. Yes, boss. Lin Jingde came back to his senses. Sheng Huainan knew what he was thinking, stood up, and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, from today on, I will give you some pressure. In the past few days, Lin Jingde has been busy with the construction of offline direct stores after receiving instructions from Sheng Huainan. Although Shangsha Electronics products are well known in the southwest region, the channel expansion work in other regions has not been smooth. No other reason, the regional brand's geographical awareness is too strong. Sheng Huainan did not consider relying heavily on online sales channels like Xiaomi. After all, the online shopping environment is not yet complete, and the internet atmosphere is still very cold. Channels are king. In the future, the two mobile phone manufacturers of Blue and Green Factory relied on cost-effectiveness and the chain offline stores that blossomed everywhere to sweep the market share and beat Xiaomi. It is still 2005, and internet resources cannot penetrate into everyone's hands. If it still copies Xiaomi's work intact and goes online at this point in time, Shangsha will die without a dregs left. Therefore, from Sheng Huainan's strategic perspective, combined with the reactions of various partners in the last Lianqing incident, his actions in the sales sector are to use the deep development points of Blue and Green Factory as the top priority of the blueprint expansion. However, it is not so easy to create a channel team. Although Lin Zhengde has experience in forming a team, it is indeed quite difficult to start from scratch now. He originally wanted to choose Yuzhou and Jinzhou, two cities with deep roots in Shangsha Electronics, as the starting point for development, but due to strong opposition from channel dealers, he could only unexpectedly choose the South China region, where Shangsha Electronics currently has the worst sales volume, as the expansion point. However, his work progress is slow. Now he has found the first point, which is the BJ Road store of Guangbai Department Store, one of the top 10 shopping malls in Yangqing City, Manhwa Province. This is also the storefront he found after swiping his face card and licking his face. However, he now has a problem with recruitment, which he thinks is the least likely to go wrong. Boss Lin, our store is now preparing more than 10 full-time employees, but now we have only recruited 4, not even half of them. Are we asking too much? Aren't they just some employees who sell electronic brands? Shang, the manager of the South China region of Shangsha Electronics, wiped the sweat from his head and said panting. It was December 2005, but the weather in Guangzhou was still hot and humid. People would sweat if they stayed outside for a long time. Now they had to form a team and arrange all the details of the decoration. He and Lin Zhengde were very busy. We recruited according to Mr. Shang's request without any compromise. This is the first store, the first. If your store is in such a state, how can you survive in the company in the future? Remember, the boss's requirements are above everything else. Lin Zhengde said seriously. The sales volume of Shangsha Electronics is actually very delicate now. It made money in the previous wave, but now that the heat wave is over, sales have dropped again. You come from the electronic products business, and you know that the greater the sales volume, the lower the cost, until it is close to the material cost. Otherwise, it will be like Bird now, which wants profit but not sales volume, and then when sales are gone, the profit is gone too. Lin Jingde continued to say leisurely. Although the Shangsha tablet computer was a hot seller before, the problem of emitting heat due to small memory, small space, low CPU efficiency and other problems has always been limited by modern technology and has not been well solved, so it has received a certain rate of negative reviews, which has also affected the sales of Shangsha tablet computers. In addition, due to the geographical reasons of the channel dealers, the regionality is too strong, and the sales are heavily dependent on the southwest area. Now is the time when Changsha really needs to break through, and it is also the time when they need their sales team. At this time, who will be replaced? Isn't it obvious? But it is true that the reason why so few people are recruited now is that Sheng Huainan's requirements are too high. Require a good figure, require education, and require temperament. Who will come to your electronics store to be a salesperson with such requirements? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go to a luxury store or be a flight attendant if they meet the requirements? What's more, you only have one product on sale now. Even if you bring the electronic watches of Sanha Electronics to sell, there are only two simple products. What if you give a high base salary? Sales rely on commissions to eat. If the commissions are not good, good sales will not come. Of course, there are those who want to try, but such people either want to earn a basic salary, or just want to do something and see the development potential of the enterprise. The current Sheng belongs to the second type. He is an old subordinate of Lin Jingde, and now he follows him to conquer the world. He has good coordination skills and strong ability to undertake work on his own. He has a relatively high starting point when he comes to the internal marketing section of Changsha Electronics. Okay. Now there is another question. Are we sure to decorate the store in the way that President Sheng said? It feels weird, with large and transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, monotonous bright yellow tables, and strange top lights. I have never seen such a shape in a commercial store. Sheng complained quietly. Why did you say you came here just now, but you forgot it in a moment? Look at your memory. Let's do ground promotion. What is the core? It is the customer promotion activities based on the store, as well as the geographical expansion activities. We can do these actions without being restricted by partners. We should take advantage of the light workload to take down some points, so that our sales team can have the right to speak. Lin Jingde walked to the front, patted Sheng on the shoulder and continued with a smile, do you believe it or not, we can help President Sheng to create a listed company. Sheng was shocked. President Lin was too optimistic. He was so old, but still so sunny and naive? Listed company? President Lin, you are exaggerating. There are many companies with sales of hundreds of millions in South China, but there are not many companies that have achieved continuous and stable profits and listed. Most of them are dancing on the edge of a knife. It's still too early for us to reach that step in Changsha, right? Sheng quickened his pace, walked side by side with Lin Jingde, and looked up and asked, I don't know about other companies, but I am very confident in President Sheng this time. Have you seen products with such strong product power as tablets in the South China market? And the investment in the R&D center is not what a normal Chinese electronic company would do. Which company in China is not centered on marketing? But Changsha is centered on R&D and has the framework of a foreign star company. It is different, really different. Lin Jingde seemed to see through Sheng's mind and said calmly. Although he didn't have much contact with his boss Sheng Huainan, after a long conversation, Lin Jingde was still very optimistic about Changsha Electronics. Needless to say, Lin Jingde was shocked by Sheng Huainan. Sheng Huainan's understanding of the internet and the electronics industry was so profound that even the slightest information he accidentally revealed made him feel incomprehensible. So at that time he decided to do whatever the boss said. In a company, the right to speak is important. Whoever has a more powerful department has more right to speak. Generally speaking, the sales department is the department that takes money back, and their share of resources is second only to that of the R&D center. But now Changsha mainly relies on channel dealers, that is, MO to take the lead in doing this, which puts pressure on Lin Jingde. Now Sheng Huainan does not give him the channel dealer part, which is secretly pressuring him to quickly set up his own team and take back the initiative in sales. Moreover, the self-operated team needs to expand one point at a time, which requires patience and perseverance. It is impossible to expand exponentially in the initial stage. So now that Sheng Huainan has money in hand, he is not afraid of losses. Before the third product is made, he will directly invest money to open a store. What he wants is to take the initiative. January 1, 2006, New Year's Day, a good day for opening and making money. Lin Jingde walked to the large U-shaped glass door and asked with a smile, Sheng, can you believe that a single store like ours, with such a lack of products, can actually attract so many customers to come to our store? Sheng looked out the window at the hustle and bustle outside the door and couldn't help shrinking his head. He really never thought that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, there would be a queue to buy a large MP4. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and all 14 employees of Changsha Electronics store number 00001 are all gathered and ready. In fact, not many people could really sleep last night. In the morning, they opened their eyes full of bloodshot, but their expressions were full of excitement that could not be suppressed. Let everyone have some breakfast first. Looking at this situation, it is possible that no rice will be eaten by noon. Don't tire everyone out on the first day of opening. Although the weather was still a little hot, about 20 degrees, Sheng Huainan was wearing a navy blue suit and a deep blue tie. No stranger would think that this white-skinned and delicate-looking man, the handsome boy, is the boss behind this electronic brand. A young girl with a high ponytail, high heels, and a uniform suit was eating the rice noodle rolls bought by her colleague, and she commented vaguely, "TSK, our boss, with those melancholy eyes and sighing beard, why doesn't he become a star? If he gets a cup of dry martini, it will be even better." Ma Chuanli, are you poisoned by Stephen Chow? Don't talk nonsense. We can't evaluate Boss Shang. Shang walked over and nodded her head. This girl named Ma Chuanli was a good sales seat he chose. She was eloquent and had a strong aura, but her mouth was too big, which gave him a headache. However, the marketing team of Shangsha Electronics is more and more optimistic about the Shangsha brand. And now this sales store is the origin of their optimism. The floor of the retail store is paved with Padang sesame white granite, and the walls are covered with wooden veneer, which is rare in this era. The interior is decorated with Nanmu-colored long tables, while the exterior is more boldly made of the most popular Chinese market. The glassbox curtain wall layout that is not available in the mall, with a large chenille-shaped deformed logo, looks antique but modern. The contrast is even more powerful, and the presence of this brand can be felt more than 10 meters away. Even the mall manager shouted that he had made a mistake. This kind of high-end store layout should be used as a super flagship store in an absolutely golden location. At this time, Shang, who was near the gate, shouted, "No way, these consumers are too exaggerated, they actually carry stools in their hands." There are already many people queuing outside the Shangsha Electronics store. Some of them are experienced and have prepared folding stools with a proud look on their faces. Some of them even brought cattail fans and Manhwa herbal tea. A group of people looked at Shang sticking his head out, and they couldn't help cursing, "Eat, street boy. Why don't you open the door?" Sheng Huainan looked at the time on his watch. It was just past 7:30, and there was more than half an hour before the new store opened. He asked someone to calculate it, 8:08, well, this time is very good, so he happily decided it. "TSK, don't be afraid of them, this time we have to give them a little Shangsha shock." Lin Jingda saw that it was dark outside, but he was not afraid, and slapped Sheng on the back. Sheng smiled hee-hee, and didn't dare to say anything. He ate a box of fried noodles and a few bites and hurried to clean up. Ma Chuanli, who was standing aside, saw the attitude of the bosses and was relieved. Suddenly, she felt that it was good to join this company. Each line was very flat, and there were not too many superiors and subordinates. This is really a very dynamic enterprise. Lao Lin, I feel that our stock is not enough. You should call Lao Mo right now and ask him to find a way to prepare more. Sheng Huainan suddenly said. Is it too early now? Lin Zhengde asked in confusion. In this case, if Mo was called for reinforcement directly, it means that there is a problem with his pre-stocking. This was slapped in the face by the boss, and his face felt a little hot. We are pursuing sellouts, but too much pursuit of hunger marketing is problematic. The company's reputation and brand awareness will be affected. As the company's sales director, you must put the brand first and don't overconsider it. Consider the marketing effect, remember. Sheng Huainan did not forget to knock. Looking at this dark mass, if all the products were bought in the morning, it would probably cause a riot, and Shangsha would be famous in Nanhua, but it was unclear whether it would have a good reputation. Even though Sheng Huainan and Lin Jingda had taken all the details into consideration, they did not expect such a large flow of people. We were born in a good era. The current market is really like a haystack. A small spark can set the prairie on fire. In this era, even marketing methods are at a very primitive stage. Everyone sits in the store to sell goods without any sales props or sales methods. Even the number of merchants who go out to hand out a few flyers is surprisingly small. This is an era where people are waiting for goods and there is a lack of options. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and the people queuing at the door had folded up the benches and put them away, pressing towards the door with great momentum. This group of people was mainly young people, and the security guards and even some staff of the mall were sweating profusely to maintain order. They were all silently chanting alpaca in their hearts. They had never seen such a big scene at their annual anniversary celebrations, but there were so many people for the opening of this unknown little store. 2 police cars also came, but fortunately this kind of popularity was still a small scene, and the police also had experience in dealing with such things. Lin Zhengde asked Sheng to prepare some small gifts to deal with it. At 8:08, the first flagship store of Shangsha Electronics China opened its glass door after the lively sound of firecrackers and a short dragon and lion dance. Originally, Lin Jingde wanted Sheng Huainan to prepare a few words of opening speech, but the customers who had been suppressed for a long time had no intention of doing so, and rushed into the store in a swarm. This group of people are too eager. Didn't they sell a lot of products when they were first launched? Lin Jingde looked at the group of customers in front of him in amazement. Before Sheng Huainan could reply, he saw something new happening. The glass door of the Shangsha flagship store had been deformed by the pressure of the customers. He hurriedly told Sheng, "Hurry up and send someone over to control the number of people. If this goes on, the door will be squeezed to pieces." "Has Huainan successfully completed its round of financing?" Sheng Zuren asked casually while smoking a cigar. During this period, Shangsha Electronics publicity was bombarded online and offline. At the same time, a group of water troops were dispatched to carry out a wave of targeted publicity for the Manhwa market. In particular, in Manhwa's major internet cafes, places near schools and other places with many young people, you can see more or less advertisements for Shangsha tablets. Many internet cafes even use Shangsha tablet advertisements as the homepage. This move has greatly accelerated the speed of information dissemination of Shangsha tablets. Where could this kind of precision marketing trick be seen in Manhwa before? Everyone was stupid and rough and directly smashed newspapers to display their own information on paper media, the media with the widest coverage. This is an era of extensive, violent, and barbaric growth. At the same time, Sheng Huainan asked Lin Jingde not to save money. 3 flagship stores were opened in Yangchang and Pengchang, Manhwa, in just over a month. This is simply a miracle in the industry. 7 points, plus the coordination of online and offline actions, let Shangsha Electronics Voice even cover major large brands in a short period of time, and for a time became the voice champion of Manhwa, the special note of the Southern King. This has also brought rich rewards. Basically within a month, the monthly sales of Shangsha tablet computers in Manhwa increased from less than 500 to 5,000, a full tenfold increase, and the effect is very obvious. The monthly sales in Manhwa province alone exceeded more than 10 million. This is the charm of the self-channel syncing market. Sheng Huainan did not start channel construction when the conditions were ripe, but took advantage of the hot sales of the second product to use a single product to cover key areas and fired the first shot of Shangsha's nationalization strategy. Otherwise, when the channel dealers become stronger, he will be like those joint venture car brands, with great momentum and will not be able to break away from the sinking channel dealers. Has Sheng Huainan succeeded in round I financing? Sheng Zuren asked casually while smoking a cigar. This is the headquarters of Tongchuan Group in Yuzhou. The wealthy Tongchuan has purchased a magnificent office building near the Guanyin business district. The 2 powerful brush characters of Tongchuan on the roof represent the vitality of the company today. After all, Tongchuan has now left its humble beginnings and started to steadily move towards becoming a large enterprise, so it naturally needs to have its own brand. Isn't the electronics small? Yes, Chairman, the round of financing was 65 million, and 10% of the shares were sold. Lu Yutong said softly with his head down. This news had actually been reported some time ago, but the chairman never responded. He was wondering if the chairman had changed his temper? Sheng Zuren nodded. This kid is really brave. He dared to sell 10% of the company to Red Shirt. When I was young, my mother always told me stories about young heroes, but I didn't believe in the sayings of precocious wisdom and natural courage. But now, I think I believe it, and I think it is probably true. Lu Yutong was silent. If you want to praise your son, you don't have to praise him in such a variety of ways, right? He said softly, some of these are true and some are false. As for the saying that he is born precocious, it is difficult to make a conclusion, because everyone has a different definition of precociousness. Huainan sold 10% of the shares to the Red Shirt instead of internal infiltration. Maybe he has his own ideas. Sheng Zuren raised his feet and walked quickly to his desk. He looked up and said, what ideas can he have? He just wants to get rid of my constraints. He, Sheng Huainan, is very capable. I didn't even need to deal with Lianqing to deal with him. He also caught the attention of Yuzhou leader Chen. Wow, he is really amazing. Why didn't I think I had such a great son? After saying that, he didn't vent his anger. He pounded his rosewood table twice in a row, making a thumping sound. Lu Yutong was shocked when he heard it. This action showed that Sheng Zuren was already furious. He had to be careful, otherwise he would be implicated. Sheng Zuren had a strong desire for control, and such a naughty son made him feel very angry. He was careful not to elaborate on the matter and wanted to change the subject. Chairman, Huaibei has been doing pretty well recently. He has dealt with all the bosses in Yu State. Now the motorcycles we co-created are everywhere in U State. I think he did a very good job in this matter. Not bad at all. Ruan Fui and his white gloves can take away more than 50% of our capital profit, which is equivalent to us working for them for free. They have no capital to arbitrage us, so of course they did it. Sheng Ziren became more and more angry as he thought about it. After letting out a sigh of relief, I felt a little better. Now my flesh is all pulled. Vietnam is the top priority for investment in Southeast Asia. Now that so much has been put out, it is impossible for the Nguyen Phu Nia clan in other countries not to know the situation here. I don't know how much they will be blackmailed. The company is not strong, the product strength is insufficient, and the heir is not motivated. The motherland behind is not prosperous enough. These four major points have caused the current situation. How can Sheng Ziren not feel distressed? He has not yet started the real estate sector, and the motorcycle sector is stuck in the current situation. He really wants to grab both ends but can't do it. Now his youngest son Sheng Huainan is still trying to get rid of his control, which really makes him headache. Forget it, forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, let him go. People who really make a lot of money often look down on feelings. The more reluctant they are to give up face, the less face they have. The more they protect their self-esteem, the less self-esteem they have. Sheng Huainan, this kid, is very fierce in this regard. Sheng Ziren shook his head, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he snorted heavily. 65 million was raised in the year round, which is really amazing. I remember that the boss invested in this factory. Lu Yutong realized something and shut up. What can you say? The land was given by the government, and the factory made several million. Sheng Huainan is capable and doesn't want my money. Sheng Ziren stamped his feet in anger, as if he was angry that he shouldn't have been angry at the time, and packed up the entire electronics factory and threw it to Sheng Huainan like throwing garbage. Now he keeps 20%, which is more than 100 million. His annual profit is so pitiful now. If he can make up for it a little, the year-end financial statements will look much better. Hey! Now Shanghai Electronics has expanded its stores to the southern China area, and there are stores in Pengcheng and Yangchang. Here, this is the photo sent from there. Lu Yutong glanced at his computer, his face suddenly changed, and he said to Sheng Ziren hesitantly, "This layout, are you sure it sells electronic products?" "Well, it looks good and has a very artistic atmosphere." Sheng Ziren clicked his tongue twice, but his mind was greatly shocked. Compared with sales, he paid more attention to some details. From this unique style, it can be seen that Sheng Huainan is really good at electronics. It is impossible not to admit it. Their sales? Sheng Huainan was barely a second-generation rich man in this life, but he was only a marginal second-generation rich man. But when his Shanghai Electronics gradually became popular, his programs gradually became richer. He was not a person who did not fit in with the group. He played when he should play. If he did not play when he made money, could he contribute to society? This kind of play is sometimes part of socializing. Sometimes, when talking, you may make friends and get to know one or two friends who may be helpful to your business. Brothers' parties, birthday parties, singles parties, and various gatherings in Yuzhou and Jinzhou have been attended countless times in the past year. It is not uncommon to fly to other places to attend cocktail parties organized by young men from other circles. For example, after going to a party, a big bird golf, human straws, human symphony, and other tricks were already common. But what opened his eyes was that these playboys really played a lot. The feast on a certain day was just the tip of the iceberg. These bastards are really good at tossing around. They really think that their bodies are not their own. They should play less in the future. Maybe one day they will play something cold and get themselves into trouble. Sheng Huainan rubbed his aching head and shook his head thinking. He always felt that starting a business requires playing with circles and execution. If the circle is awesome, the project will definitely not be bad. If the execution is awesome, you will do better than your peers. Therefore, he tried every means to integrate into the team of this group of people. If he doesn't mix in the circle, how can he know what these circles are like and whether they can give him some necessary help? At the same time, he is willing to spend money to ask experts to help him make money, just to have a more awesome execution team. However, now he has begun to review the game habitually. He will review the game every night, including a regular review every month. If he doesn't even do this super small thing, he basically says goodbye to making a little progress every day. In fact, progress is not a lot of progress at once, but a gradual progress, and finally there will be a big progress. His current enterprise is still very weak. He feels that he can still effectively manage it. When the enterprise grows to thousands or even tens of thousands of people, it will be more difficult for him to become an ordinary worker in the future. Can a boy control it at will? Although he now has the golden finger of rebirth, the information gap is slowly disappearing and mutating. Sheng Huainan's company has not yet grown and developed. When his company becomes big, the impact on the world will become deeper and deeper. The more it deviates, will you still use the previous thinking to understand the present? Impossible. Sheng Huainan drove to the headquarters of Shangsha Electronics in Jiabei Business District and asked Mo, Lin Jingde, and Shi Yongxin to come and hold a temporary high-level meeting. Everyone has been busy with other things during this period, and the personnel structure of the entire company is also constantly being optimized. Everyone has done very well. Mr. Lin, how is the situation in the South Guangdong region now? Has the partnership system been carried out smoothly? This is a new channel cooperation system that Sheng Huainan has innovated during this period. The city partner will be an important growth pole for the future development of Shangsha Electronics. After all, the expansion and sinking of self-operated stores is too slow, so Sheng Huainan founded this new cooperation model that is similar to franchising, but different from franchising. Franchising is just paying a franchise fee, and then directly OEM, and then in most cases you can play by yourself. But Shangsha Electronics is different. Under this partnership system, Shangsha will teach these partners one by one about Shangsha's corporate culture, corporate philosophy, promotion methods, and the core unique self-operated store decoration and traffic flow layout, as well as store location, with the attitude of a self-operated store, so that they can become management seeds and independently operate Shangsha Electronics products. The number of self-operated stores has now steadily expanded to 13, and we have already set up 4 cities, Yangchang, Pengcheng, Dongguan, and Zhongshan. However, the implementation of the city partnership system is not going smoothly. Since we have fewer products and a single category, we only sell some Sanha smart electronic watches at most. Therefore, many partners are worried about losing money and are waiting to see. Now only 2 partners agree to open a store, and they are all die-hard fans of Shangsha Electronics. Although Lin Jingde looked a little embarrassed, he was still very proud, just like a branch manager who came to the headquarters to report on his work and accept praise. He had no choice. It was really amazing to have achieved such results in just 1 month. This is not it can be done with money. Execution, this requires strong execution. Lin Jingde used his ruthlessness to hand in a pretty good answer sheet to Sheng Huainan in Manhwa. There are many details in selecting a store, making decoration design plans, finding employees, etc., which all require careful execution to complete. Lin Jingde is proud that his team has gradually risen and has now become a more capable team. Stability is good. Sheng Huainan nodded. He also knows the current predicament, but many things are not done when the opportunity is ripe. When they are ripe, the opportunity has actually passed, and it is meaningless to do it again. What he lacks most now is time. Our products are indeed too scarce now. In addition to continuing to optimize our tablets, Mr. Shi, what do you think? Sheng Huainan turned his head and looked at Shi Yongxin. I have a hammer's opinion. Such a thought popped up in Shi Yongxin's mind. At present, Shangsha Electronics has only over 200 RD personnel. The team is still in the process of continuous running in, and employees are being recruited slowly. However, China's business in this field is not high-end, and there are only so many experienced talents. After recruiting a certain level, it encounters a bottleneck in the talent end. Now Shangsha is looking for both freshly graduated college students and experienced people to maintain the effective growth of talents. Now they are asked to draw out their strength to develop new products, and he really feels a little overwhelmed. Mr. Shang, please don't bother me, old Shi. You can see that there are only so few people now. As he said, Shi Yongxin touched the sparse hair on his head and smiled bitterly. Mo, who was watching from the side, found it interesting. He quickly used pliers to pick up a cup of tea for Sheng Huainan, and then picked up a cup of tea for the other 2 CEOs. He said with a smile, old Shi wears a cap, a plaid shirt, and sneakers every day. He looks like a standard programmer. If you can't speak, don't speak. If you want to say I'm bald, just say it. Shi Yongxin and Mo are very familiar with each other. He wanted to throw him a cigarette, but after glancing at Sheng Huainan who was standing aside, he couldn't help but touch his head and complain. However, the atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse at this time. Sheng Huainan said seriously, old Shi, I asked you to come here to solve problems, not to create them. What you need to tell me now is what we should do next. However, the atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse at this time. Sheng Huainan said in a serious tone, old Shi, I asked you to come here to solve problems, not to create them. What you need to tell me now is what we should do next. Shi Yongxin was speechless. In fact, he felt that Shangsha Electronics was not suitable to launch new products right away. The speed of launching this product was too fast. Now, less than a year after Shang Huainan took over, Shangsha Electronics has launched 2 different products. Although the sales volume is okay, and they are well received in popular products, due to the short launch time and the fact that Shangsha is a completely new brand, it needs to be slowly maintained by the market. The current market coverage rate is very low. This is not the era of internet popularization in the future. In this era, the frequency of online shopping is very low, and the frequency of shopping for bulk electronic products worth thousands of yuan is even lower. Now Shangsha has no brand awareness and can only slowly grind in the sales field. Moreover, limited by the current supporting product technology, the research and development of the core technology of touchscreen is also greatly hindered, and all these require time to overcome. Sure, Yangxin's attitude became a little more serious at this time. The reason why Shangsha Electronics can develop to its current level is that our product strength can keep up. Now we have our own flagship products, but our research and development has not kept up. This is something I need to reflect on myself. As for the Shangsha tablet computer, due to the price of original parts, our costs remain high. We cannot suppress it to less than 1,000 yuan to compete with the popular MP3 and MP4 products. We can only survive in the high-end range. This sector is what our RD department needs to do next. Shang Huainan nodded, which is what he meant. Shangsha tablet computers are the basic plate of Shangsha Electronics. Although Shang Huainan has the memory of his previous life, some things are not omnipotent, especially in the manufacturing-related sectors. The current supporting performance of parts is not enough, resulting in their touch screens having poor contact from time to time after heating. This actually damages the reputation of the Shangsha brand. The current Shangsha tablet computer is more of an upgraded version of the MP4 than an iPad-level product in later generations. However, even if it is an upgrade, the product of the Shangsha tablet computer is much better than the current mainstream products in terms of experience. It is also very impressive to take it out at home. In addition, it is not expensive. The appearance combined with the aesthetic vision of later generations is loved by many female consumers. In the user spectrum of Shangsha tablet computers, women account for more than 70%. This is an astonishing disparity in the field of electronic product consumption. Women tend to spend more money on cheap areas and less on expensive areas. And men are just the opposite. For example, cosmetics, women spend hundreds or thousands of dollars, while men spend tens of dollars a year. Clothes, women still spend hundreds or thousands of dollars. For men, Uniqlo and Anta are already luxurious enough. The most important thing for women is to wear things on their bodies, use them around them, label themselves, and price them. These things can actually be given to them by Shangsha tablet computers. In fact, the Shangsha direct-operated stores that are currently being built use the same packaging logic. Make the sales mall more upscale, the service staff more classy, and the product appearance very refined, so that women will feel that the product is good-looking and they will feel that they are willing to pay for it. Use the cosmetics strategy of later generations to enter the market. This strategy is very pleasing but very successful for Shangsha Electronics at present. Add the patriotic brand of China's domestic brands such as Jiguang, and you men will be excited and buy it as a gift for your girlfriend? In this way, although the product still has more or less such defects, the sales volume will not rise. As for the next development strategy of Shangsha, I personally don't know it very well. After all, I have worked in coastal cities for so long. There are a few examples that I think we can learn from. Meizu, which makes MP3 players, is now preparing to free up its energy and turn to the mobile phone field. Lenovo PC has acquired IBM's laptop business, developed vertically, and expanded its notebook computer business. Konka, which started out as a TV manufacturer, continues to invest heavily in white goods and has begun to make efforts in other white goods categories. After all, Sure Yongxin has been in this industry for so many years, and he actually has a relatively in-depth understanding of China's major electronic manufacturing categories. He roughly talked about the development trends of several companies, and everyone actually had a clue in their minds. I have a vague idea. Shangsha Electronics, which started out as a smartwatch manufacturer, later developed another similar product, the Shangsha tablet PC, along the industry chain. So at the strategic level, the next product is about to emerge. However, making a mobile phone is not that easy. The Shangsha tablet PC can enlarge some things and put them in, and it does not have functions such as cameras. Do you start with a simple keypad phone to make a mobile phone now? Such a product is easy to start with, and it is also easy to cultivate your own RD team, but will such a product be marketable in the market? If a small company in the Western region can only sell a few hundred mobile phones a month, it will simply make its competitors laugh. After Shi Yongxin finished speaking, the other two CEOs also drank tea tacitly, looking at Sheng Huainan quietly, waiting for his next instruction. Boss, tell me what you think. Sheng Huainan did not answer, and continued to ask Mo if it is a conservative move, then we should work on some simple derivatives, such as electric fans, small speakers, small bicycles, etc. The R&D costs of these are not high. Mr. Shi can temporarily pull out a team, and we can even find some related companies to do joint R&D together. We use the current product strength advantage to fight the current products, which will definitely have a greater advantage. For example, I know that there is a small electric fan factory in Yuzhou. They have been losing money for years, and the government has long wanted to get rid of them. It is very easy for us to find them to do OEM. These small things take a short time and have quick results. Don't underestimate these small things. In the long run, you can have a good income, and it can also effectively make up for the shortcomings of the current self-operated stores with few and monotonous products. As for longer-term considerations, I haven't thought about it myself. Mo thought for a moment and answered slowly. Everyone present looked at him sideways. This kid didn't show off his talents, but he came up with some good ideas. It's awesome. Lin Jingde has complained to Sheng Huainan many times that the product structure of the self-operated stores is too monotonous, resulting in most of the self-operated stores now being at the break-even point, and some stores are even losing money. This is because the product matrix is not rich enough and the total customer order value cannot be increased. Sheng Huainan looked at Mo with some surprise. He didn't expect Mo to say this. He had always wanted to do the matrix of Shangsha Electronics. In the later period, Xiaomi Mall, with the Xiaomi ecological closed loop as the core, formed a global mobile internet enterprise built on the ecological chain of smartphones, smart electric cars, internet TVs, and smart homes. There are many high-premium but low-energy products in it, which Sheng Huainan envied. Now that the main traffic battlefield has not been fully opened, it is necessary to divide troops to engage in these side businesses, which makes him hesitate. In the era of great contention, many things waste a few months of time, and the situation is completely different. He dare not waste energy wantonly. However, looking at the eager eyes of his subordinates, he couldn't refuse directly, so he had to say, we can do this Shangsha Plus concept, but we can't do it randomly. Mr. Shi's team won't touch it for now. Let Mo be in charge of the derivative products, and we will try to make some simple things first, such as pens. Nowadays, many students use fountain pens, but in fact, writing is not very comfortable. There is a lot of water, it is easy to dirty hands in notebooks, and the gel pens on the market are very average in my opinion. The ink often seeps into the hands, and the ink is not evenly distributed. Mo, go to the Sun Country and find a company called Mikuni. They are the hidden champions in this microfield. The ink they produce dries quickly and is not easy to smoke. Moreover, with the same storage capacity, they can write more than ordinary gel pens. We will cooperate with them and find a small pen factory to make our own water-based pens in Changsha. The shape of the pen is like this. I will draw it for you. It needs to be more in line with ergonomics. More importantly, it needs to have a very strong aesthetics. Sheng Huainan took a piece of A4 paper next to him and wrote on it with a few strokes of pencil. The first derivative he chose was a pen that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. He just wanted to make this thing an important part of the Shangsha derivative kingdom. Moreover, this thing is very useful. It can be sold as a product, given as a gift, and can also become a marketing tool for the marketing team to let their potential customers notice their Shangsha brand. He is so smart that he is almost a demon. Shi Yongxin and the other two people listened quietly to Sheng Huainan's soft voice and couldn't help but gasp. Cool air. They just talked about this topic casually, and Sheng Huainan casually gave a guiding strategy. If this was said casually, it can only mean that Sheng Huainan's knowledge reserve is really rich. 2005 is not the era of the later internet economy, which is extremely developed, and the information gap is reduced to the minimum. It is an era of endless supply and demand. Now if you want to find a small company in a small market, it is basically difficult to climb to the sky. Where is this company called Mikuni? Even if Mo goes to find it, it will probably take a while to find the exact address after he has the name, not to mention the subsequent actions. But now he is a new job. The share of this derivative sector is small, but it is too much. Get a few million here and a million there. With the help of Shangsha's platform and self-channel channels, it will definitely be promising in the future. At the same time, the concept of Shangsha Plus he proposed is also very novel, but it does feel very tasteful when you savor it carefully. With Shangsha's core products as the main voice, driving the development of other subsidiary businesses, in fact, it does not take much energy. In fact, because Changsha now has a certain size, many small factories must want to cooperate with Changsha. This kind of matrix development that does not consume energy is very beneficial to building Changsha's original ecology. Okay, Mr. Shang, I will do it right away. I will go on a business trip to the Sun Country next week. Mo immediately stood up and nodded. Mr. Sure, I will give you a task. Our official website is still a little rough, just like the China Yellow Pages. You can let our UI designer do a simple job and design a simple but reliable online payment system. As long as it can support bank card payment, you can even use an external company's online payment system, such as Taobao, to build our Changsha Mall. Let's put Changsha tablets on the shelves first and sell as many as we can. Shang Huainan is ready to let Shi Yongxin come up with the prototype of Changsha Mall. Although there will be no business in the first few years, maintaining the existence of such a thing itself tomorrow. Meaning, when the number of employees gradually increases in the later stage, this thing will become a killer weapon in Changsha. Okay. This is easy. I'll ask my men to do a little overtime. It's almost in just a few months, the Changsha Mall can be built. Shi Yongxin nodded and said hurriedly. He was also very willing to do this well. One is that it is mainly practical, the personnel are ready-made, and it does not require much energy. The second is that it is also his political achievement, no manager dislikes his achievements. After these tasks were ordered one by one, Shang Huainan's eyes softened a lot. It seems that he is in a good mood. No boss does not like subordinates with strong execution. He still stared at the three people below, whispering some irrelevant words. You three, you don't know how difficult it is to be an entrepreneur in a company when you work. Think about the Qin dynasty. The emperors of all dynasties worked hard and conscientiously to make it from a small vassal state of the Zhou dynasty that raised horses to a powerful country step by step. Not to mention the annexation of Yan state, it will immediately attack Han state with the whole country. After winning, next, without any worries, it will really go south until it finally sweeps across the world and unifies the Central Plains. However, he failed because of a possible event, and the great emperor died in a foreign land. I even kept telling myself that the emperor who was truly qualified to be praised as a great talent in the history books of later generations was the one who could break and crush those possible events that were favorable to the enemy one by one. At the very least, you must be able to withstand such a possible event. If you can't withstand that event, it will be extremely dangerous. Even if you are Qin Shi Huang, you will end up in pieces. The three of them listened quietly to Shang Huainan's irrelevant remarks. When they heard him compare himself to Qin Shi Huang, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. In China, there are not many entrepreneurs who have the confidence and courage to compare themselves. To put it bluntly, who is worthy of it? It seems that the master he met this time will either become bigger and stronger and create brilliance, or he will be crushed to pieces with nothing. This is really exciting. Looking at everyone's eagerness to try, knowing that they had misunderstood, Shang Huainan couldn't help but laugh. You people really don't understand. How could the danger of 17 years in the future be understood by the era of singing and dancing in 2006? Enough of nagging, let's talk about the most important purpose of coming here today. Shang Huainan put away his smile and said seriously. I've finished talking, let's talk about the most important purpose of coming here today. I've decided that we need to start our mobile phone research and development. Shang Huainan put away his smile and said seriously. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Everyone knows that the highlight is coming. Although everyone is prepared, the mood is still very excited. I didn't expect Shang Huainan to really start the research and development of mobile phones. In fact, they have also discussed the future development model of Changsha Electronics in private. Some said they would develop PC computers, some said they would develop laptops, and some said they would continue to stabilize the current situation, but most of them felt that Shang Huainan was so young, and with his temperament, he would definitely not follow the rules and take it slowly. He would definitely be the crown of electronic products, mobile phone research and development. Today, this day has finally come. Mobile phones are really not something that can be developed just by wanting to develop them. The mobile phone industry has not yet started an arms race. But there are many projects that burn money in the development of mobile phone technology, such as purchasing expensive equipment, hiring excellent talents, applying for patents, testing products, etc. Different mobile phone manufacturers have different proportions of R&D investment. Generally speaking, in the later world, China has the highest proportion, reaching 1,149%, and Pingwa has the lowest proportion, only 51%. The reasons for burning money in scientific and technological R&D are similar, mainly to maintain innovation capabilities and competitive advantages, and to improve product quality and user experience. The company that burns the most money in R&D in the world is Google, with an R&D investment of 29,415 billion yuan. The cost structure of mobile phone technology R&D mainly includes two parts. One is R&D cost, and the other is material cost. R&D cost refers to the cost of manpower, equipment, patents, etc. used to develop mobile phone software and hardware. This part accounts for a high proportion, generally more than 10%. Material cost refers to the components used to assemble mobile phones, such as screens, chips, cameras, batteries, etc. This part also accounts for a high proportion, generally more than 70%. There are also some other auxiliary expenses, such as transportation, marketing, after-sales, etc. Now Shangsha has only 50 million yuan, which is less than a fraction of Google's fraction, and now it is necessary to force such a giant project to be launched. Is it sure to work? This is the question in everyone's mind. The R&D time of a mobile phone is as long as 1 year. The current R&D team earns about 30 million yuan a year. If the mobile phone team is launched and the team is doubled, another 60 million yuan will be added. The R&D alone costs 100 million yuan a year. R&D is really expensive. This does not include marketing costs, R&D material waste costs, software support costs, inventory pressure costs and other expenses. At the beginning, Mo and his team felt that this Series F financing was a timely relief. Tens of millions of cash flow can easily stabilize the cash flow for a year, but now I didn't expect that this money is not enough, not only not enough, but also stretched. Boss Shang, you have to think clearly. According to the annual calculation, if we stabilize the current sales, there is still a funding gap of tens of millions. This is still the case when the research and development goes smoothly. If it doesn't go well, our tablets can't support such a huge cash flow. If this money is not well thought out, it will cost you your life. The three CEOs looked at each other, and finally Mo, the most senior, raised the question. Old Mo, I don't want to say anything to you. You executives are supposed to help me solve problems, not to ask me questions. Last time I asked you to connect with Gao Chun of Red Shirt Capital, did you connect with your buttocks? You three must understand one thing, this is my problem, but it is your trouble. Sheng Huainan said angrily. He recruited people here, not to cause trouble for him. These problems can be raised by any old-timer in the workplace, but the role of executives is to solve these thorny problems and open up a channel to the right direction at the same time. You can give investors three options, ABC, to choose from, and let the investors decide the final direction of progress. But you don't raise the problem, and then ask the investors to solve the problem themselves. What do executives do? Find a cheaper manager, less than 100,000 yuan, and don't care about the messy ideas of these brain-dead executives. How great! I was wrong, boss. The people from Red Shirt said last time that our company can try to conduct overseas debt financing, but since our company has not yet gone public, this part of the fee may be relatively high. In addition, I am familiar with the people from the 4 major banks now. We can discuss factory pledge loans, but the amount may not be too high, estimated to be only 10 million. Now the tablet computer business is still growing rapidly, and this is the bulk of the increase. Mo said wrong. Sheng Huainan nodded. Shansha is in its growth stage now, and he will not dilute the equity at will. Now with the around evaluation of Red Shirt Capital, it can lend a sum of money. The main operation still needs to be discussed with the government, which depends on the support of the local government. If the God of Wealth does not want to support it, should Shangsha stay in Yuzhou? Shangsha Electronics is now in the Sha district and is considered a large-scale enterprise. There may be overseas debts, but he does not hold out hope. Shangsha Electronics is not listed on the stock market, and those overseas investors will see ghosts to give him US dollar debts. It mainly depends on himself. RD is burning money, and it depends on who can persist until the day of seeing the light. Shang Huainan couldn't help but feel a headache. This is how bosses of small companies are. They have to rely on themselves for everything. After the money problem, another big problem is the cost of scientific and technological research and development. The biggest part of the cost of scientific and technological research and development is trial and error. What is burned is the cost of trial and error. The example that everyone knows is the development of the atomic bomb. Just a Big Ivan would cost hundreds of millions of dollars. This is the cost of trial and error. At this time, everyone was silent. Everyone looked at him curiously, knowing that Sheng Huainan actually had an idea in his mind. Sheng Huainan saw the doubts in their eyes and made up his mind. He took his notebook and showed them his unfinished mobile phone draft, saying, "You can take a look at it. This is just a preliminary product design. This will need to be improved in the later stage." Shi Yongxin took the computer in surprise. After flipping through a few pages, his view of Sheng Huainan immediately changed greatly. He originally thought that Sheng Huainan would rely on his old capital, make simple designs based on tablet computers, or start with elderly phones, change a model and track, but he didn't expect that he would play a new trick this time. Code is a boring thing, but it is also an art similar to mathematics. For example, a certain function in the program is a math problem. Different technicians have different ways of solving the problem. Not everyone can solve this problem, and not everyone has the most labor-saving solution. Therefore, when a programmer sees a better code, it is like a mathematician seeing a better way to solve the problem. He can tell the other party's level at a glance. Shi Yongxin only looked at a few pages of code and felt that Sheng Huainan's ability was higher than his. If he was asked to write code according to the same requirements, even if he wrote it, the length would probably be doubled. The length of the code not only represents the programmer's mastery of technology, but also represents the programmer's logical ability. The most important thing for developers is logic. The more concise, direct, and logically clear the code is, the more it represents the other party's strength, even talent and attainments. But Sheng Huainan's relevant surface code, it is too perfect. This mobile phone has a completely different design concept from all current products. This immature draft is completely subversive. I didn't expect that President Sheng already has a mature direction. Shi Yongxin exclaimed in shock. This is a mobile phone, not a large MP4. The difficulty of research and development increases exponentially. You don't have much time, and you have a conceptual plan. I require your R&D center to produce a sample for me within half a year. Sheng Huainan said lightly before leaving. Another half year. Shi Yongxin couldn't help but feel cold in his heart after hearing what Sheng Huainan said. Developing a mobile phone, or developing it from scratch, is not as simple as changing the notch screen of Manhwa mobile phone. From scratch to the development of a mobile phone, it basically has to follow the IPD product development process. In the future, Manhwa, Zhongwei, and Sansang have been firm implementers of the IPD process for many years. The IPD development idea has penetrated into every product and every link of the company. As a latecomer advantage in the future, Sheng Huainan naturally handed over this system to Shi Yongxin. From CDCP, Concept Decision Review stage, to TR4A, Mass Production Access Review node, product development needs to go through at least 3 to 4 iterations of trial production. The stage from project establishment to TR4A is the core link of mobile phone development, which determines the future release time, product quality, and shipment supply capacity of the product. Before reaching TR6, large-scale mass production review, there will be TR5, small-scale mass production review node. At this stage, the yield rate climbing targets and resource investment completion of each component supplier and the whole machine assembly plant will serve as important review points for TR5, and also determine whether the mobile phone can be shipped quickly to meet market demand once it is released. In general, from CDCP to the final TR6, a mobile phone product generally takes about 12 months according to the IPD development process. This is also the origin of the 12 months mentioned by MO compared with the peak mobile phone shipment cycle of 3 to 6 months. The development cycle is extremely long, so its high R&D cost can be imagined. Now Sheng Huainan directly handed the sample drawing to Shi Yongxin, which means that Shi Yongxin's team skipped CDCP and went directly to TR2, concept implementation stage. Although it saved at least 3 months, they still had 9 months of road period to catch up. Even if Sheng Huainan gave instructions in the middle to improve their R&D speed, the time was very tight. It was suffocating to complete 9 months' work in 6 months with so few people. Even with Sheng Huainan's guidance, it would be impossible for them to develop a mobile phone in half a year if they didn't do 007 during this period. Just do it, there's nothing to be afraid of. If this phone can be developed, I, Shi Yongxin, will have a place in China. A hint of hope flashed in Shi Yongxin's eyes. Crazy. He looked at this design carefully, and his first reaction was that this is another hit product, and a big hit. Just based on this idea, at least 30 years of deep digging in the field of electronics industry, incredible, this precise and complex idea was thought up by one person? What's wrong with Mr. Sheng's head? Lin Jingde, who was standing by, took the design drawing, side and side. In order to avoid copyright friction with the first Manhwa mobile phone half a year later, Sheng Huainan did not use the Manhwa mobile phone as a template for this mobile phone, but used Xiaomi One as the first mobile phone of Shangsha Electronics. The screen uses a 4-inch TFT screen, which was relatively new in 2006. The body is about 125 millimeters high, 63 millimeters wide, and 119 millimeters thick. It looks very small, and a girl about 155 centimeters tall can easily pick up this phone. The front of the phone is a touch panel, and there are slightly protruding surrounds around the body. When looking at this touchpad from certain angles, you can see some small dots arranged in a matrix, which are responsible for touch sensing and positioning. The side of the phone is divided into 3 parts. In addition to the back cover, there is a circle of connecting layers in the middle, which are designed with slender buttons, including the characteristic semi-connected power/unlock button on the top and the multi-function button on the side of the fuselage. In addition, the part close to the screen is designed with the film-in-film printing process. The outside is a painted surface, and the inside is a dark silver paint that can change according to the intensity of the surrounding light. Amazing! It makes people numb. Top designers from large domestic and foreign companies do not have this kind of design ability, understand. Sure, Yongshin can already imagine the cheers of those female fans. Sure, Yongshin's heart is shaking more and more. Now he doesn't want to stay in the conference room anymore. Instead, he wants to run to the RD center and stay up all night with his colleagues tonight to get a thorough understanding of the rough draft. Not to mention other things, just the gradual change of the shell coding mentioned by Shang Huainan is enough for Sure Yongshin to work for a while. Recruit people. Recruit people. Recruit people as much as possible. This word emerged in his mind. Now he is extremely short of people, and the difficulty of this mobile phone is higher than the sum of all the mobile phones he has made before. Although Sure Yongshin didn't know when this type of mobile phone would become popular, he agreed with Shang Huainan's point of view that mobile phones should not be used just for making calls. Instead of calling and sending text messages, it should become a convenient service provided by netizens. In the future, more and more people will definitely have this demand. If we establish ourselves in this field early, we will be able to prepare for the huge wave of demand. In the RD center of Shangsha Electronics, several senior engineers are leisurely fishing, waiting for the boss Sure Yongshin to come back. Now that the first generation of Shangsha Electronics tablets has been released, their current job is to carry out the second iteration step by step, reduce power consumption, increase the probability of touch screen debuff, increase the battery capacity, etc. According to the original plan, they have nearly a year to complete the development of the second generation of tablets. You say, "Old Sure, it's been so long this time, do you want to come up with a new product?" Zhao Si, one of the few people, swallowed his saliva and said inexplicably. Obviously, after seeing the Shangsha tablet computer killing the high-end MP3/MP4 market, everyone's heart has already raised the status of their boss Shang Huainan to an infinite degree. This is a bit like the blind worship of Steve Jobs by Penguin employees. I don't know, but I think that if someone can produce such a good product according to our boss's temperament, the next product won't be that bad, right? Who ran, the only girl among the group, couldn't help but answer. She is a little princess in the RD center, and her appearance is relatively sweet. Many guys in RD secretly like her. But she thinks she still likes Shang Huainan, a sunny and handsome boy with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, but she also knows that she is a little fanciful. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of several people could not help but turn to the several tablet computer prototypes in the corner, and the inexplicable emotions in their eyes became heavier. Now Shangsha Electronics is developing too fast, and the staff is constantly expanding, but their pressure is also getting greater and greater. Although Shangsha pays a lot of money, if you are not competent, they will take you down with a knife. Boss Sure is back. Seeing Sure Yongshin appear in the office with a stack of information, everyone put down their work at hand and gathered around him. Boss Sure is back. Boss Sure. Boss Sure. Seeing Sure Yongshin appear in the office with a stack of documents, everyone put down their work and gathered around him. Their expressions and tones were much more respectful than before. These guys used to call me Old Sure, Brother Yong, but now they call me that. Sure Yongshin was also a little helpless. He didn't know who leaked the news. They knew that there would be a big adjustment in the direction of RD. So, they all walked in with a curious look. Sure Yongshin nodded, obviously not caring. After all, the people doing RD are all straight men, most of them are simple-minded and don't have too many bad intentions. When they get together, it is easy to form the so-called engineer culture, which is not based on seniority but on technology. The relationship between people is very flat. Now Sure Yongshin can sit firmly in the position of the boss, also relying on his comprehensive knowledge. He came back with a stack of drafts, gently put the stack of drafts in his arms, stood in front of these technicians, and then waved his hand, signaling some of the relevant technical backbones to follow. After arriving at a large conference room, He smiled, touched his stiff beard that had not been taken care of for a few days, and said with a smile, "The second generation of Shangsha tablet computers we are currently working on remains unchanged, and the relevant groups continue to work, and everyone present now is working on the development of a new generation of Shangsha mobile phones codenamed DPM. You must first thoroughly understand the contents of this stack of drafts in your hands. I will arrange for you to calculate some data demonstration related to the concept model for me." At the end, Shi Yongxin looked around and seemed very satisfied with the current results, and laughed heartily. Except for some technicians who had already heard the internal news and were prepared, everyone else had a dull expression, as if Shi Yongxin was telling a big joke. Concept model data demonstration? Start the development of a new generation of Shangsha mobile phones codenamed DPM? There are only about 200 people and they are going to do it in 2 groups? Boss Shi, do you know what you are talking about? I don't know if the donkeys in the production team rested like this. The point is, this is unscientific. With so few people, it's a bit difficult to get a Shangsha tablet computer and then launch a mobile phone. What are you thinking? At this time, everyone recovered from their dull expressions and was completely shocked. They knew that Boss Shang was very ambitious, but they didn't expect his ambition to be this big. At present, this is a good time to launch a mobile phone project. Are you ready? You should know that mobile phones are the hottest among the hottest in modern electronic technology companies. I don't know how many technology companies are coveting them. This kind of product is not a low-priced product like smartwatches, which costs only 1 or 200 yuan. A good mobile phone may cost several thousand yuan. Moreover, the price is high and the volume is large. In 2006, in the single market of China, Nokia's mobile phones alone sold 25 million units a year. This is a very terrifying number. The customer repurchase rate is extremely high. Nokia and Samsung can become the world's top 500 companies mainly because of mobile phones. However, the cost of developing this thing is also huge, and you can't just buy it if you want to. Shi Yongxin raised a subtle arc at the corner of his mouth. The reaction of this group of people is completely under his control. Most of them have basically never gotten along with Sheng Huainan, so it is normal for them to have such thoughts. Boss Shi, they are afraid of the people in our group, but not afraid. I will do this job. If there is anything you need to do, just give the order. A research and development manager named Chen Yuzhan looked at everyone coldly and said in a deep voice, "Humph, who is afraid? There are no cowards in our group. If there is any work, our group can definitely do it well. It's just that we may lack some people. This part requires Mr. Shi to ask the company to cooperate with us." Another RD manager, Dong Hu, immediately responded in a hurry. Shi Yongxin nodded secretly in his heart. Both of them are quite ambitious. Both of them have strong comprehensive coordination ability and were artificially assigned to 2 different groups by Sheng Huainan. Moreover, both of them are straight men in science and engineering, so they can naturally see some of Sheng Huainan's ideas. Coupled with some disputes at work, they naturally want to show off their talents. Now they can see that the mobile phone business must be launched. The boss Sheng Huainan is not so stupid. The corresponding resources must be fully equipped. If they hesitate for a few times, this good job will definitely not be theirs. Both of them are highly educated people. They are all scholars who graduated from 985. They are scholars who have fought for a single plank bridge among thousands of troops. Naturally, they have no idea of being behind others. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of them, they naturally have to work silently and make some achievements. But the next moment, something jaw-dropping happened. I have discussed this with President Shang. The RD Center is now undergoing a new round of personnel reorganization. Managers Chen Yuzhang and Dong who will work together to conduct data demonstrations related to the concept model. We will review your work progress and its compatibility with the mobile phone business within a month. After K comes down, one of them will continue to guide the progress of the mobile phone business, and the other will be assigned to the tablet computer business line to optimize the tablet computer. Before that, the optimization work of the tablet computer business line will be led by me. Shi Yongxin said directly in a deep voice. Starting today, I will add people to your 2 teams, and each team will be increased to 300 people. I emphasize again that you 2 must understand one thing: we will directly PK in the 2 groups, the winner will win the RD leadership, and the loser will be eliminated. This multi-line RD rush starting model, which is very popular in later generations, will waste certain RD resources, but it will greatly optimize RD efficiency, which really shocked the RD personnel who heard the news for the first time. This method is the product of the extreme internal circulation of later generations. In this era of slow work progress, it still looks very fresh. The two people couldn't help but look at each other in shock. They have been engaged in RD for a lifetime, and have never seen a boss dare to play like this. There are only two possibilities for playing like this. 1. The company becomes bigger and stronger, and creates glory again. 2. The company suffers from serious staff turnover, and the boss becomes a pig-headed 3, and takes back the order in regret. Don't worry, there is a bonus for successful RD. The team that wins the PK will receive at least 2 to 6 months of monthly salary as an RD bonus. 2 months will be paid as a base, and the rest depends on sales. Although some of them looked directly at Shi Yongxin, who was still smiling beside them, they felt a hint of excitement in their hearts. The boss is so generous. It's just a PK, just do it. In China, this method of spending money is really unheard of. Although they have not seen the stack of information, through various previous performances, they have seen hope in young people who are not even as old as them. This should be the hope that they can only grasp once in their lifetime, that is, to achieve the ultimate class transition. Even if there is only a glimmer of possibility, they always see hope. So, time passed slowly here. February 142, 2006. When Sheng Huainan discovered the change in time, he saw the falling snowflakes in the early morning of that day. Only then did he react that the rare snowflakes in Yuzhou fell silently. "Mr. Shang, please have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." A bright woman smiled so that her long eyes narrowed into a pair of crescents, and said softly, "Boss Shang, please have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." A bright woman smiled and narrowed her eyes into a pair of crescents, and said softly, "Well, put it down." Sheng Huainan nodded, but did not walk towards her, just raised his hand and waved. She was Sheng Huainan's newly recruited secretary, named Li Jingshu, who had previous secretarial work experience. Even Sheng Huainan was very surprised. This person was the female neighbor who accidentally bumped into him that day. However, that was all. It was purely by chance that she became Sheng Huainan's secretary. Mo helped Sheng Huainan choose her, but she came to work on her first day today, but she didn't expect that the boss of Shangsha Electronics was the lecturer that day. Today was her second meeting with Sheng Huainan, but from beginning to end, Sheng Huainan did not ask her name, nor did he mean to ask. The sensitive and intelligent woman couldn't help but feel a little sad in her heart, and knew that he probably had forgotten the limited intersection between her and him that day. The woman quietly looked at Sheng Huainan's busy back for a long time, until her eyes could not help but become sore. She quietly turned around and walked to the small desk outside the office. For the woman, now she seemed to be dreaming of a beautiful and sad dream of "A domineering president needs me" like a drama. She stood on the stage, but she was very terrified. She was very worried that she was just a passerby who left in a hurry. Sheng Huainan ignored the tangled mood of his new secretary. For him, beautiful women are not scarce resources, but just tools that are worth seeing. He has been under increasing pressure recently, and he is now carefully checking the latest research and development progress of the RD department during this period. After a period of running in and adaptation, the two RD teams of the RD Center gradually absorbed 300 people each, and the RD work gradually entered the regular stage. Just these 600 people alone, the annual salary plus various benefits are conservatively estimated to be 70 to 90 million. For the current Shangsha Electronics, it has exceeded 80% of the annual sales. This is a very scary and crazy number. You should know that Zhongwei, which is famous for its strong RD, only invested about 25% of its annual revenue in RD, while Pinghua, which likes to change its notch screen, only invested 22% of its annual revenue in RD. 80% of RD is 3 times that of Zhongwei and 40 times that of Pinghua. Even the craziest technology companies dare not do this. This means that Shangsha Electronics, which has already invested all its resources in the mobile phone business, will go bankrupt directly due to the failure of its new product launch, and the wages alone. Instant heaven, instant hell, nothing could be like this. What's more fatal is that he doesn't think that Lianqing, which failed last time, will let Shangsha Electronics off so easily and let Sheng Huainan develop smoothly for a while, so he has a sense of urgency to make Shangsha Electronics to the extent that they need to take care of it before they make the next move. The RD personnel of Shangsha Electronics are also very clear about this. Now Shangsha Electronics has all its resources in mobile phones, and the focus is on their RD center. Work hard. Apart from the occasional excitement in their hearts and complaints about working too many hours, most of the time, this group of science and engineering men are fully committed to research. Shangsha Electronics is located in the remote western region, but it can still recruit people faster than when the RD center was newly established. The reason is that it is now in the era of rapid expansion of undergraduates. Graduates of this era basically do not have the craze of taking civil service exams in later generations, and basically prefer to work in enterprises. Only a small number of foreign companies can provide a relatively high-quality work platform, and as for the core R&D jobs related to the electronics industry, there are even fewer companies that can provide them. Shanghai Electronics has now verified its strength. It is no longer a chicken company in these 985 and 211 schools. This is very important. This is also the core reason why Shanghai Electronics can find some high-quality talents. In 2006, there were still very few companies like Shanghai that provided core R&D positions on a large scale. In fact, each R&D project is gradually progressing in the tedious work day after day. If the R&D process is compared to climbing a mountain, the successful R&D and listing of the product is compared to the moment of climbing to the top of the mountain. The process represents the process of climbing. Even if it is difficult, even if it feels boring, or even encounters setbacks, it is the price that must be experienced. It can be said that without Sheng Huainan's guidance, the R&D team of Shanghai Electronics would be like climbing a mountain, first crawling upwards, then crawling sideways, following the Brownian motion model on the curve, and the R&D efficiency would be greatly reduced. Now with Sheng Huainan's manuscript, they can directly point to the market competition after the hot-selling products greatly improve the efficiency of research and development. Sheng Huainan is now staring at the computer screen in a daze, looking at the difficulties in the development of mobile phones, his brows slightly wrinkled, and a complex mood constantly lingering in his heart. The development of a mobile phone is not as simple as copying the picture directly. If it were so simple, the Zodi SR9 developed by the pickup truck department of Zodi Automobile would not be jokingly called Porsche. As the general controller, Sheng Huainan naturally gathered all the research and development results here. Looking at the schematics and PCB board design drawings given by the circuit designer, the antenna and shell details given by the structural engineer, and the test and field test requirements given by the test engineer, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He gave opinions based on some details in his memory. If there is no relevant content in his memory, he will not give opinions and let the people in the R&D team make their own decisions. Even so, the development of this mobile phone is really much more difficult than that of a tablet computer. The internal space structure is much smaller. In a space that is so much smaller, more parts must be placed, and the battery life and heat resistance of the parts must also be considered. This is really a big project. More importantly, the mobile phone chip inside. Since Shanghai Electronics does not have its own chip R&D team, and the R&D of mobile phone chips is much higher than that of smartwatches, Qualcomm chips are used this time, just like tablet computers. However, the SoC system-level chip of Shanghai mobile phones uses the latest and first independent CPU architecture Hexagon DSP of Qualcomm chips this year. However, unlike Shanghai tablet computers, which can only be obtained from agents, this time Shanghai Electronics directly connected with Qualcomm and got first-hand sources. Although the performance of Hexagon DSP cannot be compared with the Snapdragon of later generations, it is barely enough for a generation of smartphones, although it may become a hand-warmer at critical times. Just when Shanghai Electronics began to make the final debugging preparations before the internal test of the new mobile phone, MO brought a major news to Sheng Huainan. Lianxiang and Kupai are actually testing products similar to Shanghai tablets. Lianxiang and Kupai are going to make tablet computers? In the future, their actions are not so fast. Sheng Huainan couldn't help but be a little shocked. For the first time, he felt that his rebirth gold finger was not as invincible as he imagined. The speed at which competitors followed up was so fast that Sheng Huainan had never expected it. It was less than a year since the launch of the Shanghai tablet. Lenovo developed a tablet product based on its own platform based on its laptop business. In order to save time, this tablet uses a stylus system. According to the blurred internal photos sent by MO, although this thing looks a bit clumsy, it is also a product that is 90% similar to the Shanghai tablet. It is said that Lenovo is preparing to start with its own offline channel partners and try to divert the traffic of laptop and PC businesses to form the initial users of the new product. As for Kopai, their entry point is a bit strange. They are developing a product for internal testing called Kopai MP4. Like Lianxiang's products, the product architecture is 90% similar to the Shanghai tablet, but in order to control costs and make the screen smaller, they seize the fact that most of their customers are women and intend to make it a special tool with music and video features, making it a large version of MP3. Shanghai Electronics is making every effort to promote the development of its mobile phone business. Sure, Yongxin has almost completed all the overall preparations. The iteration speed of Shanghai's tablet computer is also slow due to the transfer of personnel. As a result, the news from MO made Sheng Huainan quite anxious. In Sheng Huainan's memory, Lianxiang and Kupai had never made any similar products at this point in time in 2006. This thing had to wait until at least after 2010, when a large number of follow-up products appeared on the market. But why did they all want to launch related products at this time? The possibility can only be caused by me. This little butterfly of mine is slowly disturbing the world. Lianxian's tablet product Lianxian Xiaoxing Pad was officially launched at the end of 2010. My appearance made Lianxian's action more than 4 years ahead of schedule. It was because I took out the tablet computer product in advance that Kupai and Lianxian became interested in tablet computers. Lenovo currently has no real products to show off except for its PC and laptop businesses. Its current mobile phone business can only be described as very average. Although it claims to be the China Cool Alliance, it is basically weaker than foreign brands in the market. In the top 10 mobile phone rankings in 2006, foreign brands accounted for nearly 70% of the entire Chinese market, and Nokia dominated China with a market share of 36%. As for Lenovo, the light of Chinese brands, it only has less than 5% of the market share. If it follows the rhythm of the previous life, when Lenovo was developing PCs and laptops, especially when they swallowed IBM's laptops, the mobile phone business could only be a supplement, and they improved their user stickiness by enriching their own product matrix. So at that time, they and Shangsha Electronics were busy with their own things, and there was no conflict of interest. But now it is different. Now Lenovo follows Shangsha Electronics to make tablets, and Shangsha Electronics can be said to be in the window period of product development. It has just completed the A round of financing, which is the so-called weakest time. As a giant in the domestic electronic manufacturing industry, it is reasonable for Lenovo to choose to follow up and strangle the emerging forces. As for Kopai's plan to make an MP4 dedicated tool for music and video features, Sheng Huainan was a little confused. Even if they did it, it should be an auxiliary demand. They probably saw the potential of this classified market, but their own pre-research and development capabilities were insufficient and the time was short, so they wanted to make a transitional product to test the waters and see how the market reacted. Although Kopai's mobile phone business was worse than Lianxian's, it still had a solid foundation after all. It was normal to separate some MP3 teams and make an iterative product. Now is not the oligopoly era of stock competition in the future. As a new force, Kopai's development momentum is quite rapid. In this case, there is also the product model of Shangsha tablet computer in front of them. It is understandable that they want to take the opportunity of making mobile phones to make a similar product. After comprehensive analysis, Sheng Huainan understood the intentions of Kupai and Lianxian to make tablet computers. Although the mobile phone market has a large amount of traffic, they cannot get a share. Lianxian wants to compete directly with Shangsha and directly grab this newly developed emerging market, while Kupai wants to cut off some fixed users in traffic in the vertical field of MP3. Both of them are ambitious, especially Lenovo, which already has tens of millions of users. If they really let it expand its tablet business, it will not be their own. It was not Mo who came to seize his base, but he came to seize his own base. Business war itself is a very plain but dangerous thing. Lian Xiang had no grudges with Kupai and Shangsha Electronics, but they all took a fancy to the emerging blue ocean market opened up by the tablet computer. Then their tacit understanding was to jointly strangle Shangsha Electronics in the bud. Sheng Huainan responded quickly. On the one hand, he asked Mo to find a way to find out more information, and on the other hand, he asked him to strictly seal the product currently being developed by Shangsha Electronics, Shangsha Mobile Phone. This is the magic weapon for winning that he has put all his money on, and he must ensure absolute leadership. As one of the first batch of old people who followed Sheng Huainan, Mo was naturally aware of the threat to the two companies at the moment. He immediately assured Sheng Huainan that the Shangsha mobile phone under development, as the core secret of Shangsha Electronics, would not be exposed in any case. Sheng Huainan nodded. He smacked his lips and said, "This may not be a bad thing. I originally wanted the tablet computer and mobile phone businesses to seize the foundation of these electronic brands. Now they are actually taking the energy to imitate tablet computers to replace me instead of consolidating their main business. As soon as their new products are launched, I will not only beat their tablet computers to pieces, but also take away all the advantages they have accumulated in the laptop business, mobile phone business, and MP3 business." Mo asked, "What about Kupai?" Sheng Huainan waved his hands. "Kupai has no chance. Before 2010, Kupai will not have much development in the mobile phone field. If they can't even do their core business well, what can they use to compete with me for tablet products? Now they can't even be the absolute king in the MP3 field. If they want to extend to the downstream matrix, this game is not that fun. I still have a weapon that I haven't used yet." Mo hurriedly asked, "What is that weapon, Mr. Sheng?" Now 2 products of Shanghai Electronics have become small hits, and the third mobile phone product is still under full development. However, according to the information that has been continuously transmitted from the RD Center, this latest mobile phone is very worth looking forward to. Sheng Huainan smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Now is not the time to do this. Let's focus on doing the things in front of us first." Seeing that Sheng Huainan was unwilling to say, Mo did not ask any more questions. Less than a month after the news came out, Lianxiang's tablet computer completed internal testing and was officially released to the public. Then half a month later, Kupai's products were also launched. Mo received news that Lianxiang's tablet computer would not be officially launched until 3 months later, but unexpectedly, they had already completed internal testing and officially launched their tablet computer products in March 2006. Kupai followed closely and launched its own tablet computer products. Even Sheng Huainan was a little surprised. Why is the electronics industry so hot now? Less than a year after its tablet computer products came out, competitors have already followed up and produced finished products before April. But the embarrassing thing is that Shanghai Electronics can only passively withstand the impact of 2 competitors on the narrow market of tablet computers. Now Shanghai Mobile will take more than a month to complete development. Without the advantage of matrix products, the tablet computer market will definitely be greatly affected, and there is no power to fight back. Lenovo was originally a PC manufacturer, so they are very familiar with computer products. After understanding the general product structure of Shanghai tablet computers, they can easily use the existing industrial chain to reintegrate and reorganize, forming a new product that looks pretty good. Not to mention Kupai, which started out as an MP3 player and has strong strength in the music and image sectors. They are very accurate in positioning new products and are very aggressive in cutting the cake. Lenovo and Kupai are latecomers, and they are in the hot sales period of new products. At this stage, they have an advantage in terms of voice. Moreover, the users of PC products have a lot of overlap with those of tablet computers. As soon as Lenovo products were officially released, they directly cut off many users through their own offline self-operated stores and franchise stores, trying to cut more potential tablet users to their new products. Almost instantly, Shanghai Electronics, the younger brother of the electronics manufacturing industry, was criticized by people in the industry. In some professional niche forums, there are occasional posts talking about the current tablet battle between Lenovo and Shanghai. It is no longer the era where a startup can succeed. It is easy and pleasant to crush this new company called Shanghai Electronics. Shanghai Electronics? I have never heard of it. It must be a fake company. The electronics industry is not doing well now. If they do it, the world will be dominated by those big companies in the future. There are many companies that cheat the state subsidies now, and this company is probably in the same situation. No more than 10% of Chinese companies can survive for 3 years. In the fiercely competitive electronic information industry, it is estimated that less than 5%. It is normal for new tracks to follow up with competing products in the short term. I hope this company called Shanghai Electronics can hold on. According to the introduction, it is a good RD company. We need such companies in China. I think it is difficult. There are no real RD companies in China. Everyone has gone to copycats. Moreover, this company is from Yuzhou in the west. Under the double buff, it is difficult to survive. A company in Yuzhou, it should be sent. The moves of Lianxiang and Kupai are very fierce. Lianxiang has a huge channel chain bonus for PC business, and Kupai has a bonus of technical accumulation in MP3 business. Neither of them will be easy to deal with. Of the 28,853 publicly listed companies in the United States since 1950, as of 2006, a total of 22,469 companies have disappeared, with a disappearance rate of 78%. Among them, 45% were acquired by other companies, only 9% went bankrupt and liquidated, 3% were privatized, 5% experienced leveraged buyouts, 5% were reversed, and the rest disappeared due to other reasons. This is the case for all listed companies in the United States. It is normal for Shanghai Electronics, a company that has not yet been listed, to be submerged in the long river of time within 3 years. In the past, there was Lianxiang's blockade of Shanghai Electronics, and in the middle, it was headquartered in the western region. Later, there was the news that Lianxiang and Kupai suddenly appeared to make tablet computers. It is not surprising that Shanghai Electronics was criticized by others. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Shanghai Electronics first established a strong enemy, then chose the wrong development location, and now has a strong enemy. With internal and external troubles, it is bound to start to go downhill. If Shansha Electronics can come up with a strategy in time and have products with sufficient product strength to turn the tide, it can also ease the downward trend. If they do not take any action at this time or take wrong actions, then the speed of decline will probably get faster and faster, like a high-speed sprinting train, and eventually lose control. As soon as Lianxiang and Kupai tablet computers were launched, Yichin and Lianfa of Lianxing met in Lianfa's villa. Lianfa's villa is on a small island in the middle of a lake. It is small and exquisite. But there is something special about it. Even the most discerning architects would think that it is a perfect match made in a snail shell, and they cannot ask for anything more. In a pavilion facing the lake, Yichin, who had just heard the news that Shansha Electronics had failed, was very proud and leaned against the fence. Perhaps he was in such a good mood that he did not find the wet green moss beside the pavilion, which he did not like very much, so he did not think it was so annoying. Lianfa, dressed in a white plain suit, sat on a bench and threw bait into the small lake. Nearly 100 red-backed carps crowded together, and the red waves rolled, creating a spectacular scene. Yichin sneered, "Brother, what do you think of the future of Shansha Electronics? They should be in a difficult situation now under the attack of Lianxiang and Kupai. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be squeezed to death in silence." After throwing the bait, Lianfa clapped his hands, walked to the pavilion on the side. The facts are always the most delicate. If you want to survive in an environment, you must learn to use explicit or implicit rules. People are dead, but rules are alive. If you confront Shang Huainan head-on, it is equivalent to a direct collision with Shang Zuran, which is an unwise thing for Lianxing. Brother's trick is still brilliant. Yichin gave a thumbs up. We just cooperated with Kupai to make this tablet computer, but we didn't expect to attract the giant Lianxiang to follow up. It can not only hit Shang Huainan, but also try to make a fortune. I am very optimistic about this tablet computer. Brother is really smart, really smart. These are just superficial things. What else do you see, Yichin? Lianfa blinked. I think that since Shansha Electronics is not favored by people in the industry, the investors will be very cautious about their future. Before that, as long as Shansha Electronics continues to make profits for 1 or 2 years, it can raise a B round of financing at any time with a valuation of tens of billions. But now it seems that even if it lowers its own value, the investors will not come in easily. They will definitely wait and see for a while. However, Shansha Electronics has only raised tens of millions of yuan in the round from the beginning to now, and cut out a part of the cash for Shang Huainan's personal use. Their cash flow is estimated to be unable to support it for long. Yichin held the railing, laughed, picked up a stone and threw it into the pool. Lianfa listened and nodded, then shook his head. Lianfa listened and nodded, then shook his head. You are smart enough to think of this, but it is still partly wrong. The army has not moved yet, but the food and grass must go first. This is true. The battle between the two armies is not about military strength but logistics. Shang Huainan is about to run out of food. He can't afford to fight with a giant like Lianxiang, and can only be eaten away bit by bit in the end. But you have to understand that although Shang Zuran looks hateful, he is not without merit. He is very protective of his shortcomings. Tongchuang is a company with heavy assets. If he wants to protect it, it is not as difficult as imagined for Shansha Electronics to be protected. Lianfa picked up the candied fruit in the pavilion and put it in his mouth, saying casually, "When playing Go, the key is to look ahead 5 steps ahead." If Shang Huainan is in a difficult situation and has to be humble, he may compromise with Shang Zuran based on the principle of losing independence. Encircling 3 and missing 1 depends on the enemy's lucky mentality and the control of the whole game. If you play it well, it will be funny. Brother, I'll listen to you. What should we do next? Yichin asked anxiously. As for this matter, you just wait for the arrangement. Lianfa hesitated for a moment and continued slowly, I think we should wait and see how long Shang Huainan can hold out under the siege of Lianxiang and Kupai. If the time is right, I think we can help him. Yichin thought he had heard it wrong, and opened his eyes wide. Help him? Lianfa laughed and said, those who do not plan for the overall situation are not qualified to plan for a region, and those who do not plan for eternity are not qualified to plan for the moment. Even if Lianxiang, a giant, and Kupai, a fresh company, crush it together, Shansha Electronics still has certain advantages. At least his tablet computers and previous smartwatches have accumulated content and user habits for such a long time, so his market share will be eroded, but this process will not be too fast. If Shang Huainan does not have the funds to go against these two companies, and does not have the capital to dare to invest in him at the critical moment, and Shang Zuran will not be able to help him at the critical point at that time, then we can acquire their Shansha Electronics. Now we have done mining, real estate, and hotels, But we only lack this kind of high-tech company. With Shanghai Electronics, it can be considered as filling our own group's product line. Ichin was somewhat surprised that Lianfa, who had not received much education, could have such insight. This ability to learn at any time and perseverance is amazing. Keeping up with the times is not something that anyone can do. In fact, China lacks the so-called old money in Europe. The real foundation of these top-tier companies is not how much money you make or how many fixed assets you have. The key is how much influence the creators or maintainers of these companies have. How can you be considered influential if you build a few mines and sell a few buildings? Most of these business owners are actually destined to be inseparable from these small-scale fixed assets. As the old saying goes, if you move a tree, it will die. Unfortunately, they are already similar to the old locust trees in the center of Yuzhou. If they are moved, they will die, let alone increase their influence. Therefore, they have a lot of money, but they have become lambs to be slaughtered and may fall under the iron fist of the state machine at any time. Therefore, Lianfa wants to deal with Sheng Huainan now, not only because of old grudges, but also because Shanghai Electronics does have a certain value. Shanghai Electronics is indeed worth acquiring, but brother, after we acquire it, we may not be able to withstand the wave after wave of attacks from Lianxiang and those large companies. Ichin thought for a while and said. Lianfa tossed the last stone that Ichin had put aside, nodded, and smiled calmly. Their basic framework is complete, and we have sufficient cash flow. As long as we can hold more than 60% of the market share at the beginning and persist, we will be successful. We have money and connections, but we are not as good as Sheng Huainan. We can play according to our own rules in the future. If Sheng Huainan reaches the edge of the cliff, he will definitely not be able to save himself. At that time, only we can save him. At that time, we will say hello. Shanghai Electronics is on the verge of life and death, and only we can save it. Ichin was stunned. It turned out that Lianfa had taken all of Sheng Huainan's moves into consideration when he made the first move. No wonder the big brother can become the big brother. This ability to strategize is incredible. The best way to hit a proud person is to defeat him at his most proud place. When Ichin thought of Sheng Huainan's depressed look, he couldn't help but feel numb. Hardware EDA drawing board, final version of the draft. Has it been nearly half a year? What do you circuit engineers do for a living? I want to see the final drawing within half a month. Wait, we are not like other rubbish manufacturers. The design of this phone must be an integrated design. Therefore, the circuit designer needs to have strong overall planning and framework design capabilities, and must have a comprehensive understanding of all the components of the phone. What's the situation with chip embedding? There was a low-level mistake like freezing. We need to re-debug. Heat dissipation, shielding, and matching. These three long-standing problems have not been fully solved after more than half a year. Sure, Yongxin, are you going to let me launch the product like this? The research and development of Shangsha mobile phones has entered a critical moment, and Sheng Huainan has also placed the focus of his work on it. Small companies have the advantages of small companies, making decisions quickly and correcting mistakes quickly. Soon, under the leadership of Sheng Huainan, the hard-working emperor, the entire RD team entered the intense RD sprint stage. He saw the test site still bustling at 2 a.m., nodded slightly, and then walked out of the test room. He came to his chairman's office, dozed off for many hours on a small bed of less than 10 square meters in the office, and heard the quarrel outside the office. Director, I think we can transform the floor of the factory. It's bumpy and doesn't look like a technology company at all. In my opinion, the RD center should be expanded. Now there are 600 people crowded in 4 floors, not including auxiliary staff. Now is an era of technological innovation, and our RD center is too crowded. I agree with Lao Chen. We should see if we can rent 2 more floors above the current headquarters. Sheng Huainan pushed the door open and walked out after hearing these 2 sentences. Mr. Sheng! Mr. Sheng! The 3 people in the corridor saw Sheng Huainan coming out, and they immediately stood up and greeted him. Sheng Huainan smiled and nodded at them, then pressed his hand. Nowadays, Shanghai Electronics has nearly 1,000 ordinary workers with low mobility, which is considered a large-scale company in Yuzhou. Now that the company is on the right track, there are more and more messy demands. Sheng Huainan will naturally not be casual with his subordinates like he did in the electronics factory before. He will not underestimate anyone's demands, even if they are small people at the bottom who bend down and work like dogs. He will take them seriously. Any company, once the management becomes arrogant, it will not be far from deep bureaucracy and bankruptcy. Sheng Huainan said, I heard everything you said. He called Mo into the office alone, asked Li Jingshu to pour a cup of tea for Mo, rested for a while, thought for a while and then asked, Director, how much money do we have in our account now? Mo thought for a moment, looked up and said, if we count all the deposited funds of channel dealers and unpaid accounts, the safe funds we can use now are roughly less than 30 million. Now the capital pool is already quite dangerous. We basically have to consume several million funds every month. Sheng Huainan raised his eyelids slightly when he heard this number. 30 million is definitely a terrifying number for this era. If he remembered correctly, this number is basically equivalent to 1/3 to 1/2 of the annual fiscal revenue of some small counties in the western region in this era. You know, in the imperial capital, a house can be easily bought for 1 million at this time. Second-hand houses on the second ring road. However, even such a large amount of funds cannot support the turnover of Shangsha Electronics for several months. Now, in addition to the money earned by Shangsha Electronics, they have to lose several sets of imperial capital houses every month. This business is really too expensive. There is a saying that it is better for the second generation of rich people not to start a business. Be an artist or a dandy, do anything, just don't start a business. You are a qualified second generation of rich people. In the later life of Sheng Huainan, there were reports that Jinlin gave brother Sikong 500 million, and brother Sikong soon made 4 billion. The media hyped it up, talking about the pattern, the connections, the vision, and the genes. In short, Prince has become a business genius. As a result, not long after, Prince's company collapsed, and he was also restricted in height. In the end, it was his mother who came forward to settle it. More than 1 billion will always lose. More than 1 billion, what a concept. If this money is not used for business, this internet celebrity sister can play 10 lifetimes easily. Starting a business is really burning money, and it is really not that fast even if it is really burned. Sheng Huainan sat on the leather sofa, pondered for a moment, then smiled. Now is a critical moment for research and development. Cash flow is very precious, so we will not expand the factory for now. Our first batch of mobile phones will be handed over to the OEM factory for manufacturing. Director, you need to be prepared in advance. This is a dispute over the route. In fact, this means that Shangsha Electronics will not accumulate heavy assets in a short period of time, but will adopt a light asset OEM model. However, this is not a good thing for the old people in the Shangsha factory. If the factory does not expand, they will have very few channels for advancement, and naturally they cannot compare with the group of people in the RD center. Yes. President Shang, I'll arrange it now. Mo calmly accepted the suggestion, but he felt a little lost deep in his heart. No party or faction, all kinds of weird things, now Shangsha Electronics entering the fast lane of development. Naturally, different interest groups have different interests. Did that group of people mean to talk nonsense in front of Sheng Huainan's office? Sheng Huainan is not so naive to believe it. Don't worry, we will definitely not rely on foundries in the later stage of Shangsha. Let the old brothers relax their minds. Efficiency is of course important, but it is not the first priority. The safety of our products is more critical in the later stage. Lao Mo, I will bear the burden for you. He stood up and walked to Mo, patting him on the shoulder gently. Regardless of whether Mo can do it or not, he believes it anyway. Now Shangsha makes money with the highest efficiency, which will naturally be his first consideration, but when considering the safety boundary in the later stage, product localization will be more important. Mo's lips trembled, and he looked like he was trying his best to suppress his surprise. He accidentally entered Shangsha. The opportunity was so great and the speed of class transition was so fast that it was far beyond imagination, so much so that it far exceeded those gifted young people. He should have been satisfied with this. But, people have ambitions that grow secretly, don't they? The current Shangsha Electronics is no longer the Shangsha Electronics of the past. Sure, Yongxin has a strong army and hundreds of people. In the ranking of the company's vice presidents, he has already surpassed him. Naturally, he will have a strong sense of crisis. He doesn't want to fall behind. Although our money can be used for another half a year before it runs out, there is still a margin of financial security, but we can't spend it recklessly. Sure, Yongxin, let's rent them an extra floor of office building. A group of big men are crowded at the front desk to work. It's really miserable. Sheng Huainan waved his hand and glanced at him. Okay. With Sheng Huainan's words, Mo agreed almost without thinking. Now the boss attaches great importance to the work of the RD port, so he naturally has to provide good service for it. Just when Shangsha Electronics was working hard to impact the third product, two middle-aged men sat at the coffee table in a quiet coffee shop in Yuzhou, but both of them looked a little solemn. Their signatures were placed with 2 documents and several photos. The content of the photo on the outermost side was Sheng Huainan facing Luing. A middle-aged man in a suit at the side said, "President, you know what happened. We didn't mean to target the Shang family. We are just angry about something and need your help. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man took out a plain black plastic bag and handed it over. Mr. Chen, I don't dare to eat your mooncakes with lentil filling. President looked at the bright red stacks, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and handed it back with a smile. Mr. Lianfa's kindness is not worth it. No one dares to refuse. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen did not take it, but smiled and pushed the thing back. In fact, we are not too greedy. As long as you hold Sheng Ziren's business loan for a few months, we will complete the task. We will take care of other things ourselves. President, you and Mr. are from the same family. This is also a great opportunity. Don't waste it. This is just like the immortals recorded in the ancient travel notes. The quality of the bones is of course important, but it is not the first priority. If God likes it, even a dog on the roadside and a weed can slowly become a road and eventually ascend to the sky. To put it bluntly, in such a big city like Yuzhou, there are not many people who are qualified to help Mr. solve problems. Mr. Chen smiled and watched President timidly trying to take or not take the black plastic bag, and he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. In Yuzhou, there is no problem that Lianfa can't solve, and there is no person that Lianfa can't solve. President glanced at Mr. Chen, who nodded encouragingly. The circle is very important. The core of the circle is that you have the ability to help me, and I also have the ability to help you. President, there is something I don't know whether I should say. To make money, you can't have a moral burden. You must abandon the sense of guilt. You have to harvest when you should. There are so many leeks. If you don't harvest them, others will harvest them. Tell me, am I right? Mr. Chen smiled meaningfully. The business world is like a battlefield. People in the same industry, good fate or evil fate, it's really a fine line. Okay. Since it is Mr. S. entrustment, then I will do my best to do it, but to what extent I can do it, I can only say that I will try my best. President nodded, as if whispering. I just like President S. straightforwardness, huh? Mr. Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled and leaned back in his chair. Rebirth in 2010, I had points to be a big boss. Spirit plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Chen Haiyu was reborn in 2010, obtained a point-adding system, and reshaped his perfect life. In this life, he didn't have any big pursuits. He just wanted to make a few small goals, hoard land and buy buildings, and be a landlord who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die. Until AI intelligence came out. Domestic chips were born. New energy vehicles swept the world. Chinese myth blockbusters swept Halewu. Tens of thousands of mechas cut through the sky and crossed the Pacific Ocean. You call these industrial waste? Yes, the civilian version of Panga 10 is mainly used as a means of transportation for urban white-collar workers to commute to get off work. In response to questions from overseas reporters, the CEO of Future Technology spoke frankly. What did you say? The bank won't lend us money? Now the bank's loan quota is full, how many months do we have to wait? They are still the exclusive bank where we pay our wages, and tens of millions of cash flow goes to dogs every year? If they say no loan, then no loan. The roar came from the general manager's office of Tongchuang Motorcycle Factory No. 2. Sheng Huaibei was very angry about this. Now the motorcycle market in U State is at a critical moment of attack. Motorcycle Factory No. 2 needs to expand production capacity. Land, factory, equipment, channels, all need money, but he didn't expect that the bank loan would delay him for several months. Do you think he would be angry? All plans must be postponed, and now Tongchuang Real Estate has begun to acquire land one after another, and the capital chain of Tongchuang Group has also become tight. More importantly, the kid Sheng Huainan is doing very well now. A half-dead electronics factory has also raised funds, and the old man is becoming more and more ambiguous with him. Doesn't the old man know that he is the boss of the Sheng family? The more Sheng Huaibei thought about it, the angrier he got. A feeling of frustration surged from his chest. He punched the desk hard, making a loud bang. Son of a, these damn things, if I had known I would not have signed a loan agreement with their bank. It's too late to find a new bank now. He said angrily. You are always so impatient, I don't understand, Sheng Huaibei, what can make you act like a child in front of your employees? Women and children can be careless, but men can't. Even if women and children make mistakes in judgment or procedures due to negligence, they have the cost of trial and error. Because, there are men behind them, but men don't. Behind men is a bottomless abyss. I have warned you many times about this truth, don't you know? Sheng Ziren walked in from the office with a cold face. He told Lu Yutong to close the office door beside him, and suddenly rushed up and pushed Sheng Huaibei a few times. Dad, You just what? You said you were so emotional, How dare I hand over the company to you? Shang Ziren looked very stubborn. Dad, do you want to hand over Tongchuan to me? You want to hand it over to Shang? Why? Nan. Perhaps Sheng Huaibei was so angry that his head was filled with blood, so he blurted out. Shang Ziren took a deep breath and looking at the thin layer of white mist covering the distant window. He sighed, clenched his hands and then released them. After a while, he slowly said, "Do you know what Sheng Huainan's greatest strength is?" Shang Huaibei laughed angrily. Of course he has good talent, high comprehension, and a good appearance. Otherwise, Lianfa would have dealt with us co-founders in order to deal with him. Shang Ziren looked at him in surprise, then shook his head. Lianfa is a go master. The trick of his chess is that he plays outside the chessboard, using means outside the chessboard to restrain his chess power. After the chess piece is put into play, people are not rigid chess pieces after all. They will gradually get angry, so they will become less and less like chess pieces, and the killing moves will become more and more hidden. What's more, next to this chess piece, there is another key chess piece that seems to have great power. It is our Tongchuan group, which uses the method of surrounding Wei to save Zhao, and finally creates a good situation under the lamp. You say, with such deliberate calculations, is he just to mess with Shang Huainan and vent some emotions? Shang Huaibei slowly calmed down. Could he take the opportunity to acquire Shangsha Electronics? I heard that there is also the shadow of Lianqing in Kopai Electronics. Lianfa used many tricks outside the board just to acquire Shangsha Electronics. Is that company really that good? Is Shang Huainan really worthy of his attention from Lianfa? Thinking of this, Shang Huaibei couldn't help but feel jealous. Shang Ziren's answer was self-evident. The opponent is the one who knows you best. Even Lianfa is so deliberate in dealing with Shang Huainan. Will he use the same method against himself? Shang Huaibei's heart tightened involuntarily. This man won't even look at him straight in the eye. I just figured out these twists and turns. Interesting, really interesting. If Lianfa wants me not to take action, then I won't take action. I want to see if Shang Huainan can resolve it himself. Shang Ziren laughed suddenly, even coughed a little, slapped his thigh, and said, all the black and white are used. Huaibei, guess what is the purpose of Lianfa doing this? Shang Huaibei didn't want to guess what Lianfa was thinking. He didn't want to know anything about Shang Huainan, but now Shang Ziren was in such high spirits that he could only stiffen his chest. Tu Pai said, I can't guess what Lianfa is thinking. Shang Ziren sighed. Lianfa wants to use Shangsha Electronics to achieve the second-class leap. Shang Huaibei thought about it, and was a little disapproving at first, but after a moment, his face changed slightly, and in the end he clenched his fists, his face flushed, and shook his head helplessly. I am ashamed of myself and have to admit defeat. He thought that his brother had become the most important player on the chessboard, while he could only watch from the sidelines, and he was not even qualified to be a chess piece. He felt depressed just thinking about it. Shang Ziren nodded, his eyes wandering. The first meaning is that Lianfa attaches great importance to the development of the electronic information industry. To put it simply, Shangsha Electronics is now a new industry chain that is supported by the state. If nothing unexpected happens, Lianfa will go to Shangsha Electronics to take a look soon. He stood up, looked at the gradually thickening fog, and continued in a deep voice. The second meaning is to tell us how strong Lianfa's backstage is. Even if Lianfa is interested, he will still be ruthless. This is considered to be a clear card for Tongchuan. Even if we know that we are the chess piece controlled by Lianfa, we must be obedient and don't act rashly. Humph, Lianfa is really brave, daring to give me guidance. What? Shang Huaibei heard this and his face condensed. If this is the case, then Lianfa must have gathered all the lines and can make the final sniper. He stood up suddenly and strode away. It's so boring, so boring. I'm going to play with cars, so depressed. Shang Ziren smiled bitterly, took a deep breath, put one hand behind his back and walked out of the office, muttering, Shang Huainan, my rebellious son, I think you are more than that, right? Then I'll wait and see. In the office building of the Shangsha headquarters, Shang Huainan just walked into his office and saw Mo waiting for him in the office alone, and Li Jingshu was making tea. Well, director, why did you come to see me so early today? Shang Huainan said in surprise. It was less than 7 in the morning. Mo and others knew that Shang Huainan had the habit of eating breakfast in the office in the morning. Generally, he didn't like to be disturbed by others, so usually no one would come to see him before 9 o'clock. After he sat down, Mo said, Mr. Shang, the situation is not good now. The credit bank of Tongchuan Group has cut off their loans. As far as I know, there is the shadow of Lianqing behind it. Shang Huainan stood up suddenly after hearing this. I didn't provoke you, but you still came to provoke me. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened his dark eyes like water. Lianfa's layout has been completed. Now he is like a mastermind playing with a monkey, slowly waiting for Shang Huainan to fall into his trap. Due to the occurrence of this incident, Shang Huainan temporarily decided to postpone some meetings and held an emergency meeting of the core layer. Mo, last time I asked you to rearrange our expense plan. Now how long can our reserve fund last? Shang Huainan looked at Mo. If we exclude the marketing activities before the launch of the Shangsha mobile phone, our funds can still be used for another 5 months. However, we have to squeeze out millions of funds to create momentum for the launch of the mobile phone. So, conservatively estimated, our funds can only guarantee a continuous flow of 3 to 4 months. Mo took out a note from his pocket and roughly talked about the current use of funds. Shangsha Electronics is now squeezing out a lot of RD funds, accounting for a very high proportion, which has seriously squeezed the flow of the capital pool. Therefore, if the mobile phone business cannot take off, Shangsha Electronics will die. And this bankruptcy will be in 3 months. Moreover, now Tongchuan Sheng Zuren, whether willing or not, will definitely not be able to provide help in the short term. Therefore, Mo's underlying meaning is very clear. Shangsha Electronics, because Sheng Huainan launched the mobile phone project too early, and Lianxiang and Kupai began to block the existing cash flow project Shangsha Tablet Computer, has led to an extremely tight capital chain. Now, the pressure is on Shuriyangshin. Now the mobile phone business, conservatively estimated, how long will it take to go public? After Mo finished speaking, Sheng Huainan did not answer directly, but looked at Shuriyangshin. Unlike other executives who were pessimistic, after analyzing the actions of Lianxiang and Kupai, Sheng Huainan did not think that their so-called encirclement and suppression would pose any substantial threat to Shangsha Electronics in the short term. It is 2006, not 2003. It is not like Zhongwei, which was at its peak in 2017, with obvious oligopoly advantages. If there is no big collision, it can even directly dominate the 3 categories of mobile phones in the mobile phone industry. The degree of informatization in this era is not high. The latecomer advantages of Lianxiang and Kupai will not burst out directly in a short period of time like in later generations. The industry is generally pessimistic about Shangsha Electronics, and Lianxing dares to make a blocking move because they don't know their next move. This is actually a good thing for them. In this adversity, coming up with a super product to completely counterattack is enough to make Shangsha Electronics a legend in the industry. Thanks to Mr. Shang's partial drawings and opinions, we have greatly shortened the RD time. In less than half a year, our RD progress has reached TR4A. After our drawings are locked, all suppliers of Shangsha mobile phones, such as shells, screens, cameras, etc., will receive the official drawings issued by mobile phone manufacturers one after another, and the suppliers will start production. After the suppliers process and prepare materials according to the drawings, it will take about a month for us to ship them to the whole machine assembly plant for small batches to be assembled into a whole machine. Finally, it will take another month to distribute the whole machine to various fields for performance debugging or reliability testing. So it will take about 2 months to go to market. At this point, Shuriyangshin nodded to Mo. We have a total of thousands of suppliers, and now they are all in place. Mr. has made an indelible contribution. After saying that, he did not forget to flatter Mo. 2 months, if we rush a little more, it will be in time, and the actions of the marketing sector can be carried out simultaneously. Now is the time, it is okay to take a little risk. Generally speaking, the explosive marketing actions must be matched with the RD actions. If the pre-marketing publicity is done well, but the product is delayed due to its own quality reasons, then all the efforts made in RD will be wasted. Sheng Huainan doesn't like big bets, but he is willing to take small risks. This kid, when did he become so smooth? But now he is calm and collected. They are good at fighting hard. Sheng Huainan couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Shuriyangshin said, and the solemn atmosphere at the scene couldn't help but relax a little. What made Sheng Huainan feel relieved was that his team didn't lose their footing because of the appearance of a strong enemy. He had figured out the key point long ago. Whether there was a tablet or not, the blockbuster bomb of Shangsha mobile phone, which could sell in large quantities and increase in price, would shock the industry. Instead of detonating it without their knowledge, it would be better to attract everyone's attention first, and then detonate this blockbuster bomb under everyone's attention. Therefore, the atmosphere of the core meeting of Shangsha Electronics became relaxed. Very good. Now the reason why Lianfa acted so brazenly and did not hesitate to break the rules was partly due to the dispute between him and me, but the important thing was that the explosive potential of our Shangsha Electronics was valued by greedy people. Now Shangsha is about to enter the game stage. We are no longer a passive enterprise. No matter what the enemy is, we will beat the enemy hard. Now it is not how long we want to fight, but how long Lianxing decides to fight. No matter if it was Yiqin in the past, Lianfa in the present, or any enemy in the future. As long as they don't stop, we will keep fighting until we win completely. Shang Huainan stood up with some excitement and said with high morale. As the saying goes, it's better to lose the battle than the battle. Yes, we have to kill them now. Lin Zhengda on the side echoed. Now that Shangsha Mobile is about to be listed, coupled with the tight cash flow of Shangsha Electronics, the momentum cannot be lost, otherwise the confidence of the people below will be shaken and half the battle will be over. Money must not be earned in a lifetime, but to seize the opportunity and make money in 2 to 3 years that many people can't make in their lifetime. If Shang Huainan loses this time, although he has the golden finger of rebirth information gap, he will definitely miss a few years of golden development time. It will be much more difficult to get up later than it is now. After everyone's emotions were mobilized, everyone had a firmer understanding of the future of Shang Huainan and Shangsha Electronics. Shang Huainan continued. I have said so much. I believe everyone now understands that what the company is going through is not a disaster, but an unprecedented great opportunity. So what we have to do now is to stabilize the morale of the troops, lead the team well, and make good products. We will launch the Shangsha mobile phone products in 2 months. At that time, through the launch of the Shangsha mobile phone, I will give everyone here a little Shangsha shock, and give each person a bonus of 300,000. As for ordinary grassroots employees, we will give everyone according to the original plan, not a penny less. I promise again that I will do what I say. Before the new year, we will also have year-end bonuses. After the meeting, everyone must mobilize the enthusiasm of the team. If we win this battle, we may win the next battle and an era. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present showed joy, passion, and shock. Boss Shang is completely different from other private enterprises. He is generous and really willing to give. Such a boss will do his best to help him grow and develop the company. The bonus amount promised by Shang Huainan is really high. For the company's employees, money is the most direct and effective means of motivation, and Shang Huainan is very good at this point. He is willing to share profits and not eat alone. Unlike many bosses of entrepreneurial companies, they are willing to promise everything when they conquer the world, but after they really conquer a little bit of the world, they immediately break their promises and kill the donkey. Do they need this little money? Not really. The luxury cars in the basement are covered with dust, and they haven't seen them buy fewer cars. In the final analysis, it's just like Xiang Yu, who appoints people based on personal connections, does not reward the meritorious soldiers, and is reluctant to give a little money to the employees below. If you want to retain talents and let talents give 120% of their ability and enthusiasm to work for you, the only feasible and long-term way is to give him more than 120% return, just like Zhang Wei in later generations. In the final analysis, what do you rely on to retain talents? It's money. Learning from Zhang Wei's wolf nature, employees are required to have the same wildness and fighting spirit as wolves, but they have not learned to share the cake like Zhang Wei. Working so hard, 996,007 every day, being exploited and often being scolded by superiors, how can you maintain a team? The reason is simple: enough money and benefits are given. If you give enough money and benefits, then the company is your home and the boss is your father. You want employees should do whatever they want. Any hesitation is a disrespect for work. Many capitalists want to feed their employees grass and make them have the qualities of wolves. Is it possible? Ideals and pursuits are all nonsense. Any boss who talks about ideals and pursuits with employees is just trying to make up for the lack of money. Therefore, anyone who does not talk about money but only talks about ideals and pursuits is a hooligan. Ideals should be discussed, and pursuits should also be discussed, but these should be based on money. Let employees get the treatment they deserve first, and then talk to them about ideals and pursuits. Such bosses are truly good bosses. Without waiting for Shang Huainan to answer, he asked the third question: how is Shang Huainan going to deal with the attack from Ku Pai and Lian Xiang? Shang Huainan smiled and said, "Boss, you have asked so many questions in one breath, I don't know how to answer you. Although Shangsha and Lianqing are now at odds, there is no need to be embarrassed on the surface. Business behavior depends on the means. If Yiqin is forced to use some unconventional means, it will not be beautiful." Yiqin said, "It doesn't matter if you feel it is inconvenient to answer." "Ha, what's wrong? Lianqing is not engaged in the electronic manufacturing industry. Why are you concerned about the development of Shangsha Electronics?" Shang Huainan stood up and gestured to Li Jingshu, asking her to pour him a cup of tea. "Shangsha Electronics has encountered some difficulties, and we have heard about it. Yuzhou is a family. As the leading enterprise in Yuzhou, it is normal for us, Lianqing, to care about the emerging and developing little brother. Ichin seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment last time and said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm in a meeting with my employees right now, discussing how to deal with these two competing products." Shang Huainan half-jokingly said. Ichin then asked, "Is there a more feasible solution? Do you need my help?" Shang Huainan said, "I haven't thought about it yet. If I need Mr. S help, I will contact you as soon as possible." Ichin he knew what they were looking at without even thinking about it. To put it mildly, it was a hostile takeover, which made you feel like there was a way out, just to make some lousy money. "Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Shang's news at any time, ha." After that, the two of them said hello and hung up the phone. Waiting for your MB news. Shang Huainan felt an uncontrollable anger surge in his heart. He has been careful every step of the way since his rebirth, and he also doesn't want to fall into a trap, but there are some things that you can't avoid by just being wronged and trying to hide. In his previous life, his family was very poor, but the gate of his yard was almost never open for so long throughout the year, because his grandmother often said a truth, that poor places have the most poor people with no future, and it just so happens that poor people have short ambitions and thin horses have long hair. Once your living conditions are a little better, it's easy for people to be jealous, so you must remember to close the door tightly, otherwise you will be remembered by thieves. Now, this thief is really remembering it. Shang Huainan stood up and ran to the window to look at the busy people below. He stood there motionless, like a statue, and it was unclear whether he was in a daze or in deep thought. This was his signature move. When he finished his work, he would become part of the large floor-to-ceiling glass background of the chairman's office of Shanghai Electronics. He looked down indifferently. Everything seemed very far away from him, and he seemed to be like a god in the sky, not caring about anything in the world. Li Jingshu, who was standing aside, was wearing a white shirt and a black short skirt, a pair of flesh-colored stockings, revealing two long bare legs like rubber, and a pair of black high heels on her ankles. She looked at this beautiful boss who had almost no communication with her with complicated eyes. Yes. She felt that only the word beautiful was more suitable for him. Although she also knew that there was no possibility for her and him to be together, and she no longer had the Cinderella-like fantasy at the beginning, sometimes her eyes would still occasionally reveal admiration. No woman doesn't like to admire the strong, as his secretary. It's not too much to look at her a few more times, right? Shang Huainan had no reaction to her expectant gaze, because accepting a woman, especially as a long-term lover, also meant other things. He had no shortage of resources. In this cruel world where there was only exchange of interests and no friendship, there was never anything truly free. In the following period of time, in addition to paying attention to the development of Xianxia mobile phones, Shang Huainan also paid attention to the sales of Lenovo and Kupai tablet computers. It was similar to what he expected. Although these two products have been launched, the development speed is relatively slow. In addition to using the advantages of their own platforms to cut off some of the low-stickiness users of Xianxia tablet computers in the first month after the launch, the subsequent high-stickiness users seem to be insufficient. Xianxia tablet computers, which integrate the design concepts and operational convenience of the next 10 years, are not something that these big companies can easily imitate in a year. At present, they still have a very large barrier that they have not been able to break through, such as the precise capture and clustering effect of Xianxia tablet computers for female customers, and the establishment of the app content ecology that has been accumulated for a long time on Xianxia tablet computers. Shanghai Electronics attaches great importance to customer stickiness, which is not comparable to Chinese companies in 2006. However, with Shang Huainan's understanding of Lenovo and Kupai, especially Lenovo's routine, he also knows that Lenovo is still the big brother of China's electronics industry. The acquisition of IBM's laptop business has made its confidence soar. They now have very strong self-confidence, thinking that how could they become followers in a niche field and dance to the footsteps of Xianxia? The dignity of a large company will not allow it to do things at a loss in the tablet computer business. They were able to become the leader in China's PC business in 2006, an era when China's technology was weak. It cannot be simply explained by the words technology, industry, and trade. Their persistence and focus on the electronic product business is actually very unique. From this point alone, it can be seen that Lenovo must have a trick up its sleeve. Lin himself is secretly holding back the big move of the mobile phone business. Lin Xiang did not hesitate like in the last life, and followed up and made a small splash a long time after the tablet computer came out. It is completely different that what they came up with at this time cannot be as simple imitation and cutting low stickiness customers. There must be tricks waiting to be used. As for how they will make the effort, Shang Huainan could not guess, and could only wait and see. Now the weakness of Shanghai Electronics is that its product matrix is too single. Those signature pens and the like are just small scale and can't play a big role. The core product is only the Shangsha tablet computer. Once a single product fails, it will be doomed. This is also the core weakness of emerging unicorn companies. However, no matter what tricks they use, Shangsha Electronics will launch the Shangsha mobile phone within 2 months, so that all companies in the industry can see how Shangsha Electronics uses a simple but extreme product to achieve a subversive blow to the field of mobile phones. You know, completely different from tablets, mobile phones are the real terminals used by people. In later generations, from watching live shopping on mobile phones to getting a 698 yuan small sword to wash your head in a bath center and scanning a code to pay, mobile phones are indispensable. Although Xiaomi One is not amazing enough in later generations, looking at the mobile phone released in 2006, the subversive sense of technology can shock a large number of customers. Sure enough, Sheng Huainan's worries became a reality. On this day, when Sheng Huainan was visiting villa properties with his secretary Li Jingshu to buy a new villa, he received a call from Mo boss. Things are a bit troublesome. Mo's tone was a little serious. Sheng Huainan asked him, "Don't worry, what's the problem?" Mo said, "Several things. The first thing is, in addition to concentrated publicity in prominent positions in its own offline channels, Lianxiang has begun a rare online diversion. They bought Taobao traffic packages for concentrated diversion. Looking at this posture, it will burn millions of dollars a month." After saying this, Mo couldn't help but sigh. Look at this big company, this flamboyant posture, any marketing activity, not the main product, will cost millions of dollars. Look at this big company. They are all my people, what can you use to fight me? Now Shangsha Electronics money is split into two, and Sheng Huainan can be said to be the most miserable boss in the electronics industry. He can't keep up even if he wants to. Sheng Huainan hummed and said, "Don't panic too much. This is normal. A product line in a pure blue ocean state is not a normal state. There was no previous competitors, coupled with strong product power. It is normal to take advantage of the situation and quickly open up the situation. Whether it is online or offline, we are the first choice. Now there are competitors, they begin to control resources that we cannot yet touch, and we can't do anything. This kind of thing has no legal and industry norms to support it. It all depends on money." Mo's mind turned, figured out the key points, and sighed. Now the competitors in Shangsha are getting stronger and stronger. He himself is just a worker. Now he is doing it in Shangsha with fear and trepidation. There are many things that he is not sure about, so he can only do his best. "I don't know how long I can work in Shangsha." But he changed his mind and said angrily, "Most of their products are plagiarized from us. A big company relies on plagiarizing the works of small companies to follow up, and it also uses money to break open the door to online channels. Can't they at least restrain themselves? This is too despicable." Sheng Huainan snorted and smiled coldly, thinking, "Is this despicable? The company in the future will learn about it. If possible, they will directly acquire the products made by small companies. If the acquisition fails, they will directly copy them until the small companies are killed, and gradually achieve hegemony and monopoly. What is business war? This is it. Just crush you, a little ant, with your thumb indifferently, without considering any other tricks." In comparison, Lian Xiang's approach is nothing at all. Just sprinkle some water. Now it is obvious that Lian Xiang has not figured out the routine, his golden finger is still effective, and Shangsha still has a good chance of survival. Mo didn't expect that Sheng Huainan didn't care about such a big thing. Sure enough, the boss is the boss, and they are not comparable to workers like them. He couldn't help but say again, "Mr. Shang, there is one more thing. Now Kupai is hiring water troops to flood some popular BBS and forums. It's really unethical. Attacking our tablet computer business, saying that our tablet computers are prone to heat, the sound quality is poor, and the imaging is average. It is a small, no-name company in the West, and it will be difficult to maintain after-sales in the future. Using Water Army to start product war?" This time, Sheng Huainan was really shocked. Sheng Huainan was a little surprised. It was only 2006, and they had already started using this online strategy. How could this little butterfly of his be so powerful and change the world so much? Using the name of a passerby to prepare for a large-scale offensive business war, using a huge army of water soldiers to drown the opponent, isn't this a common routine of Xiaomi in later generations? Why did Kupai also start to do it now? He felt his head buzzing. Why did he feel that the style was a bit wrong? He hadn't started playing on a large scale yet, and now others were playing with him first. Whether it was Xiaomi in later generations or Kupai now, they all started by copying other products. Of course, it can't be said that it was completely plagiarism, imitation, and reference. This is a standard edgeball, just like the peak period of Baidu Library when pirated content was the most rampant. Baidu Library contained a large number of pirated books and documents at home and abroad, infringing the rights and interests of countless writers and authors, but due to the imperfect legal system, it has always been a small traffic treasury of Baidu, earning very lucrative profits. But if you really count it, who among Chinese enterprises, especially in the early stage of establishment, does not have some dark history? How many companies are so clean? If brother Jinlin did not rely on his father-in-law, could he have won the first resettlement housing project in that era? If brother Sher did not rely on his father-in-law, could he have sold the first truck of corn in that era? If brother Zhengfei did not rely on his father-in-law, could he have sold the first switch in that era? Shang Huainan did not rely on his father-in-law. Well, he does not have a father-in-law now. So now he can only seek a chance to survive in the precarious situation when he is developing the second product, being ruthlessly blocked by competitors. Then, he called Lin Zhengde again. Lin Zhengde angrily scolded Kupai on the phone for being too unethical. In his opinion, Shangsha's brand is like a storefront signboard, which is the cornerstone of this company and will really pry Shangsha's foundation. If Lian wants to buy a traffic package on Taobao, it can be understood. After all, you have money, you play according to the rules of the game, and you are capable if you kill me. But Kupai's behavior is absolutely unforgivable. You plagiarized me, and you still want to use the internet to attack me. Is there still the king's law? Is there still law? Boss Lin, it is meaningless to curse at the street at this time. We all started in the same way. Who doesn't have some on his? Now we only have to think about one thing, how to deal with it. You just need to do what you can and be clear about it. Shang Huainan really went to the villa model room behind him. He leaned back on the leather sofa and said expressionlessly. The sales lady next to him wanted to stop him, but Li Jingshu stretched out her hand to stop him, gave her a look, grabbed her hand and walked out. But if they use the water army to mess with our brand like this, we will be finished before our mobile phone brand is launched. Our first mover advantage in similar products will be exhausted. If we wait until Lianxiang and Kupai gain a foothold, even the first launch of our mobile phone brand may be affected. By then, we will be in danger. Lin Zhengde said anxiously. These two sudden big moves made him feel the deep malice of the all-out attack of the two brand companies. He used to be just a person in charge of marketing management, and he was only responsible for some purely marketing-related things. Now there is such a fierce business war, and the direct attacks of these well-known electronic brands are not something he can touch at this level. Now these brands not only want to copy Shangsha's work, but also want to target Shangsha. This makes him flattered, but also deeply afraid. Such a behemoth is really not a joke. If it goes wrong, Shangsha's little flame will be extinguished. Now Kupai is attacking our brand. Now they have posted a few articles on these popular forums to attack us? Shang Huainan asked after thinking for a while. I saw that Tanya Forum has more than 20 articles, Mapu has 10 articles, and there are countless articles on some urban forums, but Tanya Forum and Mapu each have an article on the hotspot. Lin Zhengde thought for a while and said, he was glad that Mo had told him about this just now, and he was well prepared. We all know about this matter, and they only did a little bit of it in bits and pieces. What's the concept? Shang Huainan hummed, his face twitched, and he pressed his hand on his temple and rubbed it there. Lin Zhengde thought for a moment, exclaimed and blurted out, their actions are not professional enough, and they don't have enough manpower to create a huge wave. Yes. Shang Huainan said, not having enough manpower also proves that they don't have a real water army. They may consider using online means to attack our brand to do this kind of thing, but they don't have a deep understanding of how the water army works. But we are different from them. We have really played it before. Lin Zhengde suddenly realized it. He couldn't help but respect Shang Huainan. Huainan gave a thumbs up, and his heart could not help but regain his blind self-confidence. All this was when the two first met in the electronics factory. Shang Huainan turned the tide and pulled the Shangsha Electronics Factory out of the quagmire, and then transformed a pure OEM foundry into a research and development-oriented technology-based electronic industrial company, taking on the things that should be taken on. The blessings he has accumulated are bit by bit. All this is Shang Huainan's long-term persistence and crazy obsession with product development, which is silently seen by the people below. In fact, Shang Huainan has missed more, of course, such as if he had a small lottery after rebirth, do some investment, bet on Harmony, football, or hold Bitcoin, and so on. Although these actions have made him lose the opportunity to change the world, at least they can make him financially free. All these missed opportunities will never be grasped by Shang Huainan just because he is a person who cherishes blessings. He is not a person who likes to gamble, but his ambition is the core energy source that supports the team's progress. Boss Lin, there is a golden opportunity in front of you. It depends on whether you dare to fight for it and let the industry see your strength. Shang Huainan ignored Lin Jingda's thoughts and said leisurely. He knew that Lin Jingda could understand. Shang Huainan continued calmly, our mobile phone business has almost reached the note of the first launch. Just now, our good friends want us to show our strength at Shangsha Electronics. Didn't they say that our product quality is poor? Then let's show them what our product strength is like. Lin Jingda felt a chill on his back. The young boss's words were understated, but to him, they were full of contempt and domineering. He was so confident that these crises in his eyes were nothing in his eyes. Shang Huainan asked Lin Jingda to be prepared, contact online and offline resources, especially the water army at hand, to prepare all the information and copywriting required for the sub-brand of Shangsha mobile phone Mate 1, and let him be prepared. After the RD Center determines the final note of the product launch, a round of explosive publicity will be carried out. At the same time, he quickly contacted Shi Yongxin and asked him to convene a meeting of the RD department to shift to marketing-led promotion of new products. Finally, Mo had not yet completed the formalities for the license of Shoshin, a small mobile phone company that he had purchased for nearly 8 million yuan some time ago. Shang Huainan urged him to quickly complete it in order to cooperate with the listing node. After the call, Shang Huainan listened to the sales lady's introduction as if nothing had happened. It took him less than an hour to settle on a small villa in the center of Longhu Xiang Hanglin Lake on the outskirts of the city, and then he walked out leisurely. He was really brave. He dared to be so cool before the first release of the mobile phone. This villa is not far from the Jiebei business district, and it is a certain distance from Shang Ziren's residence. It is close to the center of the lake and the area is not large, about 300 square meters, which is suitable for him to live alone. At this time in 2006, the price was not expensive, only about 1 million yuan. In the future, such a villa would cost at least 5 million yuan, and at most 7 to 8 million yuan. The location near the center of the lake is even more expensive and cannot be bought with money. The layout of 4 rooms, especially the top-floor master bedroom, is also equipped with a small study room for office use. For Shang Huainan now, it is just right. Now he lives alone, there is really no need to get a large single-family house of thousands of square meters that looks like a haunted house on rainy and thundering nights. At this time, the rain gradually stopped in the small street outside the villa. Li Jingshu turned her head and looked at Shang Huainan, who was breathing steadily and looking calm. Although she didn't like his coldness in her heart, she had to admit that his eyes that seemed to see through everything were very attractive to women when he didn't speak. When Shang Huainan and she drove back to the Jiebei business district and walked into the office, it was calm. She took advantage of the free time when Shang Huainan changed clothes in the small bedroom in the office. She walked straight to Shang Huainan's desk and sat on the stool. The corner of her eyes kept circling around a piece of rice paper on the desk. The furnishings and decorations in Shang Huainan's office were all ancient. More than 10 rows of bookshelves occupied half of the room. There was a desk by the window, with a pen holder on the table and a row of brushes hanging on it. On the other side of the desk were stone inkstones and several special letter papers. At the same time, she observed carefully, trying to figure out a little bit of the inner thoughts of Shang Huainan. Unfortunately, after reading it over and over again twice, she still couldn't find the answer. However, she could still feel the specialness between the lines and was shocked by the meaning of the sentence. She didn't know what words to use to express her emotions, and couldn't help muttering, "These words are really a bit tasteful." There were only 4 sentences written on it: establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the past sages, and create peace for all generations. She clearly remembered that on the dilapidated lone wall of her hometown, there were 18 characters written intermittently. They were very old and were all carved by hand. Each character contained a majestic momentum that suppressed everything. When she was a child, her greatest hobby was to stand in a stroke of those big characters and look up. However, the family compared with these 22 characters, the momentum of the 18 characters of is a little weaker. These characters are written with ink through the back of the paper, and the strokes are like silver hooks and iron strokes. They should be what Confucianism says, but every stroke is full of murderous aura, giving people a very strong sense of contrast. Although she doesn't understand calligraphy, she can feel the iron-blooded breath coming at her. Mr. Shang is young, with delicate eyebrows and handsome face, but he can write such heroic words. I can't believe that his character is like this. She couldn't help but feel a little shocked. How about these words? At this time, a gentle voice came from behind her. Ah, Mr. Shang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have peeked at your words. Li Jingshu couldn't help but apologize. Shang Huainan usually practices calligraphy for a while around 5 p.m. This is a habit he developed in his previous life. However, in order to prevent his subordinates from understanding his intentions and maintain a sense of mystery, he usually stays alone for about half an hour at this time, and even Li Jingshu will not be let in. But he was a little upset last night. After all, the butterfly effect is slowly showing up, and time and space have slowly begun to become disordered. He was worried that the launch of the new mobile phone would not be as popular as he imagined. He wrote these words in depression, but he didn't know if he was too satisfied. The calligraphy and painting were not put into the trash can, but were seen by Li Jingshu. "You are my secretary, it's okay." Sheng Huainan glanced at her panicked face and replied lightly. Zhang Zai's 4 sentences of haiku are really very tasteful. I used to like the pursuit in it very much. Li Jingshu knew that this was a good opportunity to chat, and she would not give up for it. Her words were not just empty words. Although she was at the bottom, she really didn't like the living conditions of some upper classes, especially those who specialized in this, scheming and playing tricks. They were called upper-class people just because they stood on the mountain, not because they were so high. In the heart of Li Jingshu, the way people get along with each other should not be so small. "Oh? You actually know the 4 sentences of haiku? That's interesting." Shang Huainan got interested now. In his mind, those ordinary little women in the world either watch soap operas or chase after handsome men with empty heads. Apart from liking to have Teacher Chen take pictures, they also like to go hiking and travel, and are even unwilling to do housework, under the pretext of testing their boyfriends. Very few of them really have something in their heads. Zhang Zai is not a simple person. After a pause, she turned her head to look at Sheng Huainan's encouraging eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. "I think these 4 sentences can be explained in the movie The Godfather. To be a successful person, especially a man, the first step is to strive to realize self-worth, the second step is to take good care of your family, the third step is to help kind people as much as possible, the fourth step is to speak for the ethnic group, and the fifth step is to win honor for the country." In fact, as a Chinese, if the first 2 steps are successful, life can be considered complete, and the third step can be called great. People who achieve the 4th and 5th steps cannot do it without ideals, and those who arbitrarily reverse the order are generally not trustworthy. I think, Mr. Shang, you should not only think about achieving the 3rd step when writing these 4 sentences. After speaking, Li Jingshu turned her head and smiled at Shang Huainan. He nodded secretly. Although the appearance of this woman was partly the reason why she was chosen as his secretary, it is undeniable that she is indeed not a vase like an embroidered pillow. As his mood improved, Sheng Huainan, who felt that the new phone was already well prepared, also had the leisure to truly appreciate Li Jingshu's appearance and figure. It is undeniable that she is a naturally charming woman. Once such a woman is taken as a concubine, and they get along day and night, both life and bed can gradually get better. I need to use my brain to think about my relationship with her again, and we will discuss this later. Sheng Huainan thought silently in his heart. As for what Li Jingshu thought, he didn't really care too much. You earn 50,000 yuan a year, and your wife earns 50,000 yuan a year. We usually call cheating as seeking death. You earn 500,000 yuan a year, and your wife earns 50,000 yuan a year. If you cheat, others will say how morally low you are. You earn 5 million yuan a year, and your wife earns 50,000 yuan a year. When you cheat, everyone will joke that this guy is really a red flag at home and colorful flags outside. You earn 50 million a year, and your wife earns 50,000 a year. This is not called cheating at all, it's called taking a concubine. Some younger brothers will come to meet the new sister-in-law and wish her to have many children. You earn 500 million a year, and your wife's only thought is how to put all the beauties in your harem in a clear place, and then start a battle for the throne. There is no way. People with too much difference in status have no say. When you have time, you can learn from Mo and let him guide you. You can help me more easily in handling affairs. Sheng Huainan waved his hand and asked Li Jingshu to go out and get busy. Li Jingshu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Without thinking about anything else, she nodded and said yes. Just when Sheng Huainan was actively preparing for the preparatory work before Mate 1 went public, Lu Ji, who was in the imperial capital, also paid attention to Kupai's actions and was quite shocked. As a junior in the electronics industry, Kupai has always been quite low-key. Now, it has shown its strengths right from the start, holding 2 butcher knives in each hand, one to cut the traffic of MP3 and the other to cut the customer base of tablet computers. These 2 points are chosen very accurately, with fast speed and ruthless action, standard fast, accurate and ruthless. Before, Lian wanted to enter the tablet computer market, but only saw this niche market as a supplement to the PC business, and thought it would be a small-scale laptop business. Although it is better than nothing, there are no foreign brands entering the market, and only an emerging electronics company is developing the market. They directly use their size to crush and directly take over the market within 2 years, which should not be a big problem. But they did not expect that Kupai would also come in now. They are a company with extremely strong directional technology in the MP3 field, and they came with the purpose of killing the original electronics manufacturer Shangsha Electronics right from the start, which greatly exceeded the original estimate. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Lu Ji sighed repeatedly. Shangsha Electronics is a sinner. It hasn't done anything yet, but it has attracted the concentrated fire of the Ku faction. Now, its foundation has been pried open. I wonder how they will survive in the market in the future. At this time, Yang Qing's voice came from the door. Still surviving in the market? Now China's electronic industrial market is basically divided up by foreign companies. Even for us, we can only struggle hard in the cracks between foreign brands. It's not that easy to survive. They just took advantage of the time difference and made a quick buck. In the later period, foreign brands will still dominate Chinese electronic products. Lu Ji nodded and agreed. The Chinese market is too small. Although there are many Chinese people, their consumption power is not strong. If we don't hurry up, they will be snatched away by others. Foreign brands will never be surpassed by Chinese brands in 20 years, let alone 5 years. We have worked so hard to occupy only 5% of the market share in the mobile phone market. Even in the PC business, which has an advantage, it is still due to IBM's influence and the certain brand premium that has brought it. Only then can Lianxiang's original brand product premium be achieved. I think it is more suitable for us to move our headquarters to the United States to plan and develop Chinese products in the future. Yang Qing found sitting down in a place, he said leisurely. Originally, he hoped to move the headquarters of Lianxiang directly to the United States to enjoy the R&D and product advantages brought by the overflow of Silicon Valley talents. However, due to the pressure from the board of directors and the top management of China, the matter was finally shelved indefinitely. He could only build an incongruous headquarters in the United States, which was called the Lianxiang Dual Headquarters together with the headquarters in China. Don't talk about the headquarters anymore. When doing business in China, you must have a pattern and don't let people catch you. Lu Ji said bluntly. He is about to retire now. Yang Cheng is his satisfactory successor who he has chosen. He is usually obedient. He doesn't want this guy to give instructions randomly and disrupt his plan to become the emperor of Lianxiang after retirement. Yang Qing smiled bitterly. Okay, Mr. Lu. But Shangsha Electronics is still quite resilient. Last month, their tablet computer sales not only did not decline, but also increased slightly. The user stickiness is very high. Lu Ji smiled and said, this company is quite interesting. Such a small company, with an annual turnover of only 100 million, dares to set up its own R&D team. Don't they know that only foreign brands dare to play on such a large scale now? Otherwise, you can invite him to have a chat and say that we can acquire their Shangsha Electronics team. If he is willing to accept our acquisition, we can do our best to keep their team and make it easier for this little guy named Sheng Huainan. In business, everyone wants to make money. Instead of working hard to make wedding clothes for others, it is better to just acquire us. However, if we are helping out this time, we have to talk about the acquisition. Yang Qing was taken aback. There are not many companies that Lu Ji likes. The previous acquisition of IBM is still a classic case of commercial mergers and acquisitions in China, and it is included in the MBA courses of every business school. It was really unexpected that such a big boss would take a fancy to Shangsha Electronics, a scumbag company, and even wanted to acquire it. I heard that they accepted Sequoia Capital's around 10% of the shares, 65 million. If they want to acquire the other 90% of the shares, it will cost more than 700 million. Yang Qing obviously worked for this company, so he thought for a moment and said, it was just a temporary thing. At that time, they were just strategic investors, and they only had 10% of the shares, so they were valuable. Now we want to acquire the whole company, so we should give them 500 million yuan. When Sequoia's Olshan knows that we acquired it, they will not have any objections, and they dare not have any objections. Lu Ji said disapprovingly. 500 million yuan, this can definitely change the fate of anyone. With this money, you can play with any kind of woman, use any kind of luxury goods, and see any kind of scenery. You can have whatever you want. If you want to do something, you can invest. This is the real freedom of wealth. It really doesn't matter if you have 1 or 200 million more or less. How hard it is to engage in industry, maybe one day it will be over. What industry can save the country is fake, and making money is the real thing. In Lu Ji's cognition, making money can make a person transparent, and love, marriage, etc. will only make a person dull. Only when a person makes money can he have a deeper understanding of the world and truly understand the operating mechanism and underlying rules of this society. We took Shanghai Electronics, it doesn't mean much, right, Mr. Liu? Yang Qing's brain was choking for a while. He had to digest the fact that 500 million was given to an unknown boy. He had worked so hard for so long to sit here and communicate with Lu Jiping. This kid, got so much in just 1 year. Why? What did you do? I can't figure it out. Lu Ji couldn't help but glared at him. Although Lian Xiang is now in a prosperous situation, our original RD capabilities are too poor. Look at the tablet computers you made. They are not as distinctive as those made by other small factories. If it weren't for our overwhelming advantage in offline channels, who knows who would be beaten? Now I am interested in the RD capabilities of this company. Spend a few $100 million to separate this part of the capabilities, and add our channel and financial advantages to create a new Lian Xiang. It's not certain. Strategy, you must talk about strategy when you reach this position. Don't always stay at the level of project manager. It's too low. You have to know that you are a commander, not a general. After saying that, he patted Yang Qing's shoulder heavily. Yang Qing looked at Lu Ji in shock. He didn't expect that he had such a high opinion of Shanghai Electronics. Yang Qing said seriously, I'll call Sheng Huainan, the boss of Shanghai Electronics, and feel out his feelings. Lu Ji thought about it and finally nodded. Let's see what he plans to do first. Don't say we can acquire it, otherwise it will feel too cheap. Okay. Although spending some money is a small matter for Lian Xiang, Yang Qing's salary, which was disclosed in the future, is 150 million yuan, not to mention some interests and equity swaps in secret. Being a senior executive, he has power, which is just a drop in the bucket. However, he still thinks that Shanghai Electronics should not be acquired too easily. Grind it, yes, this is his idea. After receiving Yang Qing's call, Sheng Huainan was not curious. Shanghai Electronics products have certain competitiveness in the future, not to mention China before 2006. Now that Lian Xiang and Ku Pai have stirred up a river of spring water, naturally there are all kinds of dragons and snakes surging underground. Although they have chosen to develop their own tablet products, they cannot control the quality of their products. Shanghai Electronics has also registered patents for a series of ideas proposed by Sheng Huainan. It is not easy to bypass these patents in a short time. Therefore, Lian Xiang tried to make their tablet products. After recognizing the shortcomings, his covetousness for Shanghai Electronics will not decrease. Since Yang Qing can find his phone number, he actually called him at this time. It is likely that he has known a series of actions of Ku Pai and wants to get his mouth out. However, this group of hangers-on all want to maliciously acquire Shanghai Electronics, which is really too much. Yang Qing came up and just greeted Sheng Huainan like a friend. Mr. Sheng, hello, I am Lian Xiang Yang Qing, what are you busy with recently? Hearing Yang Qing's greetings, although Sheng Huainan was very angry, he couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy in his heart. In his previous life, he was a small karami who could not attract phobler and was a passerby on the street. Now Yang Qing, a big man at the level of the original member of the Taishan Club, called him, and he called for Lu Ji, which is enough for ordinary people to be excited for a long time. I miss Mr. Yang Qing. What brings you here? I've been busy buying a new place to live. Yuzhou is a mountain city. It's far away and it's not convenient for me to work. Sheng Huainan was chatting with him casually. Li Jingshu, who was standing by, just came in and got Sheng Huainan's signature. When she heard that it was Lian Xiang and Yang Qing, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. This is a big shot that can only be seen on TV. He actually took the initiative to call his boss. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Her boss is really awesome. We Lian Xiang have a real estate project for sale in Yuzhou. We put on a vest and called Ronka Real Estate. If Mr. Sheng needs it, we can sell a villa to Mr. Sheng at cost price. Yang Qing couldn't help but smile. For Lian Xiang, giving a villa is easy, but it seems too cheap. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yang, it's just a villa, don't bother Mr. Yang. Sheng Huainan laughed on the phone. In his previous life, Sheng Huainan was a helpless teenager whose father was a gambler. When he grew up and worked in other places, he was called a Jiangbei person by some low-quality people. He looked like an ant digging soil in the alleys of the city. But he has his own life to live after all, and he also wants to live a good life. In fact, in his previous life, he was a child who could endure hardships since he was a child. People live their lives and take their own lives. Some people will not, and do not want to ask God for anything. So this kind of people seem to have a good temper, but in fact, they are particularly hard-hearted and have a particularly hard life. It's just a villa. People in the world, Mr. Shang is too polite. Yang Qing shook his head and smiled. At this time, Yang Qing was talking on the loudspeaker in front of Lu Ji. Lu Ji heard Shang Huainan's tone of understatement and indifference, and couldn't help shaking his head. He knew in his heart that this person looked very easy to talk to, but he was a very principled person at a glance. It's not easy to call Yang Qing. Yang Qing saw Lu Ji's expression and asked, I heard that Kupai has also made tablets recently and has made a series of actions against Shangsha Electronics? Tablets are not a great high-tech thing. This product model can be seen through at a glance. Anyone who wants to do it can do it. Shang Huainan hummed and did not deny it. Ku faction is doing some shady things, which is a big violation of China's business atmosphere. Lian Xiang is very angry about this action. This is simply unscrupulous. Mr. Shang, please see if you want to do something. If you need Lian Xiang, we can try our best to cooperate. Yang Qing and Lu Ji looked at each other. Business means, each has its own way. Ability. I have no other choice. If I sue them, will the law support me? Shang Huainan stood up and shrugged his shoulders involuntarily. Yang Qing didn't expect this kid to be so lazy. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and changed the subject. When will Mr. Shang be free to come to the capital? I'll treat you to a drink. I bought a villa and I think I'll have to renovate it soon. I'll be busy with the renovation. Let's talk about it later. However, he hit a soft nail with Shang Huainan. Such a big thing has happened. Kupai's actions have threatened the brand reputation of Shangsha Electronics. Is Mr. Shang still so leisurely? Yang Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised. He felt that the rhythm shouldn't be like this, and said in a hurry, We are just strangers, don't worry, Mr. Yang, I know this matter. Shang Huainan laughed. What do you say I can do to make Kupai stop their actions? It's quite interesting to chat with this guy awkwardly. Yang Qing hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, No. Shang Huainan said, Well, since it can't solve any problems, but delays the things at hand, isn't it not worth the loss? I think there is no problem with my Shangsha Electronics. Yang Qing was helpless and said angrily, It's good that you have decided. When you come to the capital, give me a call and invite you to dinner. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qing looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji sat in the boss chair and sighed. This kid has always had a good reputation. Old Shin in red shirt said that he invested in a unicorn company of a genius young man, but it seems to be just a flash in the pan. But it seems that this guy is very arrogant. Arrogant people can be generals, but not commanders. After their company is squeezed out of bankruptcy by us and Kupai, we will find a way to take over their people. Yang Qing clicked his tongue twice and continued, It seems that being successful too early is not a good thing. Once you become inflated, it is simply hopeless. This fallen genius is no longer a genius. Unknowingly, another half a month has passed, and Shang Huainan has confirmed the release date of the Mate 1 mobile phone, which is just 1 month later on June 1st. Who understands? Family members. However, before the Mate 1 mobile phone was launched in Shangsha, the promotion had already started in advance. Since the Mate 1 product was too important, Shang Huainan also wanted to hear other people's opinions on how to promote it. He never dragged his feet in doing things. Once he made up his mind, he would start immediately. He had a strong execution ability, so he immediately called Mo, Lin Jingde, Shi Yongxin and Shang and other marketing talents to his office. The longer he was the boss, the more he hoped that some things would go his way. His office has now been redivided, with a bedroom suite, a small study, and a special place for guests. He also carefully arranged the soft furnishings for a while, which was considered to be satisfactory. Mr. Shang's aesthetics are getting more and more stylish now. Shi Yongxin was amazed and murmured casually,